Hello, YouTube, and welcome to episode 17 of the Bad Apologetics series, a series where me and James take a look at the wonderful world of apologetics, critique the arguments, also the general kind of dialectic and discourse around apologetics. And today's episode, we're going to be taking a look at bad hot takes on morality. And there's a few videos, some for theistic positions, some against theistic positions that we're going to be looking at today, where I think we both kind of feel that moral philosophy is used pretty poorly, both for and against, quite commonly in these kinds of discussions. So I think we're going to be critiquing the way that people generally approach kind of I think moral philosophy with these quite bad, like knockdown arguments either way, really. So a wide range of things we're going to be looking at today. Anything you want to say on that before we get?
No, I think that pretty much sums it up. I just would add that this topic, for whatever reason, seems to be one of the most, seems to be at one of the lowest levels of discourse. Often on both sides. I guess I would say it's probably worse from the theist side, but that may just be my bias. But it's pretty bad either way in a lot of popular discourse, or even not so popular discourse, to be honest. And it seems to contact the least with professional academia. Like, at least resurrection arguments about Christianity usually have some connection with the scholarly work there. I guess that does vary a bit. And like Kalam stuff, cosmological arguments are typically more connected with the philosophical literature there. But debates about morality are usually completely disconnected with the meta-ethics discussion, at least in my experience. For example, I've critiqued Craig on this in his version of the moral argument. So I think that it's, yeah, maybe we'll try to lift up the discourse a little bit here. And by the way, I should say this applies kind of regardless of what your views about meta-ethics are or the status of morality. Like, there's a wide range of views that one could hold. I'm a moral realist myself, and I think Nathan leans that way. But, even if you don't agree with that, it's still important to actually address the different views on the table and address the question sensibly, and not just sort of state platitudes or use rhetoric in a way that's misleading and not actually engaging with the substantive questions. So that's really what we're driving at for here.
So one of the first things that one of the first mountains that's made out of a molehills by apologetics, that wasn't really good grammar, is this like subjective versus objective morality distinction. So we're going to take a look at Frank Turek talking about that for the first video. So
good old Turek.
Yeah, ma'am. What's your name?
Katie.
Hey,
Hi.
Katie. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm great.
I just had a question about the moral issue where you said that there's things that we inherently know that we already know is right and wrong, which I had a few questions about it. First was that you had said previously that God and the Bible, that's what gives us morality. Without that, just an opinion. So if we already have these inherent traits, then how can it just be an opinion? We can still, sorry.
Oh, no, I see. I think I see where you're going, Katie. Let me reframe it. What I don't mean is I don't mean that if I just have a moral sentiment that it's just my opinion if my moral sentiment corresponds to God's nature. That's not an opinion. I'm saying if there is no such thing as goodness known as God's nature, then every thought I have about morality is just an opinion, because there is no objective morality for me to appeal to see if my opinion lines up with his nature. That's what I'm
right. So already, what's kind of wrong with what he's saying here? Well, firstly, how does he stand side on, as it were, and see that his beliefs correspond to God's nature?
Well, I guess he would say he looks at the Bible. I've just been a bit distracted by the slide behind him, which doesn't seem to have anything to do with what he's talking about. And also is horrifically text dense. And just like, look at the title. It's like, it's just really tacky.
It looks quite aggressive. Yeah. It's kind of like, it reminds me of books. Do you remember those? Do you ever remember like you wouldn't download a car?
No, yes, I remember those.
With a like
yeah, we were watching a DVD the other day that had that on it. It's dated very poorly, but yeah. Anyway, so what does it say at the bottom? Something for proving resurrection. Anyway, so I guess he would say that you use the Bible to determine God's nature, but of course that begs the question: how do you know that the Bible describes God, right? So this is a question that I find extremely frustrating. So if God, no, wrong start there. If morality is a word that we use to describe God's nature, or at least part of God's nature, then in order to know moral facts, we would need to know what God's nature is. So then the question is, how can you know that, right? So suppose we have a book. How do you know that what it says in the book is about God? Even if there is a being that resurrects Jesus's and parts Red Seas and gives commandments and whatever, like, how do you know that that's actually the being whose nature is the standard for morality? Like, it could just be a powerful demigod or something. I don't see how you would really ever get around that. Like, any being can say, hey, do what I say, and I'm super powerful. So if you don't, I'm going to, do bad stuff to you, bring the plagues of Egypt or whatever. But you actually need to establish that being is the ground of morality if you're to make moral claims on the basis of that to moral knowledge. And I don't see how you can really get around that. No number of miracles is going to get you there. The best you're going to get, it seems to me, is a best explanation account of sort of those miracles, or like whatever it is, plus moral knowledge. But like, that has to be run quite carefully, because these things seem quite distinct. Like, it's not obvious why you would want to combine explanations of, say, the resurrection with explanation of morality. Like, they're different spheres. So if you're going to say that there's a unifying explanation, you've got to develop that account. And I basically never see it done, right? So Frank here is giving a good example of that, in just sort of saying that God's nature provides the ground for morality, and then just equating that with the God of the Bible without any concern about how you draw the link between those.
Yeah, and I think it's not to say that he can't do any of these things. And as with the kind of criticism that I started with as well, it's like, well, how does he know that his belief is actually tethered to the kind of explanation of the phenomena that he's accounting for? How does he know that that's the real account for it, and not some other story? It's not that he can't do that. It's that there's just no attempt to really engage in that discussion. And
yeah, it's not that he can't do it, it's that he's not trying to do it. That's the main problem. He's just jumping to where he wants to be. He's not actually trying to, and I think a lot of apologists do this, particularly about morality, is that they just jump to where they want to be. And that's the real problem. It's not that you can't try to give a case like that. But I don't really see this stuff discussed in metaethics literature. One of the reasons is I think it's quite hard to get that case to work. But that being said, you know, if you want to, you can try it, but you actually have to do the work there, not just make the assertion.
Exactly.
And
often it will be, like, it is so overly simplistic as well, just to say, well, if my theory really is true in the world, then it's true, like, and then just leave it at that. Like,
that's actually what Craig does. I show how he literally does this. Where when someone else we might see this later, I don't know, but when someone else provides a theory of metaethics, he says, well, I think that theory is true, and then tries to undercut the theory by that basis. But when the tables are turned in his direction to ask, well, why think that your theory of metaethics is true, he says, oh, I'm not giving reasons for thinking it's true. I'm just saying, if it were true, then objective morality is grounded. And I discussed this. I've just grabbed actually two books here that might be relevant. My book here, I haven't spruiked it in a little while, so now I've gone blurry. Hang on, let's see if I can fix that. That did nothing. Unreasonable Faith, my critique of William Lane Craig. So I discuss that and show. There we go. I show quotes to that effect here. I like to give a source for that, because if I say that Craig does this, I like to be able to substantiate that. But I discuss that in the chapter there. The other book that I'm probably going to wave around a bit is this book here, which is one of the better introductions to metaethics by Alexander Miller. Interestingly, I don't actually think that God is mentioned at all in this book. It might be, but it's certainly not prominent. And this discusses different views of morality, everywhere from error theory right through to reductive naturalism. And I'm not saying that in order to have a discussion about metaethics, you need to have fully read and digested everything in here. I mean, I certainly haven't, right? But some engagement with these issues would be nice if you're supposed to be an apologist, I guess is the point, not just an assertion. Anyway, maybe we'll see what else Turek has to offer here, rather than just asserting what he wants to be the case.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like if God's there and he's the grounding of morality, then God's there and he's the grounding of morality. Does that make sense?
And the second thing, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. I should have like processed this more before I stood up.
I think this is part of the problem with, they often put up clips as well that make them look really good. And I do wonder how many misses there are, as it were, you know, where someone comes up who's really like informed and presents like good questions that kind of show the flaws. And I think that probably what happens is they speak on these campuses, and then people who disagree with them kind of get frustrated by the probably by the tone in which they're presenting it. Like, you know, everyone who's rational must be compelled to believe the things that I believe, and if you don't, you're like an idiot, basically. And then they probably just get annoyed. They come up, you know, with their kind of like heart rate raised and don't give like a very good question, and then it's like, great, now we've got that kind of clip of someone who's just like, oh well, I think you're wrong, but I can't tell you why. And then they're like, yeah, the darkened mind of the not. I think a lot of that goes on with these clips, and it's not.
Well, we've seen it. So we've definitely seen it explicitly in the pre-sup video we did. Like the whoever they were explicitly saying that they like to do this. But I've heard, I can't remember if I've heard Turek talk about this. He might have, but I've heard Craig talk about this, not in quite an obnoxious a way as the pre-subs do it, but he talks about speaking to people on college campuses, and he talks about how they're all subjectivists and other things like that. And it does seem that there's some, I mean, it's hard to say exactly, but they're drawing something from the students that they talk to in their interactions with students. I mean, it's fair enough to draw some inferences about what students think or the common objections. I don't mean that, but it's more like, oh, you know, I just cut down all their objections kind of thing. And they're all so bad. And then, you know, we see these clips put up on YouTube. Subjective morality versus objective morality. How is it subjective versus objective? Like, it's a student asking questions to Turek, who has the stage. It's a completely asymmetric setup there.
So even in this case where Turek, I mean, he's not being a massive dick or anything. Like, he's been polite so far in the video, but it's the fact that then it gets taken out, and then it's like, oh, we've shown how stupid these non-believers are by just kind of like answering a question, or it's weird, the framing of the whole thing. And I think I don't know, I guess apologists would do better to just present themselves as like one of the available, like, here's a Christian philosophy, here's how we think about these things, but present the dialectic and discourse like, well, here's the one I believe, but actually, like, here's, you know, all the available options, and here's why I prefer this one, rather than just this like or have more genuine conversations with people and put those up.
Times, okay.
Basically, sorry. You said that there's an inherent set of morals, and people without God wouldn't have morals, and that is not subjective. But yet, throughout history and different cultures, each set of cultures has their different sense of morality. Like, there are cannibals who believe that that's perfectly fine, and there are people who believe in well, I don't believe in cannibalism, so there are people.
I'm gonna guess what he's gonna say, and I think it's gonna be, well, that doesn't make it okay, right? Or something like that.
Is that true?
I'm guessing that's where he's going.
Right.
Cannibalism is wrong. So
good question.
Are we going to get Hitler? You want to give odds as to him raising Hitler?
Hitlerum. Argumentum ad Hitlerum.
Let's see.
Because the guy I mentioned earlier, Jay Bujashevsky, I was talking about to Moses, he talks about that in his book. It turns out that people who are cannibals just define people in the other tribe as not human. And then they go through these rituals to try and expunge themselves of the guilt of engaging in cannibalism. They know it's wrong, and what they do is they redefine the other people as not human, so then suddenly it becomes right for them. It's the same thing that happened with the Nazis.
Oh, yes! Called it! 30 seconds! I can't speak to the accuracy of what he's saying about cannibals there, although I'm dubious, but I don't know whether that's true. But sorry, you were going to say something?
Well, I do find it quite implausible that anyone does anything thinking like, I'm evil right now. Apart from maybe I mean, I guess someone, like, people do things with like a conflicted conscience or whatever, but I just find it really implausible that any entire culture just like does one of the main things they do for food or something is just constantly living life like, yeah, I'm evil, I'm going to live an evil life and do the wrong thing.
Well, I feel like what he said is a little self-contradictory, because he says that the cannibals define other tribes as non-human, But then he said that they know that it's wrong. See, if they actually believe the other tribes aren't human, then what?
Yes.
Like, wouldn't that be the cognitive mechanism they would use to think that it's not wrong? Typically, primitive peoples like that don't have a universal notion of morality in the same way. Morality is localized to maybe the tribe or the whatever group it is that they. I mean, that's been the evolutionary history, right? That the moral realm expands. And these days, in the post-Enlightenment world we work with. Well, I guess even before that, although you would have like you can't enslave Christians, but you can enslave Muslims, sort of thing. But certainly post-Enlightenment, we have universal notions of morality, like universal human rights, utilitarianism, categorical imperative sort of stuff. So those are sort of seen as obviously wrong to us, but I think that that's a relatively recent development.
Yeah.
Anyway, I guess it's just annoying that there's interesting anthropology here, which is, I think, almost certainly being abused.
Well, he's trying to
Turek,
it seems
just
like
to-
he's trying to smuggle in like the Roman story of clearly the Christian story is actually true, like it's written on their hearts but darkened in sin. They're trying to kind of cloudy their conscience, and I can tell he's piecing it together with that narrative when it's not clear that that's the correct way, even if there are rituals which could plausibly interpreted as them having some kind of guilt or something. It's not clear that that's exactly what's the correct account of what's going on there in this community.
Well, the thing is that this sort of anthropology is very difficult, right? Because now there are terms for this. There's the one, someone might know this. It's been a while. There's a term for, it's like the etic and the poetic. That's not quite right, but there's a term for analyzing a cultural practice or a society from within and then looking at it from without.
Okay.
And it's really hard to get an understanding from without of like what exactly that culture or society understands. What the rituals are and so forth. So like this sort of thing is just
your concepts to like
exactly you're bringing all that baggage. And so this sort of stuff, etic versus emic, that sounds right. Anyway, these sort of appeals are. Well, let's see what he has to say about the Nazis, because I know a bit more about that.
Hitler could not get his SS to kill Jews without dehumanizing the Jews. He called them.
Well, I think I agree with that. And I think some of the really interesting stuff to do with that as well is how historically language about pathogens always seems to be used in dehumanization as well, which I think psychologically is pretty interesting. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about why that is the case, but I think, there must be something about our way of thinking about the world where we're obviously pretty repulsed by pathogens in some sense. And
there's an evolutionary story to tell there about the connection between disgust and like rotting food or disease and attitudes to people that we regard as morally repugnant or something like that. And that's certainly the attitude that the Nazis had towards the Jews and that they tried to propagate. So I agree that they did dehumanize the Jews.
Subhuman creatures in order to get the Jew or to get his SS to actually kill them, because it's such a strong sentiment that you ought not kill innocent human beings. So what do you need to do in order to get people to kill innocent human beings?
Well, you say it's such a strong sentiment in perhaps, like Western, I don't even want to say Judeo-Christian, because that's a kind of myth that comes about in America in like World War II as a result. But, it's in Germany in that time, it's probably quite a strong moral sense that people have, and then it kind of gets worked on. I mean,
so Himmler and others in the SS did actually explicitly address this. They talked about how difficult it was to do the work that they did, and argued that it was they had to be strong to overcome these moral impulses that they had, because it was for the good of the nation and so forth.
Which is, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at there is Turek's trying to say that all nations again just share this sense of like the maybe the 10 Commandments or something that are written on their hearts, whereas it's not clear that the reasons why people in Nazi Germany would have felt it was difficult to do those things might have been because of their kind of moral upbringing with those kind of Christian values being at the center of their moral outlook on life. Whereas if they'd been raised in a very different culture, they might have had quite different feelings about it. I'm not sure about the universalizability of, and I think he'd even want to argue this way. If he'd have people like Tom Holland on, he'd say, all these kind of ancient cultures just didn't value certain forms of life. as equally valuable, and it's the Christian story that's really changed the world in this way. So I think he'd want to say that rather than it's just written on their hearts, which he seems to be kind of getting at here. And I think it's a historical contingency, perhaps, there.
I definitely think it's not true that societies have throughout history had a notion of universalizable human worth or dignity. It's almost always been relativized to some extent. And we see this, for example, I mentioned this briefly before, but so slavery was abolished in most, well, if you don't include serfdom, it was abolished in Europe after the Roman period for the most part, like in Western Northern Europe. But slavery was still allowed of like non-Christians. So particularly, obviously, when you have the colonization of the Americas, I don't entirely know how that was justified. But are you
talking about in the like antebellum slavery?
Well, that's a culmination of that. But I'm talking about far before that. They had Christians traded. I mean, Christians and Muslims traded with sub-Saharan Africa for slaves right back through the turn of the first millennium. And the point I'm making is just that throughout history, cultures have enslaved others, but generally had different attitudes towards how you can treat like the in-group. I mean, even the Romans were like this, right? You didn't enslave other Romans, you enslaved foreigners in wars. So the point is our ideas about this have changed over time.
Is you just define them as non-human.
Yes, I understand that dehumanization is what makes the murder. But okay, aside from murder, any other moral issues like LGBT rights, that actually spans through many different churches, how they have different opinions as the time goes on and as we go on as a society, things in the Bible change.
I really do get the sense that she doesn't have terrible ideas about this, but she's struggling to articulate it because she's like up on this platform, and so like her thoughts are racing and it's not being articulated in I don't know, like what the right word even is, like in a clear and kind of well put together way. But
one of the reasons I actually don't like this format very much, because there's such a power dynamic there and you put people on the spot. Some people still like asking questions like this, but I mean, I think that they can be good, but it depends on whether the person taking the questions is going to try to steelman the questions or use them as a springboard to talk about something important, or whether they're going to be sort of combative or defensive about them. And when I say that, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are combative in tone. It's more like whether they're trying to like refute the questioner or respond to them. Yeah. As opposed to, yes, that's a good idea, and here's how I think about that, or here's what someone else has said about that builds on your idea, kind of thing.
Right.
And Christian apologists typically don't do that. Even if, like Craig, they're not aggressive or anything. But I actually think Craig is quite bad at doing this, right? Because he just sort of responds to questions in a condescending and more of trying to refute anything that is an objection or comes from a different viewpoint, instead of trying to build it up and acknowledge it as a different viewpoint and then say, well, here's what I think about that. And well, that's something more to think about. Something like that. That's more discursive, which is what I favor. But that's the problem with this sort of format, is it can encourage that mode of discourse, I think.
Not in the Bible. Our views on how we interpret the Bible change.
That's the difference between what we call sociology and morality. Morality, let me reverse that. Morality is true, right, and wrong. What we think about true, right, and wrong, and how we practice morally is what's called sociology. And so
it sounds like there's more a question about moral epistemology here. It sounds to me like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like what she's saying is that, we see moral disagreement even amongst Christians who all have the same, who are all tethered to that same referent, if you like, of the good. And so how can we tell the difference between who's right and who's wrong?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways you could interpret sort of what you were saying, but well, again, I think you skipped over the interesting parts of it.
We might change our moral practices, but that doesn't necessarily mean that right and wrong changes.
Well, no, but that's not an answer as to why, what you think and why you think it, is it? That's just to say that, okay, it doesn't necessarily entail it. But
wrong changes, there's no way to see if you're ever making any moral progress. Because say we all agree slavery's wrong, right? So there's got to be a standard that says slavery's wrong, right? if
Oh, what standard is that?
the
Please
idea
tell
that
us.
Yeah.
Please tell us.
Yeah.
If it's the Bible, well, how come so many Christians interpreted it wrongly for so many centuries? What new developments did we develop to new tools did we develop to ensure that we've actually now interpreted that correctly? And are we applying those to other things now that we may have misinterpreted?
Oh, no one. Thank you, Pine Creek, by the way, for saying that Frank's video is too quiet. I could actually up it now. Yeah, one of the interesting things as well that so I'm having him back on to do part 2 on the Protestant Reformation, but in Alec Ryer's Protestants book, he's a historian, and a Christian as well. An interesting thing that I've wanted to question him on is he talks about Christians who were for and against slavery in America. And what's really fascinating is the people who were for slavery, their arguments were all biblical. So they were all scriptural. And the people who were against slavery, their arguments came from moral intuitions about it being wrong. And there's even quotes he gives in the book, for example, about people who are against slavery, saying, like you're just not functioning properly morally if you can't just see that it's wrong when you look at it and stuff like that. And I find it really interesting from a Christian point of view that it seems that people are coming to the wrong answer through the Bible, but the right answer through sort of an appeal to moral intuitions and things like that as well. And obviously this is the reason why I think that this is a problem for Frank, is that when he's saying we've got this standard, the epistemic story he's going to have to tell there is about how having the Bible is helps with accessing that standard in some sense, whereas it just doesn't seem to be the case that that's how it plays out in reality. It seems like all these historical examples are evidence against that claim that Frank wants to make.
Yes, and I've been wanting to do a more deep study of sort of the intellectual history of the concept of human rights and related ideas. I've read a little bit about this, but it's a little hard to get sort of good information that's not just really one-sided, because my impression is that a lot of this sort of stuff that Christians want to, or let's say Christian apologists want to claim, although it does have certain antecedents in Christian thought. I mean, almost everything does, right? Because it's so old, and also has incorporated a lot of Greek thought as well. But the modern conceptions of what we would call universal human rights are really date to the Enlightenment, the 18th century. And although many of those people were theists or deists, they were either not Christians or certainly not, many of them not traditional Christians. So they did often, this is why it can be misleading, right? Because they often did appeal to a creator, but they weren't thinking like Jesus Christ incarnate of the New Testament for the most part when they were writing about that. And often many of them were actually quite hostile to that. And then there were a few atheists thrown in there as well. But anyway, so I think that it's just wrong for the most part, or at least grossly oversimplified, for Christian apologists. I don't know if Turek's done that here, but to claim like universal human rights as being something that Christianity gifted to the world, I don't see any evidence for that.
Well, I think what we're drawing out is that it's not that the things that he's saying are explicitly wrong, but they're just a gross oversimplification of the discourse. And then when you start actually getting at the kind of claims that Frank wants to make that are implicit in what he's saying, but he's not actually fully saying, there's all these plot holes and little contradictions and problems for the way that he's, the way he's presenting the historical narrative of the thought, or the way that his actual thought kind of coheres together and stuff. There's these little tensions between beliefs, and the history isn't quite accurate. The story about epistemology doesn't actually quite tether him or play out in the way that he says it does. And so I think he's actually got to stay quite vague to, and it's good, I suppose, for him that the person who's opposing him sort of isn't able in this format to really bring him up on any of those things and press the point harder, because he can just say, as he has done so far, well, if my story's true, then it's true. If you've got a standard, then you've got a standard. And it's these kind of non-answers that, and then it's fill in the gaps for the rest of it. It's
slavery was wrong change. You couldn't see whether you're getting better or worse compared to the standard. The standard can't change if you're going to say that, our society...
Is that true? The standard can't change. I'm just thinking, why couldn't it? Couldn't there be a standard and the standard could change?
Well, what he's going to say is that in order to determine if you've made moral progress, you need to have a standard to compare that to.
But I guess it could change that. Like, this is what creationists think about, like, laws of nature, right?
Yeah, well, that's interesting. Could the standard change? I mean, yeah, I'd have to think about that. I think that there could be a difference between what we use as our standard, or what we appeal to as a standard, and what the facts of the matter actually are.
Right.
The thing is that language changes as well. So the reference of moral language may itself change over time. And
right,
so
the features that you're picking out in the world for
yeah,
moral
so
discourse.
An example could be that traditionally homosexuality, well, most cultures was seen in moral terms, whereas I would say today that's increasingly less so the case. And I guess the consensual sexual decisions of I already said consenting. The sexual decisions of consenting adults is not considered a moral matter by at least a lot of people these days.
Yeah.
And that's very different to what it was in the past, right? So that's maybe a somewhat of an example of the referent of moral terms changing. And another example would be in the past, there a lot of morality was connected to aspects of ritual purity. So you see that a lot of the Old Testament laws, for example, about that. And many cultures have similar sorts of things, and often relating to particular types of food, or touching people of the wrong class, or menstruation for women, or other things like that. Clothing, yeah. And that sort of stuff is mostly not really part of any moral discourse, or what we describe as moral today. So I think that you do see a shift of terminology over time, just like you see a shifting of other language over time as well, like scientific concepts. So I think that you would have to say that there's some reality out there that moral terms are conforming to if you're a moral realist. But I don't know that has to be one fixed set of things over time, because language does change. But yeah, it's a complicated story there. I'd have to think about that.
It's getting better, or our society's getting worse. The only way you can use terms like better or worse is if you have a reference that doesn't change, a standard.
But just the standards have changed.
It's just that I think you could have a different story, that even a non-realist story where you could talk about like you could meaningfully talk about better and worse. It's just an oversimplification again.
It's like there was a long time ago, slavery was acceptable.
The sociological standards have changed. What we thought about morality changed, but morality didn't change. God's nature didn't change. What we thought about God's nature may have changed.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense?
That little sort of look at the end when he's sort of weak. Oh, does that make sense? Like that was actually really good. So a couple of thoughts on that. So God's nature didn't change. I mean, that's probably a standard view, although open theists, I suppose, might. Well, I don't know. Did they say God's nature changes? I don't know if that's exactly true. But the thing is, even if it's true that God's nature didn't change and that is the foundation of morality, there's still the question is, how do we know what God's nature was? And the questioner there was clearly gesturing somewhat at that, because she was talking about how different denominations and Christians over time have changed their ideas about what the Bible says, or what God says about various moral questions, such as slavery. And he didn't even address that at all. And that's kind of half the problem, right? If you're moral, this is one of the objections to non-naturalistic, so moral non-naturalism. The idea that if you give a theory of morality that doesn't seem to allow any mechanism or process for humans to access moral truths, then that seems to be insufficient, because we can't actually give an account as to where moral knowledge comes from. So if the ground of morality is God's nature, but we don't have any ability to know what God's nature is, then it seems that our moral knowledge has no real foundation. Now, theists might want to say, well, he gives us a conscience to sense right and wrong.
Sorry.
Oh, Christians might want to say he gives us a conscience to determine right and wrong, or something like that. But obviously that's not sufficient, because there's many aspects of morality that it seems that we need special revelation to determine. Especially if you want to found morality on God's commands, then merely having some sort of conscience or moral sense isn't sufficient for that. And therefore, it seems that it wouldn't be sufficient for that. And therefore, you have to have some way of accessing what God actually wants you to do. But then it seems that that's hopelessly confused, because there's so much disagreement about, and so much change over time as to what it is that God wants us to do and what his moral standards look like. And that's I think that's a big weakness of attempts to ground morality on God's nature, is the problem of where moral knowledge can come into it. And it's unfortunate that Turek didn't have anything to say about that.
I'm muted, so I'm not even talking. The next video is going to be S.J. Thomason, who has done some responses to the Bad Apologetics series. So now she's featuring in the Bad Apologetics series, talking about objective morality. So starting with the good old, were the Nazi atrocities objectively wrong? ? And again,
which people would think of some more examples. I don't know why it always has to be Nazis.
Well, I think
yeah, Brenda, it's always there for Nazis.
I think the reason it's a good example is because it's a particular case that basically everyone can agree is actually wrong, or everyone can point to, regardless of what their kind of like theory of morality is, and say that's wrong. Even, you know, if
because there's basically no one who defends this. And a hot take here. I think the history of World War II is one of the reasons why that is the case, right? Because they were so decisively defeated, and basically everyone else joined against them at the end. Unfortunately, although there've been many other atrocities throughout world history, most of them still have their defenders. There's people who defend the Soviet regime. There's people who defend even the Japanese atrocities in World War II. People who defend what's happened in the Crusades and biblical atrocities. So yeah. Unfortunately, almost everything has its defenders somewhere. And so if you want to go for an uncontroversial example, it's basically these, which I think is unfortunate, but that's the world we live in.
Apologist.com. And today we're going to talk about objective morality and whether or not we have objective morality.
But again, it's this emphasis on objective morality that this like objective versus subjective morality, which I don't think is the main where the emphasis should be put, probably.
Actually, let's talk about that a bit. I like that objective morality is in all caps there, although I have done that in my videos as well. It's usually, I think, fairly obviously a joke when I do it, though. But anyway, in the meta-ethics literature, I mean, I guess this does get discussed a bit. But normally the terms that are used there are moral realism and anti-realism, or other similar terms. And so a moral realist would say that there are moral facts that obtain independently of what humans think about them, at least in some sense. So that's typically what I think is meant by objective morality. Facts of the matter that are not dependent on your opinion about them. And then subjective would be facts of the matter that are dependent on your opinion about them. Now, one question is whether objective morality is in some way better or superior to subjective morality. Although I'm a moral realist myself, I don't actually think that that's obvious. I don't think subjective morality would really be sort of that bad. And I think that often people like Christian apologists who oppose subjective morality don't really explain what the problem is supposed to be if morality were subjective. For example, it doesn't mean that there's no such thing as morality or that everyone just makes it up by themselves. There's a straw man's of the view. But the other thing is that I think they're often unclear about what objectivity is supposed to mean. So to say that something is objective, as I said, is normally understood to mean that there's a fact of the matter independent of human opinion or human knowledge of it. And objectivity is, an interesting philosophical question, but the fact that there can be mind-independent truths is something that most philosophers accept in many fields, in many disciplines, I mean, of philosophy, like knowledge generally, or knowledge of the external world, or mathematics, or whatever it be. And so there's always a question as to why morality has been singled out as a field where it's particularly sort of problematic to have objectivity or to have those mind-independent facts of the matter. Now, there are reasons one could give for that, of course. I'm not saying that there's no discussion to be had. I mean, there's some prominent thinkers who've argued that you can't have mind-independent moral facts. But the arguments need to be given, right? As to sort of exactly what differentiates objective moral truths from any other type of objective truths, like scientific truths or historical truths or truths about epistemic normativity, which is an example I like to give, or other things like that. So anyway, that's just some initial thoughts on sort of the structure of the question.
I was thinking on this point, I don't know anyone who holds this position, but I'm thinking of like anti-realist positions that could still be considered Christian, and how that could like fit together with a systematic theology as well. I guess it seems pretty central to the Christian story that there's some notion of sin really being sin, and I think it would be difficult to not make. But what it seems like Calvinists and stuff are more than happy to just make it an arbitrary kind of volition on God's part, right? That anything is the way it is anyway. So I'm struggling to think of like a way that a story could be where there aren't, like where we don't have genuine choice, and there isn't like a genuine referent of moral goodness in some sense, but there is sin. So maybe we would have, like maybe like emotivism's true on this story, but God just wills that those who make like what he deems to be sinful decisions go to hell or something. But there's no like, there's no genuine rightness or wrongness. There's just the pure like volition of God, and it sounds like that. Like that could work with like Calvinism or something, right? So it's just not clear to me. I don't know that it has to be this objective thing on all theological stories there. I mean, it's like it sounds pretty horrible, but I think like Calvinism is pretty horrible, that view, because it's like what kind of a God would set it up like that? It seems morally unjust, right, to have that there's no like referent that we could get at, and then you like go to hell just based on the volition of God or something. Like it seems like it would be fairer to set up a system where there is a genuine referent and then we make the wrong choice and would go to hell as a result. But I mean, that still doesn't seem fair if hell's, but that's beside the point. It's just that I don't know. I think you could have a non-objective kind of story about morality and still have a Christian story there as well. But it's that if you want to put it together in Craig's syllogism, there's tons of different ways of Christianity being true and objective morality being false. I guess it's not like this necessary like entailment or whatever between the two.
Stay tuned.
Oh, okay. What?
How is this a
I'm going to
quiz?
ask you a list of questions.
Oh, I see. That's the
first
first
what we're going
question.
to do is we're going to go to a Q&A. So I really appreciate everyone coming by. This time I'm actually watching from a different screen so I can see your questions on another screen. So let me just actually get that adjusted. I think she did not return from the death chambers where they burned Jewish people. Is this atrocity? And you can see pictured here some other people who'd been captured by Nazis. Again, Anne Frank was just a young woman, young child, completely innocent. Is this objectively wrong?
Well, no one is completely innocent, according to Augustine.
Yeah, that's interesting. I actually don't like that innocent, innocent civilian or innocent people or whatever, innocent bystander language. It seems to imply that if someone's done something wrong, like complicit in some way, that it's like okay to kill them or harm them. Even if you do defend capital punishment, like, and I don't, but even if you did, that has to happen after an appropriate and often lengthy judicial process and fair trial and all of that. And it's not something that's just, oh, well, they were killed, but they weren't innocent kind of thing. I think
they weren't innocent, so send them to the chambers. Yeah.
I just think it's basically emotional manipulation.
Well, but that is part of, I mean, I think that maybe implicitly there, again, there's part of the eternal conscious torment, like hell Christian thing there, where it's like, well, of course, if someone's morally guilty, you just like burn them forever, right? I mean, that is justice. Like that's literally justice.
But we should answer the question, I suppose, at least from our own point of view. I will say though that the point here is not that for us to defend our particular moral views. It's more analyzing the arguments and trying to elevate the discourse, independent of like whichever perspective is correct. Because I think that there's multiple plausible views on the table. But in my point of view, I lean towards moral realism. So I think I'm perfectly happy to say that Nazi atrocities, although calling them atrocities is a bit loaded, isn't it? If that's the question.
Yeah,
but,
right. Nazi... is wrong. Like, yeah.
But then, so the Nazi actions in the Holocaust and so forth, or objectively wrong in the sense that there are mind-independent facts of the matter, in virtue of which we can say that that they were wrong. What about you, Nathan?
I lean that way as well, for sure. I think, and as I sort of hinted at before, I do think it's like a kind of paradigmatic case. If you want to like go about things by looking for particular examples of things that are morally wrong, I think these kind of examples are those particular cases that where there's widespread agreement as well, and then you can start talking about like building up a story that accounts for it, which is I guess kind of where SJ's going with this, but I do think, well, we'll see as it goes on whether it's going to sort of how her way of presenting that is going to like align with where the discourse would be if you were in like an undergrad meta ethics course or whatever, and they were talking about, well, how would we account for our moral sense to or the way we answer this question, right?
You judge that as objectively wrong. And what does objectively wrong mean? It means it's wrong regardless of what anyone's opinion is. So this is an objective calamity on society. So so I want to say hi, Jim Majors. The other camps in North Korea, what you would have learned is that people were imprisoned merely because they disagreed with the government. And a lot of cases, if one person did in North Pond, and the pond was full of alligators, and where I live there are lots of alligators, and in my dream this person carried a baby into the pond and lets the baby go, and suddenly I saw blood everywhere. It was a horrific dream. Now, would giving a baby to a pond full of hungry alligators be objectively and morally wrong? I would say so. I'll go to the next one. Is it objectively and morally right for a mother to love and care for her infant? I think it's fair to say that this is objectively and morally right. Objectively right or wrong, we have objective morality. Again, this is morality that stands.
No, what's this one? For people, she's covering the question.
Yeah, I think to help people out of the Chilean coal mine in 2010.
Right or wrong, we have objective morality. Again, this is morality that stands. Stands independent of a person's opinion.
But yeah, I am struggling to think like what that word could be to because it looks like it's a m or maybe a n. Was it right to maybe recover people? I just don't know what word that could be, to be honest. That's recover people. No, I don't know.
Morality that stands stands independent of a person's opinion. So to understand this, we're going to talk a little bit about meta-ethics.
We've got to mention the meta-ethics. That's more than we usually get.
Meta-ethics is the idea that it's a branch of analytical philosophy that explores the status, foundations, and scope of moral values, properties, and words, whereas the fields of applied ethics and normative theory focus on what is moral. Meta-ethics focuses on what morality itself is, just morality itself, or vice versa, from first order level of normative theory. Now, what that means, if you do statistics, and let me explain this, if you have a number of factors in a statistical equation, and say the factors are all related to each other, so you might have one version of ethics, a second version of ethics, third version of ethics, they're all related to each other, so they're on the first order. So then you take it to a higher level, or if you want to look at an umbrella view of this, you take it at the higher level and you collapse these things into one grand theory. That would be something that they would call a second level. So for example, if I'm looking at the 5-factor model of personality, there are 5 factors or personality domains. In the personality domain of conscientiousness, there are things such as order and ontologies, which is where I'm going to go. But the reason I'm talking about this kind of stuff is because I was supposed to do a debate with Skylar Fiction on Saturday or Sunday, and that didn't pan out because of his sense of humor. And my sense of humor, apparently they do not align with each other. And so anyway, so I'm not having a debate with him. So I had made some of these slides to explain why some of the things that he was going to discuss were category errors. And so let me further.
I want to pause here as well and talk about often this is something that SJ says all the time, but I don't think she understands or has thought about.
Category errors.
Well, just to say, well, I'm talking about the ontology here. I don't care about the epistemology, as if it's completely irrelevant how it is that your particular.
Craig often brings that up. I wonder if she's got that from him.
I think so, yeah. And as if it's completely irrelevant, like how your particular ontology has like a story of how it is that we can actually know these relevant facts, because it would be a good undercutting defeater, right? If there was no plausible way whatsoever that we could come to know the types of entities
that's what I was
postulating.
That's what I was saying just before. And that's often used as an argument against moral non-naturalist views, or Platonism more generally, really, is that, well, how could we gain knowledge of these things? If there's no way that we could gain knowledge of them, then it doesn't seem like that we could, that they could be playing the role that we think they're playing in our theory or in our language. And I would say this similar thing about many attempts to ground morality in God's nature, that it seems that that's something that's inaccessible to us. And therefore we wouldn't be able to have them, or at least that maybe a weaker claim would be to say that it seems that the moral knowledge that we think that we have, that we're attempting to ground or see if it has a grounding, cannot be derived from God's nature in any way that anyone's been able to account for that I'm aware of, because the stories that are given, I don't think just don't add up, right? So in virtue of that, I think it's that weakens the account. So I agree, you can't just completely separate the ontology from the epistemology here.
And let's say, I mean, let's suppose it's true that in your experience somehow, you know, you're related. So God is a being, or not. God would be being itself, right? But let's say, let's say that God's a person. That's maybe the right way, or three persons, but some kind of relational, personal entity that we can kind of relate to in the same way that I suppose I relate to you, but it'd be slightly different because God's not got all the same sort of like properties that you have and so forth. How does relating to that thing in any sense, with any of the faculties that I have, how does that sort of manifest this proposition that you know, like it's wrong to murder babies for fun or something? Like just looking at that person, how does that sort of, and for me, just saying it flows from his nature, I mean, that doesn't really tell me anything about how. That's just to say, well, it does, right? That's just to kind of describe back the thing that I'm asking for an account of epistemically, like how, what faculty of my mind, what faculty of my senses is it that when, you know, like when I have a thought about, you know, like I'm praying to God now, right? And then it's like, is it that brain state just manifests like a set of moral propositions, or what, you know, like what is actually going on there? And again, if there's no, and I don't think there is for this story, if there's no like good way of accounting exactly, maybe not even exactly, but even just plausibly how, you know, those propositions would get into my mind somehow, then it's not going to be a very good theory. I mean, it's like, okay, you've postulated this entity, but all it is doing then is it's just like spooky ad hocness, right? It's just like spooky ad hoc explanation of what the thing is. But I mean, I'd have no way of figuring out whether it's true or false. It's just so it is really important, basically. I mean, we both agree, but it frustrates me that like you know, as if this is like a knockdown, well, you're just making a category error. Yeah, I know they're different categories, right? But it's relevant. They're both relevant to what we're trying to talk about.
They're both relevant to assessing a candidate moral theory. Absolutely.
Explain that in this. So moral ontology refers to whether moral values and duties objectively exist independently of people and are to be discovered by people. Ontology is defined as a branch of metaphysics that covers the nature of being, and moral ontology suggests that we have a standard of good and bad values, or right and wrong duties. Moral ontology answers the question of whether objective and moral values and duties exist. So moral epistemology refers to the knowledge of morality and how one comes to know morals and what's right and wrong. If one states that different cultures have different moral values and duties, one is applying moral epistemology. These are epistemological questions of how one comes to know moral values and duties. These are not to—
Well, that I sort of think as well, laden in the way she's describing that, well, I think the way she's interpreting it, it's not specifically there in the text, is like assuming moral realism again, because she's like, well, the question is how we come to know them. It's like, okay, well, on the moral realist's own terms, there's going to be some story for why there's moral disagreement, even though there's a true referent. But it just doesn't address what the actual problem is here. It's like, and the problem is that if there's a sufficient amount of disagreement, then it's good reason to think that there's something wrong with the realist story if we've actually got some faculty for apprehending these things, I think.
Yeah, well, potentially that argument's certainly been run, the argument for moral disagreement. I don't think that's, well, different people can have different opinions about how strong that argument is, right? And obviously there's going to be counters. I don't think it's a super strong argument, but it's certainly a relevant consideration.
Yeah.
However, the final sentence here that she says, it's a non sequitur to state that because different cultures have different perspectives, right and wrong, that objective standards do not exist. That's not a non sequitur. Like, it's an argument. Maybe it's not a good argument, right? But I don't know how you can say that it's a non sequitur. Like, it makes perfect sense to say, look, if there's a real fact of the matter out there, but no one has come up with methods that allow us to agree on what that factor is, despite having a lot of time and a lot of different cultures to do this, then maybe that's a reason to think that there isn't a fact of the matter out there. Like, that's the basis of the argument. I don't see how you can call that a non sequitur. Even if you don't think it's a good argument or you think that there's counters, saying that it's a non sequitur means that it just has nothing to do with it at all, which is very strong. And I just think that that's too dismissive there. Because people absolutely do use this as an argument against moral realism.
With whether moral values and duties exist. And that was the question that Skylar and I were going to address. Do objective moral values and duties exist? Or even just looking at that a little higher level, does objective morality itself exist? Some cultures may be closer to being right in their understanding of morality than others, yet this does not mean objective rights or wrongs do not exist. It is a non sequitur to state that because different cultures have different perspectives of right and wrong, that objective standards of right and wrong do not exist. So then there's the emic versus etic distinction. So
hey, it's etic and emic, right? Emic, yeah. There you go.
When you analyze it methodologically, you would do a more quantitative or objective.
The way she's defining it is a little different to how I understood it, but I don't claim to be an expert there, so just leave that alone.
And this is, again, an etic view of morality, whereas moral epistemology is emic or more qualitative.
I think there's a bit of copy-paste mayhem madness going on here. So it's not, I mean, I don't know how much these are being like explicated from SJ's understanding of the topic versus how much they're being kind of read and not digested or understood. So that would kind of fit with
this etic and emic distinction. I'm just wondering if I've been completely wrong about it, but I've not understood it to be the idea that one is like objective and the other is not. That this is not, it's like from linguistics and anthropology. The idea is that there's different approaches to take and try to understand something. And usually that actually, interestingly, after the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was published in 47 or whatever it was, I think it was the Anthropological Association of America put out a document, or I guess a letter, in which they objected to the whole idea of universal and objective human rights because of this idea of that different cultures see these things differently, and that there is no sort of, I guess, transculturally privileged standard to adjudicate these things. Now, I disagree with that actually quite strongly, and many philosophers also don't really take that view. But I guess the point is that from within the discipline of anthropology, there's often a lot of suspicion about the notion of sort of objectivity being used in a way that's sort of not highly qualified. And I'm pretty sure that the notion of etic and emic is not supposed to be objective versus contextual. It's more like within versus from without, but it's not like either of those is privileged. They're just different, or at least that's how I understood it. But anyway, also not sure why we even need it here.
Compare this with the fishbowl analogy. If one is applying an etic view, one would analyze a fishbowl of a culture from an objective position outside of it. If one is applying an emic view, one would analyze the fishbowl from within the fishbowl. Moral ontology dictates one's epistemological beliefs. In other words, what people believe about reality will influence the relationship one thinks one should have to reality.
Sure.
So there are two types of ontological positions in metaethics. There's moral realism and moral relativism.
No, I don't. That's not. Well, you want to take that one? I think that's a bad distinction to draw.
Yeah, I agree. They're just not opposites, right? They're not contradictories. Like,
yes. Well, depending on how you define moral realism, but there's also other views that are not mentioned here. I'm trying to find where's the diagram in this book. This is one of my favorite. We should have more diagrams in philosophy. All right, can we see this? So this is from the Miller book.
You're up. Maybe can you put it a bit closer to the screen? It's a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see.
Yeah, got it there, I think.
Yeah. If I could just hold this up for a second and then actually talk about it, because I kind of want to see it as well. So
I think I might have a similar.
I guess that doesn't really make sense, does it? I kind of need to show people. Well, the point is that this is a flowchart of the main metaethical theories, which is one of the better diagrams of this. And you can see here that there's a distinction between cognitivism and non-cognitivism, which are different views about the status of moral judgments, whether they represent facts or whether they don't. And only if you're in the cognitivist category do you get to the question as to whether, just trying to bring that closer, whether these beliefs concern, as it says here, like mind-independent facts. And that puts you in the moral realist category. Whereas if you say no, then you're an error theory. sorry, if you say no that there being any facts, you're in the error theory. But if you say no to that, then you're in judgment-dependent accounts, which is subjectivist theories. So I guess the way that SJ is defining it is only considering like this bit down here. But there's error theory views and also non-cognitivist views that are excluded in her dichotomy there. Sorry if that was a bit confusing because I'm like trying to talk and point at the same time backwards. But you can put me back there. But the point is that maybe people can pause later if they want to have a look back at that. But the point is that there are other views that are not included in this dichotomy here. So someone like Mackey, who thought that morality is just confused and doesn't refer to anything, isn't a relativist or a realist. He's an error theorist. Mm-hmm. He thinks that the whole thing is confused, like talk about unicorns or fairies or whatever. And then there are people who think that morality is not about truth or falsity. It's about something else, like expressing your emotional reaction to something or expressing injunctions, like giving orders to people, essentially, to not do something, which isn't a proposition. And those are important views as well. And I actually think that that there's a fair bit of plausibility to some of the non-cognitivist views, although I ultimately don't accept them myself. But it's disappointing that they're often not mentioned in these discussions.
Yeah, it just isn't realism versus relativism. I mean, and even within relativism, there's different views of, what relativism is. But I mean, even if you broadly encompass all of those under what SJ is talking about by relativism here, that just isn't the correct dichotomy to be kind of like drawing out. Relativists believe that truth does not exist without meaning. Hang on, that's messing with my mind.
Or maybe we should let her, because she might clarify instead of trying to read it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, as a sentence though, like,
as a sentence, it seems rubbish, but maybe sometimes things don't express what we want it to.
Moral relativists believe that truth does not exist without meaning. So are there some things that are true but not meaningful? I mean,
like semantically meaningful?
Well, that's why I'm struggling there. Let's.
Moral realists believe that one truth exists and truth is unchanging and is discoverable via objective measurements. This is a deductive approach from general to specific, which suggests that one can start from a generalization to make specific hypotheses about reality. Moral relativism.
Just to say, by the way, I mean, we're doing a good job at avoiding this today, but why does it always go just so insane in the chat? Because people talk about evolution is a myth, like, why do skeptics believe in moral realism? I mean, like, fair enough, like, interesting and good topics to talk about, but like it
usually goes to evolution, even though we've never actually talked about that as a topic. It's just people can't help themselves.
Maybe
there's plenty of other places you've got to talk about evolution. I don't know why you want to come here and then argue about something that's nothing to do with the topic. It's just bizarre.
Or like, like people talking about how, like, people who are like gay have twisted their minds and stuff. It's just like, why do you feel the need to come to the chat and do this? And make me like lose my faith in humanity. Anyway.
Believe that truth does not exist without meaning. So truth is dependent upon the meaning you attach to it. Reality is created and evolves and changes depending on one's context and situations. This is an inductive approach from specific to general, which suggests that one analyzes the specifics of various situations and transfers those to other similar contexts. So what is objective morality?
We've got to go back to that paragraph. I was hoping that she might clarify, but she just read it and went on. So, okay, so a couple of points here, because I wanted to take this a bit. First of all, this is a prepared presentation that was going to be part of a debate. So I'm going to be more exacting than if it was just an off-the-cuff comment. And the other thing is, this is clearly supposed to be like I guess an introduction or an overview of some ideas here, right? Because she started off defining metaethics and ontology and epistemology and so forth. So again, it's not an offhand remark or something like that. It's part of a prepared presentation that's supposed to take us through these issues. And I mean, the previous few slides were okay, but this is just an absolute disaster. This slide, like this.
So there are two types. Every sentence I read, like, this is a deductive approach. Hang on, what? Like Spinoza? Like what?
Yeah. So let's take a step back. So remember, the point of this is not to advocate. The point of this stream is not to advocate one theory of morality, but it's to try to raise the level of discourse. And this is an example of just really bad. So the first sentence there we already talked about. Those are not a dichotomy, and there are other views as well. So that's just false. It doesn't even say main type, so I don't think you can even weasel out of it that way. It's not true. But then moral realists believe that one truth exists and truth is unchanging and discoverable by objective measurement. So those are actually three
One
separate
truth
claims.
exists.
That there's one truth, that it's unchanging, and that it's discoverable via objective measurements.
Well,
so
there's ambiguity though in what that, like, does one truth exist mean that like reality, like reality is self-consistent, or does it mean that there's just one true fact? Like, it's not clear what that means, but
yeah, one truth. Like, what do you mean one truth? What you don't actually have to think that there's only. Maybe what she means is that there is an objective, that morality is not culturally dependent.
Fact of the matter. Yeah,
I guess that, but it doesn't have to be unchanging. I don't see where. Well, I guess we already talked about that.
Well, that's
like,
a really
it could be
unclear way of
changing.
expressing. I mean, like, on a charitable interpretation of what that might mean that's relevant to moral realism. It's not clear why even say it. Like, what moral realists believe that there is one true proposition for any relevant, I mean, there could be multiple true moral propositions about any particular like moral situation, right? Just not contradictory ones. Like, it wouldn't be the case that, or maybe there are like true moral contradictions. Like,
well,
it's
maybe
more complicated.
But that's
yeah.
Why not just say moral realists believe that there is a mind independent fact of the matter about what is good or bad, or something along those lines. Like, just take a standard definition. Like, I guess it was better when she was quoting from the Standard Encyclopedia of Philosophy, or was it the Internet Encyclopedia? I forgot which one.
Yeah.
Which is a good source. I'm saying, like, use those sources. Like, that's what they're here for. Unfortunately, it's now gone downhill because this sentence, as an attempt to explain what moral realism is just really confusing and unhelpful. And then there's the last part of that sentence about discoverable via objective measurements. That's a completely different question.
Approach. This is a deductive approach.
Well, we haven't even got to that yet, right? I'm looking at the previous sentence where it's discoverable via objective measurements. So, what is an objective measurement? That doesn't even make any sense. A measurement is some sort of, series of steps or something that one does in order to assign a value. That culminates in assigning a value that ideally corresponds to some fact of the matter. I don't see how a measurement can be objective, because I think that it presupposes a subject who's carrying out the measurement. Like, if you just have something that happens in the stars or gases or wherever, that's not a measurement. That's just a thing that happened, even if in some sense there's like a quantification of the state is quantitative in some sense. But if it's not being measured or quantified, then it's not a measurement. So I think measurement implies an agent, and so is necessarily subjective in the sense that it involves a subject. So I think that it's just an odd way to describe it. Maybe the idea is that the measurement corresponds to something objective, but that's different to saying that
the measurement really is right, James. I'm telling
but
you,
if it's not
really what I measured,
if it doesn't correspond to anything, then it's not really a measurement either, right? It's a mistake. Like, because if you think you're making measurements, but actually it's just like random numbers or something, it's not actually a measurement, is it?
Well, this is what I'm saying, is that that was the thing that I guess we've been talking about a lot recently, but it's, you don't take off your mind to really get the measurement. Like, you do the measuring.
Exactly.
And just to say, no, but that really is what I measured, doesn't add any, it doesn't add anything in terms of like justifying why the measurement is a correct measurement of the thing it's supposed to be measuring.
And moral realists often don't like to use the notion of measurement. In fact, that's often used against the naturalists, the ethical naturalists. They'll say that, no, you can't measure you can't measure morality as a scientist would, which I think you kind of can, although that needs to be caveated, but we don't have to get into that here. But the point is that it's an odd presentation of what the moral realist thinks, because most moral realists wouldn't agree that you can like make objective measurements about morality anyway.
Well, I think what she's saying here is, well, it really is about stuff out there. Is what I think that's what she's trying to express. Is like, she's saying it's about objective measurements, because she's trying to express the notion, I think, of we're really getting at something out there, but it's a very unfortunate way of like phrasing it.
Yeah, but in the previous slide, or the slide before that, she was the one to distinguish ontology from epistemology, right. But now she's confusing them again.
Yeah.
Because objective measurement is about epistemology. Yeah. But then she's saying one truth exists, that's the ontology.
Important. Yeah. It either is or it isn't important. Then she's saying it isn't important, and then in the next slide she's saying it is important. So she's
someone asked in chat about why we're harping on about this. The reason is not to see whether she's like right or wrong about this, or to criticize her specifically. It's about, well, at least from my point of view, it's about showing how the discourse can go wrong, and like the sort of mistakes that can be made and how things can be muddy. Like, this is one of the problems, that the waters are muddied by imprecision and lack of care and using terms correctly, or at least in a standard way. So I think this paragraph's actually really good for that, because there's so much stuff that's just really well. Why don't we move on to the next sentence then, the deductive part? So you were going to say something about that before.
Well, it's just not clear to me what is even meant by this, and even if I try and first there's a problem of interpretation. Like, it isn't a clear sentence. Not that the previous sentences have been that clear either. What's trying to be said? I mean, in what sense is it a deductive approach? General to specific.
Measurements aren't usually deductive, right? Measurements are usually thought of as providing support for inductive or abductive arguments.
Well, maybe she's talking about the deductive nomological model, Jay. I don't know. I have
doubt
no
it.
idea. Yeah, I know. I have
Maybe,
no idea.
maybe.
I have no idea why this is being talked about. Maybe it's because William Lane Craig gives a deductive argument, or maybe it's because she thinks she's going to give.
I've not heard William Lane Craig use this sort of language, but that doesn't mean that it's not coming from him or somewhere else. It's just there are some things that I recognize as Craigisms, like the ontology epistemology distinction, because he talks about them a lot. But this isn't one of them. But I mean, it could be coming from there. Yeah, I don't understand what this sentence is doing, and it seems wrong to me to say that measurement is like deductive. Like, how is moral realism deductive?
It could be like inductive, or like, well, you could.
It's independent of how.
Yeah,
exactly. You could think that it is a priori deductive. You could think that it's posteriori inductive. I actually think that it's more the latter. But yeah, it's a separate question as to whether you're a moral realist or not. How you think that we come to that knowledge has to be offered as part of your account separately.
And one of the main arguments for an argument people give for moral realism would be from like moral progress, right? And it would be this idea that for there to be genuine moral progress, which, you know, if you want to commit yourself to there being genuine moral progress, then you'd be better off kind of going for an explanatory structure where there's, you know, like genuine moral kind of like referent there. And I mean, that can be put together as a kind of like inductive argument, I suppose, rather than a deductive one. Or, well, maybe it's more like an inference to the best explanation. It's just not clear to me how, like, deductive's just a logical form. But to say moral realism is a deductive approach, I don't understand. It just doesn't seem even relevant at all to what's being said. To make a specific hypothesis about reality, but she didn't. That's not even what she did. I mean, she started with particular cases and then is going to the general moral realism is true. So it doesn't even cohere with like what she's actually been doing in this talk, because she's not been going from the general to specific cases and why they're right and wrong. She's been going from particular cases to the general why there's right and wrong, like the general story. So
I also think a deductive nomenological account of scientific explanation is probably the most charitable reading here, because that would fit the objective measurements with the deductive approach. So you could say that you make a deductive hypothesis about you just make a hypothesis that comes from wherever about the nature of morality. And then from that, you deduce, like deductively, particular predictions that can be measured, then that you test a specific hypothesis about that. That seems to fit what you're saying here. I guess one of the problems is, first of all, that's not entailed by moral realism. You don't have to think that that's how it works. And I would say, secondly, most moral realists don't think of morality that way anyway. And so it's a bit odd to even mention it here.
And then the next sentence again.
The next sentence is even worse.
Moral relativists believe that truth does not exist without meaning. So that seems to be making the claim that what the position of moral relativism is the belief that for everything that is true, it is meaningful. Now, that doesn't seem to have anything to do with morality whatsoever. That seems to be just like a metaphysical position about intelligibility of the world or something. But I mean, I don't think she's thought that through. I don't think she'd understand it that way. But it's
dependent on the meaning you attach to it. This seems to be a thesis about the nature of truth, which is a whole other can of worms. The thing is that it just seems to be confused to me. Philosophers often talk about truth as being, at least in the analytic tradition, as being as being something that you assign to truth bearers, which are often, although not always, thought to be propositions, right? So proposition is like the abstract description of the semantic content or the propositional content of a sentence or some other utterance, right? So if I say, I don't know, torturing is bad, then that would be, that's an utterance, but it expresses a proposition. And then that proposition plausibly has a truth value, which again, standardly would be either true or false. And so that's what truth is, right? It's basically is something that describes propositions with respect to their, if you're a correspondence theorist, with respect to their relationship to the facts of the matter, to reality. So saying that truth is dependent on the meaning you attach to it, like a proposition would have to have meaning in order to have a truth value, because otherwise it would just be meaningless and not have a truth value. Like if I said blibble in the squabble lab, right? That doesn't have a meaning. And
Lyry toads.
Yeah. Well, that's another example of that. I don't know that has anything to do with what she's trying to say here, though.
I was trying to make my joke about people having to been like, oh, by the way, I've read poetry from Lewis Carroll.
Well, Lewis Carroll's great, right? You should read it.
No, I know. I just was trying to make that cross-reference joke. Reality.
Well, the next
is
sentence there,
created, and it evolves and changes depending on one's context and situations.
But that's obviously true, though. Like reality does change according to. Well, that's how it works.
So I think I'm trying to think. I mean, it doesn't seem to me. I mean, maybe someone who's an agent relativist, right? They might believe that. So they believe that dependent on the particular agent, that it's like a construction dependent on the particular agent. But someone could be like a cultural relativist or something, and believe that morality kind of describes the rules of a game that's constructed by a particular culture or something. And then it's not clear in what sense that you as an agent actually are responsible for just constructing what those rules are. Because you're born into, it's not like you choose to be born into a culture with a particular set of rules, right? You're born into a culture with a particular set of rules, and then you adopt those customs and practices, which are the relative norms of that culture. So a cultural, so it doesn't seem like this this idea of we just create our own meaning or whatever, so it can be whatever we want, actually accurately fits with a cultural relativism.
Yeah, and that's one of the ways in which relativism is often strawmanned as being some sort of individual relativism or even nihilism, which it is not. And the other thing is that it occurs to me that if you replace the word reality with morality in that sentence, it actually makes a lot more sense. So morality is created and it evolves and changes depending on one's context and situations. That seems to be expressing something close to what the moral relativist thinks. It's not clear. Yeah, okay, so I think that would be fine. I don't know what. Maybe that's even a mistake. Maybe she did mean to say morality because it makes so much more sense. Saying reality is created and evolved doesn't seem to have any connection.
I think she means that that's just what a relativist position is. Like
about morality, though.
What about anything? Just anything that you attach relativism to means that the reality of that situation. So
maybe.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
That's how I'm interpreting it, but yeah. I've got to display it because it's a super chat, but I think I'm in disagreement here. If morality was real, there would be equations for them.
For it, I guess.
For it, yeah.
Who says there aren't? Let's push that. Who says there aren't, right? We just haven't found them yet. That's the strong reductive naturalist view, right? Or a strong reductive naturalist view.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't agree. Like, I think there's plausible accounts for morality where there wouldn't be any equations for them. Yeah. Or I guess you could like arbitrarily put them in equations, right? There's no reason.
Well, I guess it would be like equations that accurately describe it or something.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a utilitarian, maybe you're just like, that's the equation. So it's an interesting thought. I think that there's a discussion to be had there. Well, why don't we just finish this off? So this is an inductive approach. I don't see how it's an inductive approach, which suggests that one analyzes the specifics of various situations and transfer those specifics to other similar contexts. Yeah, that's just describing what induction is, but I don't see how
somewhat similar to sort of like asking a bunch of questions like, were the Nazis wrong? Is North Korea wrong? Should we help people in a Chilean coal mine? And then going to a general conclusion based on
right.
Similar context. So what is objective morality? Moral realists believe in objective morality, moral values and duties that are stance independent. They do not vary as a function of the opinions of any person, culture, or era. They are standards against which we judge practices, and values include the intrinsic and axiomatic values of life: liberty, justice, truth, equality, and equity. This is why when you looked at the pictures at the outset, you fundamentally and intrinsically realize that these were violations of people's lives: liberty, justice, truth, equality, and equity in many cases. So these values are self-evident as indicated in the UN Declaration of Human Rights and the US Declaration of Independence. Values are what's good and bad.
And not the Bible, interestingly enough.
Right and wrong.
God saw it in his infinite wisdom not to put these in his Bible, which I think is an interesting thing to note.
It says we're made in the image of God, James. I mean, there's no other plausible way of interpreting what that could mean.
Yes, well.
Thought to follow. Look and see if there are any questions at this point. And
Otherwise,
Jim wants
this
to debate
slide's
this topic.
fine. I
Yes,
don't
I'm
have too
very
much
interested in doing that.
about it.
So let's see what else we have. Stephen Steen says he goes by the Trump standard of morals. If you have a tweet condemning something, you are free to do it without concern. I have to admit, the president of the United States is a little bit tweet happy. I'm tweet happy too, but I can get away with it. I'm not the president of the United States. So it's very funny. And Trump is...
At least I will say something positive here, that at least as a Christian, SJ is opposed to Trump, which I think is surprising but a good thing. So there's a.
Guys are very funny in the audience. Trump is golfing and no tweeting at the moment. So what is moral relativism? It is a view that moral values and duties vary as a function of one's culture, era, or subjective opinion. So an example is when in Rome, do as the Romans. Bribery.
That's not no, that isn't in the Bible, is it? That's just a general.
When in Rome, I don't know where that comes from.
Is acceptable in this country for female gender.
It would have been funny if it was like as a consistency thing, but I don't think it is.
How charitable is this as a depiction of moral relativism? Look at all the examples she's given, right? They're all things that
is acceptable.
But that, yeah. Anyway,
why is the X capitalized but the Y isn't? That's what I want to know.
The big questions here. It's just a super uncharitable presentation of relativism. We're not getting a sense of why someone would support relativism or how they would understand these things.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think someone who's a relativist would say, I'm a relativist, by which I mean I think it's okay to chop off the clitoris of girls in Africa. Like,
and breaking in 10-year-olds in pit can. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of relativists, defending that particular practice on the basis of cultural relativism. Yep, that seems reasonable to me.
Genital mutilation is acceptable in Y country, or breaking in 10-year-olds with sex is acceptable in the British Pitcairn Islands. Now,
why does she use X and Y, but then Pitcairn Islands?
At ages as early as 10.
It's like when you say, I'm not going to mention his name, but Fred did this. Like, why? It's almost like she had them, but then removed them, but left the pit can. It's a bit weird.
I guess we've already kind of talked about this a bit, but just to go over again, I mean, a stance would be like some kind of subjective agent, right? And a subject has a particular stance or like set of beliefs about things, and so the idea of stance independent would be that there's some fact of the matter independent of what anyone thinks about it, what their stance is.
Yeah, so an example where that's almost certainly not true, although probably someone would disagree, is if you say that, like, I don't know, playing chess is fun, right? That's probably not a stance independent proposition. Like, it's true for some people, but not for others. There's probably it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to say that there's a stance or a view independent fact of the matter about that. There are view relative facts of the matter about that, but not view independent facts of the matter. And so the question is whether moral statements or moral language is of the view dependent, like chess is fun fact of the matter, or other cases, maybe like the the Earth orbits about the sun, for example, where that's supposed to be mind independent. So what category does it fit into? That's, I think, what the question is here.
And if you can say that's objectively wrong, then you and I are on the same page. So we do have some level of both moral relativism and moral realism. I can say that there are some objective and relative values. So for example, we're starting off as individuals, and you can look at these influencers on our lives. So you can see right here that at the earliest levels, what's determined is our race, ethnicity, gender identity, gender, sexual orientation, mental ability, physical ability, and then age as we get older. And then as we get older,
what's determined? Again, I'm not sure that I agree with all of these. What do you
mean you don't agree with them? They're just things. Like, you don't agree with life experience. No. What's there to agree with?
Well, she said. I think what she said was that these are the things we like can't choose to any degree. But like, I mean, if I choose to go to the gym every day or something, or I choose to like sit on my sofa, I mean, there's different accounts, right, of why that would be the case, and maybe some are deterministic, whatever. But it just isn't clear to me that that's it. Like, you're just given I mean, I guess disability, right? You can't you don't like choose to have a disability.
We
but
could
you
have a
can-
discussion about how many of those
Yeah.
innate things you can choose or change, and that would that would get demonetized in like 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
I'm just saying that I don't, like it just isn't clear to me that this is like correct or useful in any way.
I don't know why we're looking at this diagram, but
yeah.
We have these experiences and our
Like
environment.
I think you can choose certain things about like physical ability as much as you can choose like language, for example, I would say. So it's not clear that they should be, without going on to any of the more controversial ones.
Shape us in a lot of different ways, and you can notice some of the different.
Look, I'm pretty woke on these things as well. I don't know. Have you read a book by Cordelia Fine called Testosterone Rex?
No, I've read something by her though. I've forgotten what it was, but not that one.
Where she talks about some of the myths basically about people's like gender identity and stuff like that, and the etymological kind of like roots of some of those things. So the studies that a guy by the surname of Bateman did with Drosophila, the fruit flies, and like sexing and stuff like that, and then generalizations that people made about the behaviors of fruit flies to like the behaviors of humans, and why, or from to like what maleness is, like trying to give like a male essence to like random generalizations based on like fruit fly behaviors and stuff like that. And so there is a lot of that book opened my eyes up to quite a lot of like weird thinking that people have about sort of like male versus female essences, and these random historically contingent like scientific papers that have talked about things in a certain way, and so we think about like maleness as being this or that. But I mean, I also agree, there are like there's distributions of behaviors and things that would be like classified broadly as being like more masculine or more feminine or whatever. It's a difficult topic. Like I just don't think that is. I've gone and done it. I've gone and got myself demonetized. I just don't think that there's like this strict like. I mean, she brings this up in the book as well. People who don't androgynize properly at certain stages of development, or how like people who are born intersex and stuff like that. There's just these cases where it just isn't clear that reality conforms to this idea of like male essence, female essence, strict, necessary, and sufficient conditions, and like there you go, like people want to do when they just go XY chromosomes. So you sorted, we figured it out. But it's a difficult. I mean, like these are all like difficult topics. Even with the one that I'm saying about physical ability, right? You could be like, well, to what degree is the idea that you have motivation to go to the gym like determined by, certain things that you're born with and can't choose and stuff like that. These are all difficult. It just isn't clear why this is relevant in any sense.
Different aspects of our lives which influence our morality. And so that could include life experience, family status, religion, language, work experience, etc. And then you get to even a higher level, and you might say, well, now we've got other factors that play into things that distinguish diversity and distinguish our moral foundation. And these could relate to things like seniority in your organization, management status, department, group, those kind of things, job titles. So these are also epistemology, because at the individual level, this is what is addressed, epistemology. So here we go. We've got variations between people in and epistemology. So
why are we talking about
to the social development of morality to try to ground our morality in this source? But again, this is looking instead at epistemology. It doesn't explain the existence. So it's a category error to use this approach. But let me just explain this a little bit further. So since Darwin to be more related to people within your culture than in other cultures outside of your culture. And that relates to things like how power and authority are distributed in society. In the United States, we tend to be I'm going to list a few studies that have identified some universals across the globe. So I just talked about at the cultural level, we see distinctions between cultures and we see a lot of differences between cultures. However, if we go to the higher level, at the global level, we're going to notice that when people do surveys of in religion, atheism, humanism, the United Nations, and people tend to care for other living things and the environment. Other studies have found similarly, like for example, Dalsgaard and company found 6 recurrent values in a survey of 8 religious traditions: courage, temperance, justice, transcendence, humanity, and wisdom. And in a survey using psychological historical.
They found humanity amongst all humans.
So findings like that are pretty much useless unless you get a bit more information. Like I can kind of guess at what 6 recurrent values might be without having read the study, which is always dangerous, but to give a flavor of that, right? So because this, as Jay actually mentioned before about the five, I'm having trouble saying this, the 5-factor theory of personality. And I know how that was derived at, which is basically analysis of many, many different sort of survey results, and like questionnaires and things that people fill out, and then you do it's not principal component analysis, but it's similar to that, a factor analysis, which basically identifies the main, I guess, like dimensions of variation or variability, and then gives names to them. And I suspect that probably something like that happened here. If they gave questionnaires to people in 8 different religious traditions, it says that there was a survey there, and then they do some sort of factor or principal component analysis and identify main sort of clusters of variation. And then basically give them labels like this. And that can be why you can get kind of weird labels like humanity or wisdom, because, I mean, wisdom's obviously something's valuable, but I'm not sure that it's exactly morality, or I guess you could argue that. But the point is, it's not necessarily things you would come up with. It's things that they've labeled to their to the categories that they found in their statistical analysis. So anyway, just some reflection on what that might be. But it's one of the reasons I don't like citing results like that without like more explanation as to what the findings are supposed to mean, because you can analyze the data differently and get different results in a lot of those cases.
Your additional theological and ethnographical research, along with lists of virtues and taxonomies of morality from psychology and anthropology to moral concerns or virtues that were shared widely across cultures. And from this, they found 5 foundations of morality. Now, liberty and oppression. So in summary, the question of whether objective morality exists rests in moral ontology, not moral epistemology.
Which is why she spent no time talking about epistemology, because it's completely irrelevant.
So point 2 is obviously true, and I don't see how it's super relevant. I don't know why point 3 is in red. Universals can also be identified, and they support axioms of axiomatic truth. I don't know.
Say axiomatic truths of life. I mean, what does that mean? Axiomatic.
But those weren't even things that she found in the analysis. It wasn't liberty. Like, go back to the one that she cited: equity, equality, justice, and truth. Were those even in the list that she had?
No, not in the ones that the studies. No, those are the universal.
Yeah.
Those are just the American.
Okay, justice is in both. I don't think any of the others have any commonality. Like, they're completely, like, freedom is not there, for example, which I would say is an extremely important value. And equity and equality are also not there. Now, I know this is just one study, right? But the point is that, like, she's saying, look, she can choose what she puts in this slide. And she's saying, on the basis of this sort of evidence, that if you jump to the next one again, fairness and trust were others. Oh, I don't think I saw this one before. But yeah, on the basis of this one, then she says universals can be identified and they support these axioms, but the axioms are almost completely different.
Yeah.
Like, how does that work? Like, you can't just.
Well, I'm not sure what. I mean, firstly, I'm just not sure what an axiom truth of life is, to be honest.
Oh, self-evident thing, I guess, given what she's.
Well, I think that's what she's trying to say, but
yeah.
But yeah, I agree that these are just the ones. Aren't these just the ones that are in one of those, like, America founding documents or whatever? I think that's why she's gone for them.
Yeah, that's the Declaration of Independence, I think.
Right. Without such universals, we have a counterfactual coming up. We can't condemn the most egregious practices in societies. Maybe she means in any real sense or something.
Well, objectively, I guess, is what she wants to say.
Yeah. Right.
It's unclear why it needs to be objective. This is what I was saying before. What is supposed to be wrong with this a subjective theory of morality? To take an example, which I think is a little flippant but can make the point, people condemn each other's sporting team or sporting preferences all the time. They get really upset about it. But there's obviously no objective fact of the matter about which team is, like, best. And by best, obviously doesn't mean, like, performing the best, because that's obviously not, like, what supporters are talking about. When it's like, what team, like, well, it's not even clear what they're talking about, right? I think that the whole thing is confused, and maybe people like it like that. But the point I'm making is that no one in that space seems to mind that there's no, like, objective grounding to it. It doesn't seem to have any impact on the discourse at all. So why do we feel like we need something more than some sort of subjective grounding? I'm not even a subjectivist, right? I think that you can give arguments, but I think it's not as obvious as is being presented in these cases. Like, oh, if it's not objective, you can't condemn. Well, of course you can. It's just going to be a subjective condemnation. Like, why is that a problem? We need to be told why it's a problem.
We have another super chat. 5-factor theory of personality. 5 major extinction events. Coincidence? I think not.
Well, I debated a Hare Krishna guy, I forget his name, who actually did argue that the 5 major extinction events corresponded to some aspect of the what is it? I've forgotten the name of the text that he was quoting from. Puranas, I think it was the one. So you'd be surprised about the arguments that you can find. As society's developed and evolved, we come to know morality, but this does not mean such axioms did not exist. Axioms did not exist. Axioms aren't. Oh, look, let's not even go there.
Yeah, I know that, but that's what I meant by axiomatic truths of life. Like I was like,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
an axiom is usually something. Well, I guess you could say either that it's stipulated or that it's supposed to be like self-evident.
Yeah, it intuited or something maybe, but I don't know that that's again.
Intuitive,
I don't know that we intuit like some axioms, right? And then we just perform a bunch of like derivations from those axioms to come to like our more complicated moral theories or something. It's like, today, like, I don't know, someone's dog's attacking my dog. Let me just see if I can come up with a proof about how to intervene from the axioms that I'm sure, Well,
there's a view called moral particularism, which says that there's no sort of general theory as to what well, let me be careful. There's no general theory that explains sort of general systematic principles in virtue of which things are right or wrong or good or bad. There's just particular cases, and I think this often goes along with a virtue ethics kind of approach, where it's like, well, in order to make those calls in particular cases, you need to practice and develop the virtues, and then you'll be able to sort of judiciously determine in particular cases, like Solomon, that sort of thing. I'm not a particularist myself, but again, that is another perspective which doesn't require these sort of overarching axioms that you deduce everything from.
I have no idea what the time is here, because my phone and my computer are both an hour out, and I don't know if the clocks have changed or I've gone crazy.
Well, if there's no objective standard that you can compare the time to, then how do you know that the clocks are out, right?
Well, but for some reason, the stream thing in the corner on StreamYard is saying we've been live 36 minutes, but I think it's more like an hour.
No, it's an hour and a half.
Yeah. So something's gone wrong somewhere with the date and time on my computer.
It should be coming up to 8 o'clock your time. Yeah, quarter to.
Yeah, I think my operating system's gone an hour back for some reason. I'm not sure why, and that's why that's informing everything else.
This rests in moral ontology, not moral epistemology. We're products of our genes, environments, families, cultures, and religions, and variations can be found between people and societies. However, universals can also be identified, and they support axiomatic truths of life, liberty, equity, equality, justice, and truth.
What have you done?
Without such universals and objective moral values and duties, we cannot condemn the most egregious practices in societies. We have no standard against which to make these judgments, which is why they've been codified by governing entities. As societies develop and evolve, we come to know morality, moral epistemology, but this does not mean such axioms did not exist in the first place, which is looking at moral ontology. So I hope you get those distinctions. Also, whether objective
reading off the slides is like not a great presentation tactic in general.
Evidence of
and especially having 2 pages of summary, like I mean,
so more summary.
I just can't remember what the previous summary slides were now.
How we develop socially, or whether the society is acting in a morally responsible way, is a category error. Whether we have universal and objective moral values as is or practices is a descriptive question. Whether we have universal and objective moral duties or looking at our moral oughts to do what's right is a prescriptive question, which cannot be answered using descriptive means.
But that contradicts what she said before. Remember, she said before that the moral realist thinks that you can use, objective measurements and deduction in order to work out what is morally true. And now she's saying that you can't do that because it's prescriptive.
Yeah. And now we've had the summary, so time to present the main argument after the summary.
Yeah. I think that was like preamble.
Yeah.
So I think the main point of the preamble is that moral epistemology and moral ontology are distinct, which I agree with. And there can be confusion between those, although I wouldn't say that they're like there's separable, distinct and separable are different, right? And moral realists and moral, no, she didn't even say that. Moral objectivists and moral relativists are different perspectives, which think about morality differently. That is also true. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can steal man out of what she said so far.
I mean, good luck, right?
Well, let's keep going. Maybe there's going to be more.
Some of the descriptive means, I should say. And since we have universals, does that make them objective? No. If the world were corrupted and all people valued evil, this would not diminish our objective moral values and duties to do what's right. The objective moral values are still there, regardless of the way people respect them. Objective morality means we have morals that are standard, while universal morals mean we can identify values and duties across all cultures. The presence of universal moral values and duties to do what's right suggests we have a universal source or moral lawgiver who transcends generations, cultures, and eras, who desires we do what's right, who's given us a conscience. Which helps
Nathan, is it just me or the points 1 and 3 contradict each other, or at least stand in very stark tension to each other?
I've actually not made an attempt to read the slide.
Well, you kind of have to read the
corrupted-
title with point 1 because it's a continuation.
Okay.
So she's saying, since we have moral universals, does that make them objective? No, because if the world were corrupted and everyone valued evil, that wouldn't change the fact that there are objective morals and duties. So she's saying the fact of moral universals across cultures doesn't show that they're objective. But point 3, she says that universal moral values and duties suggests that there is a universal source of morality. I guess they're not exactly contradictory, but they're pretty different. Like, is the existence of universal moral values and duties across cultures evidence for stance-independent morality or not? It seems that in point 1 she's saying that it isn't, and it seems that in point 3 she's saying that it is. Maybe that's just my reading.
So C.S. Lewis said it really well. He said, you find out more about God from the moral law than from the universe in general, just as you find out more about a man by listening to his conversation than by looking at a house he has built. Now, from the second bit of evidence, we conclude that the being behind the universe is intensely interested in right conduct, in fair play, unselfishness, courage, good faith, honesty, and truthfulness. In that sense, we should agree with the account given by Christianity and some other religions, that God is good. But do not let us go too fast here. The moral law does not give us any grounds for thinking that God is good in the sense of being indulgent or soft or sympathetic. There is nothing indulgent about the moral law. It is hard as nails. It tells you to do the straight thing, and it does not seem to care how painful or dangerous or difficult it is to do. If God is like the moral law, then he is not soft.
This is why I hate C.S. Lewis's writings, or at least those of them that I've read, because they're all like this. Can we jump back a little bit?
Yeah.
Apologies if any. Well, I'm talking about his like non-fiction writings, and not about his fiction, right? But like, where does any of this come from? You find out more about a man by listening to his conversation than by looking at a house he has built. Like, I know that's supposed to be an analogy, but it seems a terrible analogy because people lie and they put on personas all the time. So you can learn nothing about someone by listening to what they say because they just put on an appearance. Maybe the house that they build for themselves or whether they do a good job or a bad job actually tells you more about them, right? Again, I know that that's an analogy, but like, what's the analogy supposed to be driving at? I don't understand what the point. I think he's saying that the moral law tells us more about God than the universe, even though God made the universe, right? But we're supposed to be trying to get what the moral law is. How do we know what the moral law is? I think he's saying we look at the moral law that's written in our hearts, but then what is that? Because that looks different for different people, and that's kind of the problem, right? Because not everyone agrees on all of the values or how to weigh them against each other. Like, well, he even goes on to say, oh, no, but it's not indulgent or soft or sympathetic. But maybe that's what's written on some people's hearts, right? They think that is the moral law. So it's like he wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to say, these are the things that are written on our hearts, and that shows us what God is like. But then he wants to move away from people who would say that God is like these things that he doesn't want to say God is like. Oh, no, he's not soft. He's not indulgent. Because that's what other people think is written on their hearts. Like, it's just him saying what he thinks, basically, and making it sound like he's given you reasons for believing it.
Maybe part of the issue here, though, is SJ's quote. Like, maybe this is just taken completely out of context. But I agree. Like,
I'm not going to be that charitable to Lewis.
Yeah.
But you're right. It might be. But I don't. Do you know which book this is from? It doesn't say here.
I'm not sure. I'm
52.
Guessing that
Surely that's.
I'm guessing it's
Christianity,
Mere Christianity. Right? Yeah. Have I got the book around?
Because it does sound familiar, and I have read that.
Yeah, because the first chapter's on moral law in Mere Christianity, and I remember he talks about like when you're on a train or whatever, and someone snubs you for a seat or something, you don't just feel bad. It really is wrong what they did or something. It seems like it's that chapter, but I can't remember, to be honest, what this one is. And I can't remember Lewis's publishing order or life biology.
Well, Mere
Life
Christianity,
biology.
most of Mere Christianity was based on radio sermons that he gave during the war. And then he wrote, I think he wrote the last couple of chapters near the end of the war, or possibly just afterwards. And then Mere Christianity was published a few years after that. So that seems about right. Of course, in that time, I could have just Googled when it was published, but
Yeah.
whatever, let's keep going.
Is to do. If God is like the moral law, then he is not soft. So here's my summary of
that was it.
What we covered today.
That was
so
the
I
argument.
talked about some inputs. For example, the heritability of
this?
social traits. So we look at that again at the individual level.
Just what
and that
is
relates
this?
to whether or not we inherit traits. I talked about some percentages. on
I
that.
honestly have no idea what I meant to like figure out from this.
Well, come on,
table.
we can work this out. So prescriptive, what descriptive, prescriptive. Okay, descriptive heritability,
Outcomes, subjects
values,
to change.
outcomes, probability
but this is-
behaviors.
Well, what I mean is I can't tell why this is relevant to the subject matter or what the talk's meant to be about. Just because that none of the columns here like state the relevant positions. Like if it was talking about, okay, here's my like Christian moral realism or something, and then like non-Christian moral realism, and then like other, and then it was like, oh, here's Christian moral realism gives you this, 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 and this, then the table would seem relevant. But this isn't that. This isn't doing that. It's just like it seems like irrelevant categories on both.
So it seems like the last two rows are evaluations of competing meta-ethical theories, relativism and realism. The first two rows, however, I don't know, because they're not moral theories, so I don't know why they're there. Let me just ignore the first two rows.
The column says subject to change.
Well, yeah,
So that
because
doesn't
relativism is yes and realism is no, right? So it's comparing them.
Oh, so these two here on the left on moral and relativism.
Yeah.
It's because it's because I'm being lazy. I didn't read the full thing, so I just read moral ontology.
Well, I do that sometimes as well.
But
which is odd because you'd think that they all be moral ontology.
yeah, why
But
not just
the first two? Well, because the first two are not about moral ontology.
But white colon like
I don't know why we needed that extra bit for moral realism, because moral
Why do we
relativism
need
doesn't get like a
ontology?
slogan.
Why not just have moral relativism, moral realism rather than
I don't know. Well, because moral realism needs like an extra slogan: objective morality and standard of truth. That's like the election slogan. Relativism doesn't get one, unfortunately, so it's just plain on moral relativism. Now the first column, values as is, I don't understand what that means. Prescriptive, cultural duties, obligations, stance independent, moral.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Outcomes seem to be the same. Subject to change. I can't read the last column. Adaptation to change standards that transcend. But they all seem to be saying the same thing. Like, is it variable or does it stay the same? So we could like have one column, basically. This is one of the strangest tables I've seen in a while.
Yeah, I don't know. Standards that transcend cultures and eras. Okay. Adaptation to change. Okay.
This actually reminds me of that paper that no, not Capturing Christianity, that Inspiring Philosophy had in the paper where the guy talks about comparison of virtual reality simulation and a digital simulation. Do you remember that one that we looked at, where he has the table comparing all the different things, and it's just like all of this random nonsense? Like,
well, I think that was slightly better, but
it was better because at least you could understand what the point of it was.
That one still trips me out though. Like, I just have no idea how reality has any of those properties that are in that paper. When it was like it's not being like processed. There aren't like there isn't like what's the clock speed of reality or something, or what's like
1 second per second, clearly.
Yeah, I know, right?
And if you increase the clock speed, it would be faster somehow.
It's like the whole thing was just. All right, yeah, I don't know.
And we see the outcomes of that. So if you inherited empathy, for example, an outcome, we have a probability of probably kind behavior and actions towards others. Does it change? Yes, it can change. Your heritability, you inherit certain traits, but the heritability of social traits is subject to change, and it's influenced by your environment in some ways. So there are genetic influences and also the environmental influences of phenotypes. Then the social development, and that's the development of humanity over time, that's also an as-is sort of practice.
The environmental
development
influences. The environmental influences of phenotypes. A phenotype's just an expression of so there are genetic influences, then there are environmental influences of phenotypes, but phenotypes just are the expressions of the genes. So isn't that the genetic influence?
I don't know what that column's doing, so it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Notion. This also speaks to things like the probability of your behaviors, actions, norms, and practices. And what's the influence? There's the adaptation to change. Going to moral relativism and ontology is this idea that values as is, their cultural duties, obligations, and moral oughts to do what's right, and the probability of positive behaviors, norms, practices, and beliefs that's an influencer over. So for example, if I'm in the United States, there's a higher probability that I'm going to exhibit individualist behaviors, and that can change. You also can shift your values a little bit over time. And then there's the last one of moral realism and this idea of objective morality. And again, that looks at values as is, their stance independent, and moral duties to do what's right. We're looking at both the descriptive, we got values, and then the prescriptive, which is the duties. And then this relates again to the probability of your actions. And this particular factor is the one that says that there must be a standard that transcends cultures and eras. Okay, so that is the deal with that. So on that note, do I have questions? So I'm going to go.
We think we can leave this one there.
Was that supposed to be an argument for objective morality? Because it wasn't an argument for anything.
That was a debate presentation, wasn't
There's no reason to accept objective morality. All we got was the difference, at most, the difference between objective, or I guess moral realism, and subjectivism. And that was it. Well, why should we accept one or the other? What reasons do we have? This is what I mean. It's not about which of those views you hold. I think that you can defend either of them, but let's have actual substantive arguments. Let's address the issues in the literature. I was actually excited with the first couple of slides where she had that quote from IEP and some good distinctions and definitions, but then it went really downhill really fast, culminating that amazing table at the end, which, yeah. So that was disappointing.
I am just going to go for 1 second, if that's okay, and I'll be right back. Can you? I can either start playing the next video, or you can.
Yeah, let's just play the next one.
You get okay. I don't know if it's useful. So we're gonna flip the script now and spend some time looking at TJIM's ethical theory.
Oh boy. That is a horrible slide.
The problem is I don't want to. I kind of don't want to miss relevant points.
Well, if you don't want to play it, then just go and I'll just chat.
Okay, I'll be 1 second.
Yeah. So Augur says the argument was, do you think your intuition is objective? I think that the thing is that, well, obviously your intuition is subjective because you have to have the intuition, but I don't think that's what you mean. I think the content of the intuition, or what we believe about the world, is that objectively true or not? But people have different intuitions about whether morality is objective or subjective. So I don't know that it's good enough to just appeal to intuition, even if we think that that's reliable. And I actually don't. Personally, although I'm a moral realist, I don't think that appealing to moral intuitions is a very good argument for morality. I don't think that intuitions are a reliable guide to much of anything. At most, they're a starting point. So it's okay, we've got a bunch of people have moral intuitions. Most of us have some sort of moral intuition. Let's go and see if there's anything that corresponds to. Can we come up with an account that makes sense of it? So it's a sort of a starting point, gives you some things to work with. But I don't think it's we use that as evidence for the moral theory. It's more provides us with a set of questions and hypotheses to get working from. That's how I see it. Obviously, different people will think differently. The slide needs a copyright 1992 at the bottom. Yeah, it definitely has those vibes. Augur asks, what is that based on? Not an intuition. Well, maybe I could comment on that actually, because it depends what you mean by intuition. I don't use intuition to mean as just a judgment that I make. I use intuition to refer to some sort of belief that you have or judgment that you form about something that you can't really explain or give reasons for. It just sort of seems to you that it's the case. Like if I go through a reasoning process, then that's not really intuition. That's like I've got my reasoning that I can show you and I've got my evidences. But if it's just like, it really just seems to me that that's just sort of obviously the case or must be the case, then that's more an intuition. And that's the sort of thing that Craig appeals to for like the fact that time is tensed or that morality is objective, and things like that. He appeals to intuitions. And in that sort of sense, no, it's not an intuition of mine that intuitions aren't reliable. It's a judgment based on, I think, reasons and evidence that I could articulate. So anyway, that's me monologuing for a bit. Let's get back to T-Jump.
Let's do the thing. Hopefully the audio is okay. Let's see.
Secular objective morality. Morality is the principles or criteria used to judge what is right or wrong, and how to answer the questions: an action is right if, or an action is wrong if. There are many different ways and approaches to answering these questions. For example, realism versus anti-realism. Moral realism.
We've got a
is the
proper
position that there are
distinction now.
true
I
moral
like that.
Yeah, good start.
That's the
About
standard
objective
distinction.
moral facts about reality, whereas moral anti-realism is the position that there is no objective moral facts about reality. For example, some versions of anti-realism would include error theory, where all moral sentences are false, or
Well, I suppose it's a realist. Error theory is realist, but it says that they're all systematically false, right?
Well, no, it's not usually. It's a cognitivist theory. It's not a realist theory.
But it's not realist because there are no true. Because it can't be true. It can only be false.
Yeah, I think that's a standard way to say it. All moral sentences are false. Although I suppose, yeah, no, I think that's right. So if you say murder is wrong, that's false. If you say murder is right, that's also false. Like they're just all false because there's no fact of the matter. I think that's a standard way to describe it.
ethical subjectivism, where moral sentences are claims about subjective attitudes rather than objective facts, or non-cognitivism, where moral sentences are not propositions at all and therefore cannot be true or false. There's also absolutism versus relativism. Moral absolutism is the position that there is at least one moral statement that is true in all cases, whereas moral relativism is that moral statements can be true or false, but only in some relative contexts. There's also consequentialism, deontology, and virtue ethics, where consequentialism says an action is moral based on the consequences it has, and deontology says certain actions are themselves moral or immoral regardless of context, and virtue ethics, which says actions are moral if the character of the person enacting them is virtuous. There's also pragmatic versus utopian approaches to morality. Pragmatic moral systems are designed around what is possible in our current society, whereas utopian moral systems are designed around what would be moral in an ideal society. There's also questions of free will, volition, and intentionality. For something to be moral, does it need to be voluntary or knowingly chosen? What if someone has a brain tumor and does some action that is immoral and that caused them to do it? Would that be considered immoral? And what if someone doesn't know the difference between right and wrong, such as children? And can animals be moral agents or victims of immoral actions? There are many problems and dilemmas in addressing the ethics, which such as the fact, value, and is-ought distinction, the Euthyphro dilemma, the trolley problem, the tunnel problem, the violinist thought experiment, and can morality be objective? And if so, what would make it so? One of my favorite approaches is that of John Rawls' veil of ignorance, who said that to design a just society, you must design it behind a veil of ignorance where you do not know where in the society you will be placed. The different combinations of ways in which people address these various approaches and problems have resulted in numerous models of morality, such as all of these and all of these. And here are some more. So when asking what is objective morality, there are two separate questions here. What is objective morality, as in what is it made of, its ontology? And what are the laws or principles describing the effects objective morality has, like what it does? For example, you can think of laws of nature like gravity. They're not existing things, they are descriptions of what something in nature does, not what it is. Gravity is the bending of space-time. What it does is cause things to fall at some specific rate. In the case of morality, the same question can be asked, whereas morality can have an is question of what it ontologically is, and then a does question of what it methodologically, the effect that it has. I am only attempting to answer the latter and provide a description of what the principles outlined in objective morality does, not what it actually is. What objective morality could be, to answer the is question, could be the nature of a god or some undiscovered particle or wave in nature or an abstract platonic form, but that question is irrelevant to the one I'm answering. If you want my...
Can we pause here, because I'm a bit confused. So what is this distinction between what morality is and what it does? Like, how do you understand what he's saying here?
Yeah. I mean, beyond stating the obvious, I guess, I guess he's not trying to, well, again, that would then just be completely ad hoc, right? But I guess, well, I should say what my thoughts are before just like commenting on myself. Right? So I guess what he means by what morality is making some identity claim with some ontological entity, like, like trying to say, well, it's these brain states, or it's the platonic form of the good, or like God, or whatever those things that he lists there. He's not trying to like actually provide an account of it. He's just trying to provide a description of what is always objectively morally good. But then
so it sounds like he's offering a theory of normative ethics rather than a theory of meta-ethics, because normally a meta-ethical theory will attempt to, well, I guess it doesn't maybe have to, but at least normally they would say something about the ontology of moral statements. So for example, that it's God's nature.
I think this is the first kind of where it begins to get a little bit confused, perhaps, because it isn't clear why this distinction is meaningful. Because what I meant about the ad hocness is that, well, if we're merely just describing what the kind of like data is, right, then all we're doing is describing the phenomena that we're trying to provide an explanation of by doing ethics. So that would just be completely ad hoc to do that. It
depends what we're trying to explain, though. I think that's the issue. If we're trying to explain if we're trying to give a theory of what things are right and what things are wrong, then that's basically normative ethics. So like consequentialism, deontology, virtue ethics, or contractarianism, or something else.
But he says he's trying to provide a description, not a. So he's not saying like, I'm trying to provide you with a heuristic. He says, I'm trying to provide you with a description.
A description of what?
So on bullet point 1, principles describing the effect objective morality has / what it does.
I don't understand what that means, though. Like, morality doesn't have causal powers, presumably. So I'm a bit confused by what he means by that. He compares it to gravity. But I understand gravity, and I think that that's consistent with what he says here. Gravity is a description of the causal powers of space-time in terms of bending and accelerating things. So in that sense, gravity doesn't have causal powers, but the substances that it describes do. Well, substances may be a loaded word, but without getting into that, it describes something that has causal powers. Let's put it that way. Maybe you'd say that people have causal powers and they're moral agents, and we're trying to describe the structure of the structure of I'm getting a bit lost here. The structure of the moral actions they take, or something, or the discourse they engage in.
So what I will say is positive so far is that the description of like the domain of discourse has been like pretty accurate, pretty good, clear and concise, and stuff like that, which is like a clear demarcation from the previous set of slides we were looking at. But what I think, where I see the problem coming in now, and I mean, I could be wrong, but I think where I see the problems coming in now is that as it moves into TJIM's specific particular moral theory, this is when the waters begin to get murky. And I think that the reason that this happens is because the theory itself is a little confused, perhaps, and then so there's a bit of this like unclarity going on to try and lay it.
Yeah, well, this is the first slide that seems non-standard to me, or idiosyncratic, which is fine. But I think that you're going to need to link what you say to existing ways of talking about this, because otherwise people are going to really struggle to understand what you're talking about. So this idea of like what morality is versus what it does is not a distinction that I've ever encountered anywhere. And I don't really understand what he's getting at. Now, that doesn't mean that there's nothing to the distinction, but it does mean that it's going to be, I think, quite hard to understand what he is actually trying to say and how that connects to everything else that he just said in all the previous slides. Like, how does this relate to the things that he was just saying there? The best account I can make of it is that what he is saying, he is not trying to give an ontology of morality, which seems to be what he's saying in the last point there, but he is attempting to describe some sort of theory or an account of that describes to us, or that tells us what actions are right or wrong, or what things are good or bad, which would basically be a normative ethical theory, which is fine.
But that doesn't, then. But
I'm not sure if that connects to what he started off by talking about, like secular objective morality.
And then it's not clear why is it secular then? Because if it could,
why is it objective?
Because if it could be God, I mean, it doesn't matter what the normative theory is. Sorry. If you're just providing us with a normative theory, but then the actual ontology behind that could be God, it's not clear why it's secular, right?
Yeah, and likewise, it may not be objective either. You could be a virtue ethicist, for example, but you could be objectivist, like you could be a moral realist about that, or you could be a cultural relativist about that, like what counts as a virtue, for example, or even a utilitarian. You could be you could have different views about the objective standing of morality. I think you can even be adopt any of those normative views and be a non-cognitivist about morality, potentially, because we could still have a structure in virtue of which it is appropriate, for example, to give injunctions about give moral injunctions like do this or do that. That could be appropriate in virtue of the fact that something maximizes utility. I don't know if I've ever heard someone with that combination, but I think it's at least possible. So it does seem a bit odd, but maybe we'll continue and we'll get an idea of where he's going with it.
Personal opinion, I think the best answer to the what is morality question would just be an undiscovered super law of nature grounded in pantheism rather than theism. So let's assume there is some objective morality and that our moral intuitions give us some knowledge of what this objective morality is. Now, clearly, many of our moral intuitions contradict one another. Therefore, we need some criteria to filter out the subjective intuitions, leaving only those that indicate the objective truth. So, for example, we should look for some commonalities in all the different versions of morality. So, most moral systems seem to agree that helping others, even if it isn't moral, is preferable to harming others, though they have vastly different definitions of what constitutes help. So most things we consider moral entail helping others, like protecting someone, saving someone, feeding the hungry, providing homes to the homeless. Also, it seems to be less moral if you provide this help to someone who doesn't need it as much, like giving food to a friend who forgot their wallet would be less moral than giving food to someone who is homeless. It also seems that greater the amount you help, the more moral you are. The more you give, the more people you help, the more moral you are. Also, morality seems to depend on how much you give compared to how much you were capable of giving. A poor person giving all they have, even if it's only a meager amount, is more moral than a rich person who gives a significant amount, which is only a small fraction of what they have. Morality is also dependent on how much you help actually, or how much your help actually helps. Giving 1 penny each to 2 billion starving people would not be as moral as giving 10,000 starving people $2,000 each. So how useful the help is also affects its morality. Of course, in general, it would be moral to help someone. It would not be moral to help someone at the expense of others, like stealing food from one to feed another. That would be immoral. So broadly speaking, it seems that humans view morality as the providing of assistance to someone lacking some necessary or beneficial thing they cannot or have not acquired. So it seems the
whoa, that first stop point seems a bit hasty.
Yeah, I mean, like
that's part of morality, sure.
Yeah,
but is that all of it?
Yeah. That's the So at least those kind of moral propositions belong to morality, right? But are they like coextensive? Is that the entire thing? Yeah.
So morality is certainly about not harming people, like not killing, not stealing, not lying, things like that. I think that this is a very odd thing to say that is what humans view morality as being about. I think that actually SJ was better on this because at least she did cite some studies talking about what different worldviews sort of think about as moral. Like different aspects of morality.
Right.
So like we've got nothing here about the
like,
virtues, for example, of courage, or of well, what are some other ones? Humility or whatever else. And yeah, nothing about things like categorical imperatives, like that you should never lie, or you should always keep promises, or that you should never hurt someone to achieve a greater good or whatever. Like that, those are all things that people have talked about as being important aspects of morality. I mean, they could be wrong, but this just seems really way too hasty here. It seems the pinnacle of morality would be someone who wants to help as many people as possible to the greatest extent possible. I mean, that's actually something like the effective altruism credo, right? Which I'm a part of that movement. But so that resonates a lot with me. But a lot of people don't agree with that, or at least they don't agree that that's the pinnacle of morality. There's lots of alternate views out there. So I think that this is rather too hasty here.
Pinnacle of morality would be the best possible person, who would be someone who wants to help as many people as possible to the greatest extent possible without harming others while expecting nothing in return.
And again, I think that's another interesting claim on the end, while expecting nothing in return. I mean, maybe in some cases it's good to expect nothing in return, but maybe in some other cases it would be good to expect something in return as well. Like there's a lot of moving parts that are being asserted in these 2 bullet points.
Yeah, so there's a famous article from Virginia Woolf comes to mind. I don't know if that's right though, about moral saints, where she talks about the idea that like someone who's just always does the moral thing and always gives up everything for other people. I don't remember exactly what her argument was for this, but that would actually be like bad, and we shouldn't set that up as a pinnacle of morality. So that's just something that comes to mind as I think contradicting this. I mean, other views would also say, like Aristotle, for example, that everything needs to be in proportion and balance, right? The golden mean. Right. So someone who just gave up everything to help as many people as possible without expecting anything in return, that wouldn't actually be exemplifying all the appropriate virtues, right? That would be going too far to the one side.
Well, you might expect, for example, that someone appropriately use the money you give them, for example. Like that might be something you expect in return, rather than...
Yeah, exactly. That could be an example. there's also an idea like Confucian ethics, for example, and many others, but that's one that comes to mind, places a very important role in people fulfilling their obligations within society based on the role that they exist in, like filial piety being an important aspect of that. And none of that seems to feature at all in what he said there. And I guess the important part is that you do expect something in return for that. Like you fulfill your obligation to your superior, and there's an expectation of that they fulfill their obligation towards you in return. There's a reciprocality of those relationships. And so I don't think that whether or not we agree with that, I'm just saying that these are conceptions of morality that have been discussed and that people think are important and haven't been mentioned. And instead we've just got, the pinnacle of morality is like doing the most good for the most people. Well, even if I think that that's probably, even if I'm attracted to that, I don't think that we've had very good reasons to think that that's the case here.
So yeah, so it's not clear that he's established the previous slide's points as being the case, but then he's going to build that isn't like the stopping point, so he's going to build on those. But I always think it's problematic when like an inferential point isn't sort of relatively non-controversial, right? Like, because if that's not maybe if your conclusion's relatively controversial, like that's the point you're trying to convince people of. But I think to have like these inferential points that aren't that well established is
well
like
that's 5 minutes in the video, and I feel like he's going to use that as a pillar for everything else, which is probably going to be problematic. Well, we'll see where you go with it.
Now, just defining morality as help does not seem to qualify as an objective morality, because that doesn't tell us what kind of help we should be providing. What should we be helping others to do or to attain, and what exactly are the necessary and beneficial things that we should be helping people to get? Answering that question seems to be the most controversial part of any moral system and the biggest hurdle to defining objective morality. I take a utopian approach. I believe that if we can know what actions would be moral or immoral in the best of all possible worlds, then we can know those actions are objectively moral or immoral in all possible worlds, thereby giving us a grounds for an objective moral law.
Wait, whoa. Again, a bit hasty here. How does it follow that if something would be good in the best of all possible worlds, then we can know those actions, so that the same actions would also be objectively moral in all possible worlds? Well, that seems ridiculous.
Hang on. So here's where because to say that it would be the best action, right, already implies that you've made your moral judgment. So it doesn't tell you what morality is. It tells you that you've already made a moral judgment about what the best thing would be to do in the best possible world, right? But then I agree that any other possible world than in that best possible world, that's always going to be the best one from any of those other possible worlds.
Why would anyone ever need any help with anything in the best of all possible worlds? I mean, surely everyone is already satisfied and has everything that they could ever want, unless that's somehow impossible. I don't see why it would be. I guess depends how you define possibility there, but it just seems that morality is relevant in large part precisely because we don't live in the best of all possible worlds. And so to say that we should look to the best of all possible worlds and then say that those same actions that would be right there are also the ones that are right or wrong in our actual world seems way too hasty.
I see what you're saying. So it's like we need to define possible worlds here in the sense where the relevant features of reality that make it true that I have to perform some moral action, right, are still there. So say, like I don't know, someone's blocked me in parking or something. It's like I can shout at them or I can politely ask them to move or something like that. And those are my choices. And the idea is that there's possible worlds about that particular decision, right? But if we don't constrain possible worlds, then it's like, well, there's kind of, there's kind of like possible worlds where that person just doesn't do that in the first place, or where I don't even have a choice, or it's
I mean, is helping the homeless morally good? Because presumably there are no homeless in the best of all possible worlds. So maybe he'd say that you appeal to a broader principle, but then I guess what's the nature of those principles going to be? I have more to say on this because I think this is actually very interesting. So it appears that this is a broadly consequentialist approach, that he's going to be saying that the things or the actions that bring about, well, maybe not actually. Let me read this again. If we know what actions will be moral, immoral in the best of all possible worlds. Okay, so he has that. Well, I think he maybe is going to talk about that, but the best of all possible worlds. So talking about the best of all possible worlds seems to be presupposing a notion of value, because there's a distinction that's sometimes made in ethics between theories of axiology and theories of normativity. So axiology would be theories of value, so what's good and bad. and normativity would be right and wrong. So like what you should do, and those may be the same, but they may be different. And a good example of this, I think, is actually Craig talks about this, but these come apart under deontological views. So a deontologist might say, look, switching the train from one track to the other will bring about a more valuable state of affairs in the sense that, you know, only one person will die instead of 5, but you still shouldn't do it because it would violate a categorical imperative, at least plausibly. So what they say that what is right or wrong isn't entirely determined by the sort of moral value of the states of affairs that it brings about. Whereas the consequentialists say, no, it's about the moral states of affairs that it brings about. That's one of the differences between those theories. So it's interesting here that we're already sort of moving in a direction of focusing moral actions on value, although it's not even actually what brings about value. So, but if that's true, why would you focus on the best of all possible worlds? Why couldn't you just as easily say the worst of all possible worlds? I believe if we can know what actions would be morally moral in the worst of all possible worlds, then we can know that these actions would be objectively immoral in all possible worlds. Like, isn't that just as plausible? Like, what does the best have to do with anything?
Well, this is where I think the problem is that in making a judgment about the best of all possible worlds, right, you've already made your moral judgment. Like whatever the story is to be told about morality, like by the time you've determined what the best of all possible worlds is, you've already
that's what I was saying. Well, but that's what I was saying before. So not everyone would agree with that necessarily, because that's more what a consequentialist would say. That if you identify the most valuable state, then the right thing is to get us to that valuable state or to move us towards it.
Even on like another story, like, you know, like let's say some kind of like non-naturalist Platonism, right, where the good's this sort of mysterious.
Oh, I didn't say anything about whether it's naturalism. It's consequentialist.
Yeah, but I mean, even a non-consequentialist point of view. So even like like deontology would say, let's say that deontology is true, and then by the time you've made your judgment about the best of all possible worlds, you've already kind of deployed the moral stories kind of come to an end at that point, right? Because you've already thought about you've made some judgments about what produces the goodwill or whatever, or what maxims a universalizability that you can, what maxims are universalizable.
I don't think that's necessarily true, because I guess it depends how you define best of all possible worlds, but that's not my understanding. So I think it's perfectly consistent for a deontologist to say that it's I've got to be careful with language here. It's entirely consistent for them to say that it's better for one person to die than for 5 people to die. Did I get that right? Yeah, for 1 to die than 5 to die. That is more valuable to have, you know, the 5 people living than the 1 person. But it's morally wrong to bring about that state of affairs because it involves violating a categorical imperative. That's how it differs from consequentialism, like significantly, I think, because it's not saying that the moral consequence in terms of value is what is all that makes, or is the only thing relevant to determining rightness or wrongness. Whereas consequentialists would typically say, no, that's all that matters. Like nothing else matters. It's just what brings about the most valuable outcome, at least that you have access to. So I think someone from the chat said that what he's getting at here could just be that actions that bring us closer to the best of all possible worlds are morally good ones, or are morally right ones. I should be careful to keep that distinction here. And are those that don't are morally wrong ones, which I think would make more sense than what he said here, because he hasn't actually said that here. He said that we look at the best of all possible worlds, which does presuppose a notion of value, but let's put that to the side for the moment. You look at that and then see what actions are moral or immoral there, and then you say those actions will be moral or immoral in every other possible world.
But it's not clear that those actions are the correct actions for bringing us closer to that possible world.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, why would they always be the best ones? That seems weird. And it seems that you could just as plausibly say, maybe more plausibly say that about the worst possible world. Look at what would be good or bad in the right or wrong in the worst possible world, and then say that those things will be everywhere else. Like, why the best? I think that what the person in the chat said makes a lot more sense, that he's trying to say that it's things that get us closer to the best of all possible worlds.
I agree.
Which is basically just consequentialism, I think, or something close to it.
I mean, I agree that that's the direction that he's going in, but I still think there are problems for the way that that's being phrased.
Well, I'm just trying to work out what he's saying. That seems to be the most charitable version I can give, because if I take him on just the face of what he said in that first point there, I just think it's dramatically under motivated. Like, well, why think that there's any connection between those things?
And then this last sentence, thereby giving us a grounds for objective moral laws. I mean, I'm not sure. Well, I guess it's grounds in the sense that you could say, you'd have to say why there's actually some kind of like logical relation there, right? Between the laws, objective moral laws. I mean, that's just a story that you're telling us, but is that really like a grounds? Is that?
Well, it makes sense to me to say, so let's suppose his first premise is that there is a best of all possible worlds. So we'll obviously have to have that described, but let's just grant that for the moment. And then his second premise might be there are actions that are moral in that best of all possible worlds and actions that are immoral. So there's sort of a normativity of actions in that world, and we'll need an account as to how we know that, or like how that's understood. But then his third premise is that if an action is moral in the best of all possible worlds, then it is also moral in any other possible world.
Right. I suppose that's true. The action is, but this
well, no, I don't think it's true at all, right? It might be different in other possible worlds, because the best of all possible.
Oh yeah,
well, it depends how you think about morality. Some people think moral truths must be necessarily true, and in that case, that what he's saying is correct. If moral truths are necessarily true, then they're true in all possible worlds. So if they're true in the best of all possible worlds, then they're true in the other ones as well.
But it's in what I mean is that story is in conflict though with the idea that the moral action to take is the one that brings us closer to the best of all possible worlds, because that's obviously going to be.
Oh, that's a very good point. Yeah, because if you're in the best of all possible worlds, you can't take that action because you're already there, presumably. Right. Yeah, so that's a very good point. Those seem to be in conflict. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah. So I guess the point is, I think I can sort of make sense of what he's saying here, but the first premise seems undermotivated. Why think that there is a best of all possible worlds? But also the second premise I think is even more problematic. Why think that, well, I guess it's this combination of the second and third that I just mentioned, but why think that actions that are right in the best of all possible worlds, or moral or immoral, will also be moral or immoral in all possible worlds? The best argument for that would be that I think that moral truths are, or moral, yeah, let's just say moral truths are or at least certain types of moral truths, like if you abstract it high enough, like the categorical imperatives or something, are necessary truths, which some people think. And if that's true, then, well, yeah, if they're true in one possible world, they're true in all of them. But then there's nothing special about the best of all possible worlds in that case. You could just look at any possible world and like see what what moral truths are true there, and then they'll be true everywhere. Yeah, and from what you're saying, Nathan, it seems that actually he's committed to the fact that that's not true, because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense to talk about moving towards the best of all possible worlds as what makes an action right or wrong. So I think he is going to say that there's moral truths are not necessary, or at least not all of them are necessary. The foundational ones aren't necessary, I should say. There's contingent, which I lean towards, actually. I think that moral truths probably are contingent. So I'm not saying that that's a problem, but it does then lead to the question of how you could know what's right or wrong, or what's moral or immoral in the best of all possible worlds, seeing as we don't live in the best of all possible worlds.
But I think then this is what becomes, because then if you strengthen that argument, right, and you say, well, the best thing to do is the action that moves us towards the best of all possible worlds, then I mean, I think that's just tantamount to saying, like, well, the best thing to do is to do the good thing. Like, it's not, and then it's like we've not.
Which really... I say is basically consequentialism. I think it is a substantive view, because it differs from what the deontologists say. They don't say that the best thing to do is always the thing that brings about the best outcome.
Well, I think
because some of those things, some of those actions will violate categorical imperatives.
Yeah, right. I see what you mean. Yeah, I suppose that's right.
There are inaccessible states that are cut off because the actions that we'd have to take to get there would violate categorical imperatives.
Well, I think, but though, I suppose the deontological view, though, is that the best of all possible worlds is where, like the categorical imperatives are followed, or something like that.
Well, yeah, maybe we'd have to get our deontologists here to say, but that doesn't seem quite right to me, because, for example, like if there were no people, presumably the categorical imperatives at least wouldn't be violated. Maybe they wouldn't be followed.
Yeah.
But presumably that's not the best of all possible worlds. Like, I think that they would, at least some deontologists, maybe a lot, would draw this distinction. But I mean, obviously there's going to be variation in how they would describe that. If you describe like best differently, like best just meaning the one where people do all the right thing, well then, yeah, that's pretty redundant. But I think that's generally why the distinction is made between right and wrong and good and bad. Because otherwise consequentialism becomes entirely it becomes entirely vacuous. It's like, well, the best state of affairs is one where, sorry, the right thing to do is the one that has the best consequences. Well, doesn't everyone agree with that? Well, interpreted in one way, yes, but I think interpreted in the way that I've been arguing, no, it actually is substantive because not everyone does agree with that. And I think that is why that's a better approach. That's a better way to think about it, because it does allow you to distinguish these views, I think. Anyway, let's keep going.
Would be best. We need to know what the necessary and beneficial things are.
Yep.
I believe the greatest moral good is the freedom to answer this question for yourself. Every person should get to decide what the necessary and beneficial things are to their life, and we should help them to achieve those things.
I want to pick up. Yeah, I want to pick up on that point because, again, I mean, I guess this is just to beg the question, though. But it just seems completely sort of at odds with the most fundamental things I believe about morality to say that, you know, there's like some possible world where the greatest good would be like the freedom to torture a bunch of like children or something.
Well, it depends how much caveat or clarification there's going to be about this first point, because I think most of us are going to agree that the freedom to live out your life as you want and to focus on things that you value is generally a good thing.
Generally,
but there are going to be caveats, and there's going to be structure to that, right? So we wouldn't want to say that Hitler should have. It would be good. Like you might say, well, look, Hitler can't kill people or torture or whatever because that's going to violate other people. But like, even if somehow it didn't, like, I'm still going to be inclined to say that it's wrong, and I think most people would. I'm not even sure how that would work really, but like, how could Hitler kill Jews without any Jews dying, if you see what I mean, right? Because it necessarily violates someone else. But let me take something different. So I think that actually what Hitler wanted was just the Jews to be gone. Like, if he could just snap his fingers to get rid of them, I think he would have been quite happy to do that. And so let's imagine, like, Hitler has his own universe that there's just explicitly like no Jews there. Of course, if there were never Jews there, then he wouldn't have an idea of Jews. But let's put that aside and not worry about that. But let's just ask the question: do we think that that would be like morally good? I'm not sure that it would be. I guess like we could debate about that, but it's not.
I think on Tom's theory, right, he'd be saying, well, that conflicts with their will. And I think that this is going to be another problem for his theory as well, is that because in worlds with multiple agents where like the actions of one agent like affect the other agent, it isn't clear how you can ever get to this state where, you know, you're able to just do whatever you want. And
well, I think that's where you need to clarify subject to what.
Yeah, but I think this is where like an actual account of morality kind of comes in, and that's why we are like constrained by certain things, which are like you know, like the rights and so forth of other people, and that's where I think that second bullet point begins to like come false as well, because I think like the truth makers for the moral facts are like features of the world and the interactions with other people, and those are, you know, those impose themselves on us in a way, rather than it's just like whatever we internally choose would like has to be the good in this best of all possible worlds, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, so this account is looking a little bit like Peter Railton's account, but I say only a little bit like. So Peter Railton's account of Peter Railton has developed an account of reductive moral naturalism, which I'm quite partial to, although I don't agree with everything that he said about it. But according to his account, well, in very brief, his account says that what is non-morally good for a person is what an idealized version of that person would want their actual selves to want. So it's an ideal. So it grounds goodness in idealized preferences, essentially. Not what counterfactuals, not what you actually want, but what an idealized version of yourselves would want yourself to want, which has some issues, but I think it's plausible. And then he also says that then moral goodness is basically maximizing the satisfaction of non-moral those non-moral preferences or non-moral goodness across agents, treating each agent as sort of fundamentally equivalent. And there's further things to discuss there. But I think that one of the issues there is that it does clearly distinguish between what someone wants and what they actually want and what they would want if they had access to all the relevant information and alternatives. And I think that is an important thing that we have to consider, because people have basically bad preferences or misinformed preferences. And I think that just purely relying on what you actually want at the moment is not going to be a good ground for morality. So I think that you do need the idealization there, which I haven't seen mentioned so far. Maybe it will come at that point we brought up. The other thing, though, is that you also, I think, need to factor in the consideration that people will have some people have conflicting ideas about what they want, and you have to have some mechanism in your system for sort of describing what should happen there. And as Railton says, it's about sort of a maximization across people. So if there's a conflict, well, then you have to basically balance out the how much one person's interests are going to be met versus the other person's interests going to be sacrificed there, which is effectively a sort of a utilitarian calculus there. And of course, you could disagree with that. All I'm saying is that at least there's some engagement with sort of those issues of idealization of preferences and also competing moral interests or just competing interests. And well, maybe we'll get more discussion of that, but I think that those are going to be significant issues here as well.
I just realized, I mean, not that this is a useful thing to tell people, but I can tilt my chair back a little bit and it's quite comfy. There's no need.
That's your idealized preference, is it?
This is my idealized preference.
Tilt your chair back slightly.
Sit back, nice and tilted. Maybe I can go a bit. Oh no, that's a bit too crazy. That's like there we go, libertine.
I believe forcing someone to live by someone else's standard of what is good would be immoral, kind of like slavery. It'd be forcing your values onto someone else, and I consider that immoral. My justification for this is, if it is moral to help, would it be more moral to help someone get what I say is necessary or beneficial, or would it be more moral to help a person get what they say is necessary or beneficial? In general, it seems more moral to help someone get what they themselves have defined as necessary or beneficial, rather than giving them something someone else has defined as necessary or beneficial.
But then isn't that imposition on your will, right? That would be immoral, because their desire or what's necessary or beneficial for them is conflicting with what's necessary or beneficial for you. So it's like immoral by the previous definition. But then
this is quite odd. Like, okay, so what I'd be inclined to say, and I dare say what a lot of people be inclined to say, is that the most moral thing to do is to give someone the help that they most need, right? Now, the thing is that sometimes I might think that they need something that they don't actually need. Like, I could be wrong about that. Sometimes they could think that they need something or want something that wouldn't actually be good for them, or that they don't actually need, right? That wouldn't actually be helpful for them.
Right.
Like people who want to smoke, for example. I mean, there's lots of examples of this sort of thing. So we can both be, well, I mean, you could disagree with this, but at least it seems plausible that both the person and me as an outsider could be wrong about what would be best for the person. And so we need some standard here, or some mechanism for deciding what would be right. Well, there's sort of two issues here. What is the fact of the matter that determines what is best for them? And then is there a mechanism that we can use to try to work out what to do when there's a conflicting point of view? That's almost more a political question. But the first question about what is the grounding of what is it that makes it actually ultimately good for them, that relates to a question of well-being, right? That's debated in philosophy. So there's different views on this. There's subjective views of well-being, like hedonistic views. There's idealized preference views, and there's objective list theorists that say that a person's well-being is determined by the extent to which they satisfy criteria on a list of things that's subjective. Of course, people have different lists, but so I think that this isn't exactly what he's saying here, but when he's talking about help, he does seem to be talking about promoting someone's well-being, like what is good for them. And that seems to be pretty close to the idea of well-being. So that's why I'm talking about different theories of well-being. Now, I lean towards an idealized preference theory of well-being, which says that what is truly good for someone, like objectively true, independent of whether they want it or you want it, is what an idealized version of that person would want for themselves. So, for example, the drug addict might want more a fix, or might want all sorts of things, but an idealized version of themselves that is not addicted to the drug and has knowledge about all sorts of things, including other ways of living that are different. Idealization is pretty strong, right? It means they have all sorts of knowledge that they actually don't in practice. But it means that version of the person would then, what they would want themselves to want would actually be what's good for them. And again, I'm not saying that that's like the answer that you should accept or anything. I'm just saying that I think it does at least address some questions here that T-Jump is sort of glossing over a bit, and that do need to be addressed. Like, what is it that grounds what is truly good for someone? Because he doesn't seem to think that there is anything. He doesn't seem to think that there's any fact of the matter about what is good for someone, apart from what any particular person wants. Yeah. So that's actually a subjectivist theory of well-being, which says that it's like either what they want or what I want or what someone else wants, which you might defend, right? But we need to sort of, I think we just need some acknowledgement and discussion of that, not just sort of an assumption that is pretty important here. Well, he's got the question here, so maybe he's going to explain.
about children who want cake instead of veggies, but I'll address the criticisms in a little bit. Now, if someone can force or bring about someone else's set of values, such as slavery, it would then be moral to free them so they can pursue their own values. Again, you could bring up another criticism about what about people in prisons? Would it be moral to free them? To address,
but it's also immoral, right? Because the slave owner presumably doesn't want you to take away the slave, right? So.
Yeah, so I think that, yeah, we just need to be careful that whatever theories of well-being that we're articulating here seem to fit with a lot of judgments that we would typically make, unless we want to bite the bullet and say that, well, our theory is just correct. So like why is it that slavery is wrong under different views? I think that a straightforward view is to say that irrespective of whether the slave owners or the slaves themselves, which can happen sometimes, actually think that it's a good thing, it's actually not a good thing, because basically it's what's the best way to put this? It is a destructive social institution that sets up power imbalances that lead to all sorts of harms and restrict people's freedoms, and that a different social institution allows people to achieve a higher degree of well-being than it is possible under slavery. I think that that's a plausible explanation. It's more of a systematic level because it is an institution. Because you could have individual slaves who are quite happy, right, and who like the state that they're in. And in fact, there definitely was that was the case in ancient Rome, for example. You could actually become quite rich as a slave if you were in the right circumstance. So, I mean, I think that if we're going to give a critique of slavery as an institution, then we have to have some notion of like what makes it bad. And if that's just like that people don't like it, I don't know that that's going to be strong enough. Anyway, I mean, that's just my view about that.
These criticisms, in any world that is not the best possible world, some immoral actions may be necessary to prevent other more immoral actions from happening, in which case the former would be justified immoral actions. It is objectively immoral in the best possible world, but it would be subjectively justified in some worlds.
All right,
that are not the best possible.
I need to digest that one.
Well, I think it's partly what we've been saying. It's partly just a description of the criticism that we've been saying, but it's like more and more then this theory just degenerates into like an ad hoc kind of description of things that are good and bad to try and just keep the theory alive when the original thing doesn't actually do anything explanatory. Like it just doesn't.
So I think I can see I think if I try, I can understand the notion of justified immoral actions, because suppose that I'm a deontologist.
Well, it's like the deontologist. Yeah.
Or maybe you go ahead.
Well, it's just the same thing, I think. Yeah, you know, it's bad in some senses, right? But it's also it's still overall like the good thing, the right thing to do. I think this is like that criticism that we said about so those necessary truths in like the best of all possible worlds, right? But they aren't necessarily in all possible worlds the things that bring you closer to the best of all possible worlds. So those actions that are contingently moral in other possible worlds because they bring you closer to the best of all possible worlds might also be wrong in some sense, in the sense that if you did them in the best of all possible worlds, they'd make it not like the best of all possible worlds in that world.
Yeah.
But they're like immoral and moral on the theory to like differing degrees or something like that.
Yeah, so the example I was thinking about was slightly different, which is, so if you have a deontologist who is, you know, hiding Jews, of course, as they are, and you've got the Gestapo who comes and asks for where the Jews are, right? So your choices are you tell them, in which case
never tell a lie.
You avoid lying, but you hand over Jews to the Nazis, which presumably is not good. The alternative is that you lie and then you can save them, but then you tell a lie, which is also bad. So in one sense, you might say that both of those actions are wrong, but one of them is justified. Although I don't know that. Yeah, I guess, but probably just different people would use different language here. I might be inclined to say that the one that sort of violates the least, well, maybe that's not a good way to put
Maxims.
it. Yeah, maybe. Well, whatever the right thing to do is might be the right thing to do, but it may still be a bad thing to do in the sense that it leads to a bad outcome. You might have sort of the worst of the lesser of two evils kind of thing. I think I could see that. Calling it a justified immoral action is just, I feel like it's not a good way to describe it. Well, assumedly that's what he's saying. Like it's morally justified immoral, which is a bit hard to understand.
I guess it's kind of like maybe, you know, when you think of like a just war theory or whatever, like no one's trying to say that war's good, but it can be. Yeah,
like but then that war is justified. Yeah, so you can say it's justified but bad. But I don't know you can say it's justified and immoral. They're just, I mean, maybe you can if you have certain definitions in place, but it does seem a bit tricky. But this second sentence I'm having more trouble with. It is subjectively immoral in the best of all possible worlds. Sorry, no, I misread that. It is objectively immoral in the best of all possible worlds, but subjectively justified in some worlds. How is it subjectively justified? I'm missing that. Isn't it objectively justified if it brings you closer or if it's necessary? Like, why would it be subjective now?
Yeah, I don't, and I think that that's just imprecision, to be honest. Yeah.
If we lived in the best of all possible worlds, there'd be no consequences of children, such as. Hang on, how does he know that? How does he know that the best of all possible worlds is one in which there is never a case where people's desires conflict?
Yeah.
Like, I actually think that that's necessary. Suppose I desire to live in a world with real feeling people. If that's part of my desire, then there's going to be conflicting desires, right? I mean,
no. He means what he's saying here is that there just wouldn't be like bad consequences. So this is where it gets even more like.
But how do you know that that's metaphysically possible?
Well, I don't think he does, but this is the claim that he's making, is that so in the best of all possible worlds, which he's using as this kind of ideological standard by which to judge against where we should try to get to, he's saying that the child should, if they desire to, should be able to eat as much cake as they like, but there just wouldn't be any consequence, like negative consequences for them. So you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. So the fact that he's appealing to like idealized counterfactuals is not the main problem I have, because we actually do that quite a lot. And like the moral theory I prefer uses idealized counterfactuals, but it's sort of the devil's in the details. I can understand that the best of all possible worlds may be one in which eating too much cake doesn't make you fat. Like that doesn't seem to be absurd. But it seems that if we're going to take that to the extreme,
I mean, best in that in maybe like a different sense than the moral sense. Maybe like it'd be more convenient or something, or maybe better, as in people wouldn't suffer or something like that. But it doesn't seem to me that then it makes it like gluttony good or something. I mean, it's not clear to me that gluttony
that's one point, yes.
Because,
But I think there are much harder cases than just eating too much cake. Like, what about interpersonal interactions? Like, presumably in the best of all possible worlds, there are going to be people who relate to each other. And you know, if I want to be someone's friend and they don't want to be my friend, or if we both, you know, love the same person and they have to choose, or like if one person is like the leader of a group and then there's jealousy, like some things seem to be kind of pretty hard to get rid of. I mean, I'm not saying I proved that, right? But it's just on the face of it. Okay, yeah, so maybe eating cake doesn't make me fat, but like there are some certain types of interactions that seem inextricably to lead to conflicts between people's desires. If two people want there to be a case where they can, like, if I want it to be the case that someone can reject me because I don't want them to be an automaton, but then they actually do reject me, like, so I don't want that. Like, is that? It seems that it's plausible that there's just no. Let me rephrase this. He wants to. It seems that T-Jump wants to say that in the best of all possible worlds, there will never be a conflict between people's desires.
Yeah.
But if I can even find one conflict between people's desires in the best of all possible world, then his moral theory doesn't work, because it just sort of assumes that there is no such thing. But that's the problem. It's the idealization that he's making, I think, doesn't actually work.
Well, this is where I think the idealization just kind of degenerates into saying, well, in the best of all possible worlds, there's no bad things. But it's like, yeah, okay, like,
well, maybe that doesn't follow. Like, the best of all possible worlds still has to be possible. Actually, theists have made this argument against the problems of evil, and I think that that's an interesting question to discuss. Right? But
are we talking about possible, like, at all? Yeah.
Well, surely it's got to be metaphysically possible.
Well, see, it seems like, as you've been saying, though, I bet we could come up with some sort of like logical impossibility of this possible world that's being put forward by these like conflicts of desires, to the point where it might actually be like incoherent in
okay, so clearly I could have desires about things that are logically impossible. Like, I could desire that pi is an integer, maybe because that would make calculations easier. Now, that's obviously a logically impossible desire to satisfy. So I assume that
What about in the best of all possible worlds, though? Yeah.
Well, but it's not logically possible, right? So I assume that he's going to exclude that. But then the question is, what about things that are not logically impossible but metaphysically impossible? But maybe there are even things that are logically impossible that we can rule out, like certain game theoretic scenarios, for example.
Yeah, but I think
between
not
people,
not just you're like, not like a desire for pi to be an integer or something. I think maybe certain goods that you might desire in that world that would just seem obvious, but it, you know, like competition based, or to do with conflicts of desire, like mentioned before, like for someone to freely choose to love you or something like that, or I don't know, the goods that you might say, like the kind of goods that are brought about by sport or something. I'm kind of like struggling to think of a good example, but I mean they're going to be like logically impossible in this world because you're going to have to necessarily.
Well,
have
what about
these, like,
charity?
conflicting desires.
Could there be
Right.
charity in the best of all possible worlds?
Mhm.
I don't know. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, especially certain things that necessarily involve zero-sum interactions between people, like, you know, if we both love the same person, but they want to choose one of us, like in any, because there's nothing about physicality or limited resources there apart from like the person itself. But if the person has preferences, then I'm not sure how you could get around that. Like, that's not a disproof, but it seems to me that there are going to be plausible counterexamples here of things that are just not going to be possible, because this is a very high bar. He's saying that in the best of all possible worlds, there will be no conflict of anyone's preferences. Like, the adult wants the kid to eat broccoli and the kid wants to eat cake. Well, there's a conflict there. Well, he's going to say, no, that just won't happen in my world because the cake will be just as good as the broccoli. And so the kid can just eat cake and no one will have any other reasons for them not to want that. Well, okay, maybe that can happen about cake, but can that happen about every possible thing? That's what it seems pretty implausible to me. We only need one thing that leads to a conflict of interests in the best of all possible world for him to need to give an account as to whose interests, because his whole account relies on there being no conflicts of interests in the best of all possible worlds. So if there's even one, then it seems that it falls apart. And that's a really strong claim to make, that the best of all possible worlds has zero conflicts between anyone's preferences.
But he's also saying in the best of all possible worlds, you can have whatever you desire without any negative consequences. But what about if someone like desires to just like murder loads of people or something, or like have a war?
Well, that's an example, yeah. And he could say, well, maybe he can have a world where he murders people and they're not real people. But what if he wants them to experience suffering?
Because he said.
Well, not if they're not real people, they're like zombies or something.
No, I mean, in the previous slide, though, he said it's slavery to have like the world impose on you what you like can and can't will, or something like that. But then it seems like in this world, those like logical contradictions are going to be like create a form of slavery where you could have these like desires that could just never be satisfied in the best of all possible worlds, because.
Yeah, right. So if I just really want to murder people, but I can't, I'm enslaved to not murder people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't see how this is going to work. And again, it's not because he's using the best of all possible worlds per se, because that can be helpful. But it's the way that, like, he's defining it in such a strong way that there's none of these conflicts. I just think that doesn't work.
Yeah. Someone said, read the chat, lads. These are things he's addressed poorly many times. This is why I'm not.
I have been reading the chat.
Yeah, I've been glancing at what people have said, and the problem is, as you said, poorly in brackets. I mean, the problem is that people get all uppity and want to defend it, like T-Jump's like solve moral philosophy, which is why I thought it's important to address how like bad this theory kind of is.
Well, 551, another one. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but maybe we should address that, because a few people have made this point, and I have heard him say this. From 551, another one, if you can bring up that comment.
Which one?
Another one. I guess that's unclear that I was referring to that.
Which comment are you referring to? This one?
Yeah. In his best of all possible worlds, that is T-Jumps, we're alone in our own universes.
It's 851 for me. That's why. Yeah, when you were saying 551,
sorry,
I was like,
I did. I'd forgotten of that. Yeah. Another one from 51. Yeah, my apologies. See, in the best of all possible worlds, there'd be no time zone conflicts. But anyway, so in T-Jumps' best of all possible worlds, we're all alone in our own universes. That has big problems itself, but conflicting desires are irrelevant because there is no one in conflict. Okay, yeah. So if everyone has no other sentient agent or even moral patient in their own universes,
but you have this desire to truly murder people.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Yeah.
If my desires involve there being other moral patients in my universe, which could include just like a dog, anything that can suffer would, I think, count here, or to have a relationship with someone or friends or anything, right? Then there are going to be other people who experience real things in my universe. So I don't see how this, like, surely someone's brought this point up to him. Like, I think that he's smart enough to realize that that's a problem. So I'd like to know what he says about that.
Well, this is, I mean, I think we'll get there eventually, but this is why I want to highlight this as a problem, is because as intelligent as T-Jump is and able to like recognize these issues and stuff, he seems to be so married to his own theory that he can't like abandon it when it is just really bad. Like, there's a lot of motivated reasoning and stuff, and I think that this is the problem then, because people watch him use it so frequently that then this is why people like defend all these claims and get really offended almost when you even criticize them, when it's just patently like got these gaping holes in it just at the surface level without even getting into the complexities of it. But
yeah, let's continue. That was a dense one, though. That was There was a
Yeah,
lot there.
There would be no consequence of children eating as much cake as they like, and criminals could not harm others without consent. Therefore, there was no
They
justification.
could not harm others without consent. But what if they want to harm others without consent? What if that's their
Yeah,
desire
then they were
in
being
that world?
enslaved.
For stopping children from eating cake or putting criminals in prison against their will, making such actions simply immoral in the best of all possible worlds. The most contentious part of my position is that I see nature itself as immoral. Remember that if someone is being forced to abide by
I
someone
don't know
else's
that that's the
values,
most
slavery-
contentious part of your position.
Well, I think he sees like existence itself almost as immoral, because it seems like the best of all possible worlds on T-Jump theory is like where there's just absolutely nothing at all, right? And then nothing's imposing anything on anything, because it seems like
Yeah, it seems to be negative, entirely negative, which is interesting. Maybe he's because there's a view called negative utilitarianism, and a strong form of that would say that only I don't know if anyone goes this far, but the very strongest form would say that only suffering counts, right? Pleasure doesn't matter. Like it's only things that sort of pull
the
you
Sam
below the
Harris-ism.
baseline.
Yeah.
That says that those things count. And so the best of all possible worlds under that theory would just be one where there are no sentient creatures of any sort because there's no suffering. And the objection to that is sometimes known as what is it? The world exploder or something like that, with the idea that if that the best thing to happen under that worldview would just be for the world to just explode instantaneously, so there's no suffering, obviously, which seems pretty ridiculous, right? But the point is that he's
explode.
Well, yeah, it's sort of a silly name, but it kind of makes the point, I think. And he's not, I'm not saying T-Jump is saying that explicitly, but he seems to be most concerned about the idea that people are being, as he says, forced to abide by someone else's values, which could be eliminated entirely, if just no people existed. So perhaps the best of all possible worlds is just one where there are no sentient agents of any sort.
I want to address it, like why... This is the problem, is that he's actually contradicting himself, because he's saying they can do whatever they want and they can't do whatever they want, right? It's actually a contradictory conception. So like to just say like your objection, too bad they can't, right? No, it's not. That's not dealt with the objection, because there's still a contradiction.
It's not. But no, he said the best of all possible worlds is one in which that no one's desire is constrained or like by other people's ideas about what they want, right? So to say that, well, then they just can't harm others, well, but that's constraining their desire, so they're enslaved, according to what he just said before. Now, he can get around this, it seems to me, by what we just said. Like, he could just say the best of all possible worlds is one in which there are no agents, and therefore no one can be enslaved in that world. So I don't know if he would endorse that. That does seem to be a way to reconcile those two, but one in which you have more than one agent. I suppose if you had one agent, that would work as well.
It's going to get pretty scary then when he's starting to say, and the moral action to do is the one that brings us closer to that point.
Oh dear. Well, that's one problem with
it does. I mean, the conspiratorial part of my, like the conspiratorial sort of like crazy fundamentalist part of my personality that still exists, right, starts to think like, yeah, this is actually like some kind of satanic theory of morality, like where it's opposed to being itself as like
yeah, I could see that. So when he talks about nature as being immoral, I think that this comes back to something I mentioned before about the choice of language here. So look, depending on how you're defining that, I guess it could work. But I would say that moral or immoral are words we use to describe actions, or maybe character as well, of moral agents. So, for example, the coronavirus that's obviously causing a lot of harm, it's not immoral, right? Because it's not a moral agent. It's just a virus. At least that's how I would use that word. It's people that can be moral, immoral, or their actions, not just states of affairs. States of affairs can be good or bad, but not moral or immoral. At least that's how I would use that language, and I think that helps with clarifying things. So if he wants to say that nature can be bad, I don't actually think that that's that controversial. Nature's red in tooth and claw and those sorts of ideas. That there's quite a lot of people who would agree that there's a lot of horrific things in nature, or bad things in nature. To say that it's immoral, though, is a little odd. It at least to me implies that there's an agency behind nature.
Yeah, it is odd. I find this. I really appreciate this. This is like a fucked up way of backhanded compliment, right? Like, I really appreciate this from you because it's showing me how that's a bit screwed up.
Is that what he means?
I think so. That's how I've interpreted it.
I know how their criticisms are uncharitable. I'm not trying to be uncharitable. I'm trying to understand what T-Jump is saying here.
So that helps me control my bias when they criticize other people I disagree with. Yeah, like, is there a way of interpreting that isn't as like a backhanded compliment?
Maybe. if people think that there are more charitable interpretations of what we're seeing here, then please mention them in the chat, because we don't want to be uncharitable. But I've tried to articulate what I think the problems are, and likewise
I think
Nathan
the
as well.
correct way. I think the correct way of controlling your biases here, right, might be that you have an affinity for T-Jump's theory, probably because he debates people that and destroys people that you disagree with, right? So then when we're criticizing it, you're having issues with that because you want to view T-Jump as having these like infallible opinions about everything. Maybe that's another. Maybe you're just not correctly recognizing the bias that you have here, right? That's another way of interpreting what's going on there. And in my view, that'd probably be the correct one, because I don't think we're being uncharitable with what T-Jump's got to say. I don't think that charitability involves making a bad theory work when it doesn't, right? Like I don't think that charitability means just extending expending hours and hours and hours trying to make a theory that just doesn't fit and involves contradictions like work. You can offer a most charitable interpretation of the thing that you're reading and a less charitable interpretation, but sometimes it just doesn't work. And I think that that's the case with some of the things that we're seeing here, where, for example, he's wanting to say things like, like the action that's good in the best of all possible worlds is what you do in all the other possible worlds, but then that isn't necessarily what brings you towards that best of all possible worlds, but then you're meant to do what makes you go towards the best of all possible worlds. Those can be in conflict. Agents can do whatever they want, but then they can't do whatever they want. Like, it's not uncharitable just because T-Jump can just say, well, that's not a problem for my theory. You're just an idiot. Like, just because he can say that doesn't mean that that's like a good rebuttal, right, to the problem. And that, as well as, I mean, the way he deals with some of these problems, but nature is horribly immoral. Okay.
It would be moral to free them so they can pursue their own values. Nature applies more of these involuntary restrictions than anything else. We are all slaves to nature.
This is where I begin to see bias, though, in people who view, because these criticisms are obvious. T-Jump has defended against them. None of his, like, you can't defend a logical contradiction, right? It just is a contradiction in the theory. You can't just go, it just doesn't matter. Like,
we're not reviewing all his debates. We're reviewing this presentation. So I don't think that that's a fair criticism, because this presentation here, secular objective morality, the best of all possible worlds of my moral immorality, should, at least to an extent, stand on its own, right, as a presentation of his model of morality. I'm not saying it has to have everything. So that's what we're critiquing. I don't see that this is odd, because people sometimes make this with respect to others as well, that in order to critique someone, you have to critique like everything that they've said, which is silly, right? You can just critique any part of that, as long as you're not taking that out of the context in which it was presented. Like, if I took one slide and then critique that might be dodgy. But if you take a whole presentation in itself, you can just critique that. And if they've said something else elsewhere, well, then that's good that they've said something else. Like, you can look at that as well. But I think it's silly to say that you have to critique everything someone said in order to critique anything that they say. That would mean that we'd hardly ever have time to critique anyone, because you'd have to like read everything they've ever said or watch everything they've ever said in order to critique them.
But it also assumes that the responses that he's offered in those debates are convincing, right? And actually sufficiently address the objections, which I don't think they do, because when I watch these debates, it basically amounts to saying, no, you're an idiot, you don't understand ethics, right? And I don't think that that actually deals with what the objections are here. But there is, I mean, if we can get through this one quickly, I did want to show him discussing with Alex Malpass where some of
let's keep going.
come out.
As it forces us to have many values we had no say in, such as food and air and warmth and youth and health, etc. I did not choose for my body to get weak and die when I get old. This is something that is being imposed on me against my will. Meaning, nature is horribly immoral, and it would be moral if we could free humanity from the values imposed on us by nature, such as age and hunger and suffering and death, making them voluntary. Most people consider morality to only apply to actions done by agents requiring some kind of intentionality or volition. Nature doesn't have any such intentionality, so how can it be considered moral or immoral? Now, I consider this
this is what I was saying.
Nature can be immoral, and to consider nature itself immoral would be a strange inversion of reasoning, to use Dan Dennett's phrase, but I'm going to bite the bullet here and just say our intuitions are wrong and nature is, in fact, immoral. It seems strange that we see...
So there's another, like non-standard claim that needs to get off the ground to motivate this theory.
the act of assisting someone to gain necessary or beneficial things to be what qualifies as moral, rather than the obtainment of the things themselves. The reason for this could be due to evolution. If our moral intuitions were guided towards the acquisition of the thing, this may make people feel it is moral to harm you to get what they want, resulting in a zero or negative sum game to the detriment of society. Whereas if helping others is intuitively moral, it will result in a positive sum game where the haves will help the have-nots, resulting in more people who can work to the benefit of society, making a cooperative society better off than a selfish society in the long run.
Let's pause that. So I think that, oh, what happened there?
It was an ad.
Can
Yeah.
we jump back to that slide? So
Yeah, I
the
think
second
we're-
dot point is, I think, kind of not that important. The first one, though, like, was his defense of talking about non-agentic processes like nature or states of affairs as being moral or immoral? So he says, it's strange that we see the act of assisting someone to gain beneficial things to be what qualifies as moral rather than the obtainment of things themselves. Yeah, so what he's saying is, look, why is it the actions or the like process of getting there rather than the thing itself that's moral? I think that this... So the answer I would give to that is because morality is about a code of conduct or a statement of principles about behavior that describes what actions we should and should not take, or what actions are right and which actions are wrong. That's kind of what morality is about. That's the distinction I made before between sort of giving a theory of morality or normativity and just giving a theory of axiology. See, there could be good and bad states without actually being any facts of the matter about what we ought to do with respect to those states. And I think a good theory of morality will need to address both of these. Although there are people, I think actually Peter Railton may be one of them, depending on how you think about it, who actually don't want to give a normative, like a normative theory of morality that provides a grounding of sort of oughtness about the reasons we have for acting. But that's a separate point. What I'm saying here is that morality is often taken to be a description of a theory that explains or gives an account for why particular actions are right and why other actions are wrong. So it's sort of, I think, I don't want to say intrinsically, but that's what it's about. It's about actions. It obviously is going to relate to states of affairs because our actions shape states of affairs. And so morality is going to have to relate to that. So it's not like it's irrelevant, but it is distinct. It's not the same thing as just ranking the different things that could happen and say which ones are good and which ones are bad. That's not sufficient for morality because it doesn't actually tell us what we ought to do, what actions are right and which actions are wrong to take. So I think that there is a very principled reason for making this distinction. One tells you about the actions of agents that relates to a moral code, such as utilitarianism or deontology or virtue ethics. Another relates to assigning values or like a ranking of states of affairs. And to conflate those, I think, leads to confusions. That would be my defense of the distinction. What do you think, Nathan?
I was just thinking about it. It seems strange that we see the act of assisting someone to gain necessary or beneficial things to be what qualifies as moral, rather than the obtainment of the things themselves. Well, maybe this is part of the problem. I mean, if I think of like what a completely reductive kind of like story might be there about why, well, it would be because morality isn't just about it's not just about that one interaction, right? It's also about how it plays out over multiple interactions in like different circumstances and stuff. So then I think that that's the word we use by like character or personality or maybe the virtues or something like that. And so then in that sense, it does become morally relevant, the type of like character we develop, because even if, you know, it might be morally right in one situation to take a certain course of action, then maybe that like harms your character in such a way that it means that in the subsequent like 1,000 interactions that you take, you know, you just perform absolutely horrible. And then over like a lifetime, you actually, you know, you actually do like way more wrong, even though on this one interaction you like won out or something. So I do think it is relevant, like the sentiment from which the action proceeds, or like the kind of like deontic considerations and stuff, the act itself, rather than just the obtainment of the things, of the ends.
Yeah, that's another good point, and that's another reason why there's often a distinction made between these things, because intention obviously doesn't directly, like, you can have the same outcome regardless of intention. So if we just reduce everything to outcomes, then not even in terms of in principle, but like in terms of the language that we're using, we don't even have a language for talking about intentions or where they fit in, it seems, if we just talk about the outcome itself as opposed to how that was obtained or how we got there. Because to a lot of moral theories, that's important, like virtue ethics, and deontology, that is critical. It's not just the attainment. So again, he seems to be assuming some sort of consequentialism here. And although I lean towards that myself, I guess what I would say is, I think that what is right or wrong ultimately is determined by what is good or bad. I don't think that those are like semantically equivalent. It's not true by definition. And you can't just sort of rule out alternatives by stipulating the language. And I think that's kind of what he's leaning towards here, by just sort of saying that we're not going to have a separate language for talking about rightness or wrongness versus goodness or badness of outcomes. We're just going to actually lump them all together and use the word immoral to talk about all of them, or moral or immoral.
Society, making a cooperative society better off than a selfish society in the long run. Also, it seems there would be little evolutionary benefit to holding grudges or getting revenge against rocks for falling on people, so it would be unlikely evolution would produce such inclinations. Because evolution...
I'm just trying to think about that. I mean, if that's good enough, I guess I could, like, what are the standards there? I mean, like, what would you have to say? Because I could tell you like a just so story, you know, like about why people would hold grudges against rocks for falling on people, and why like a particular ecological niche where that would actually be like a beneficial. Is it, you know, like by what standard? I mean, like, according to what is it unlikely that there'd be evolutionary benefits to holding grudges against rocks? Maybe in some particular environment, for example, actually holding grudges against rocks means that people, I don't know, keep them away from where they live, so they're less likely to like fall on people's heads or something in this particular environment for some reason. And so people developing grudges against rocks is actually conducive to fitness in that particular population. I'm not sure.
Most societies have had some sort of nature worship or attribution of agency to to objects, or exactly, because well, like plausibly at least, because you can tell an account as to why it's actually helpful to do that. If you attribute agency to rocks that could fall on you, then that may help you to construct mental models that allow you to, that will facilitate behavior for avoiding them. So I mean, you know, you can come up with evolutionary accounts of lots of things, but I guess the point is that does seem a bit implausible there. Like, I don't know why. I think there are more plausible accounts as to why we make a distinction between like good and bad and right and wrong, or moral and immoral versus good and bad, and that's because that they actually sort of refer to different things, and that are useful to make a distinction between. And I'm not very persuaded by his attempt to explain that there's an evolutionary reason for that distinction, because it doesn't seem that it actually works.
I guess.
By the way, I throw a link in the chat to the Rutledge Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which unfortunately is paywalled, but has a few paragraphs on the distinction here, which might be between right and good, I think is what their article is called. Just in case anyone wants a little more on that. But continue, Nathan.
Well, just he's saying. So first off, there's this idea that so we wouldn't. He's saying, on the assumption that his theory is true, where nature is immoral, that we wouldn't develop the kind of faculties to figure that out, right? So people wouldn't have a kind of like moral intuition about that. So it doesn't matter what our moral intuitions are about. But then it's like, well, doesn't he have like a moral intuition here about nature being evil? Isn't that?
I don't know. Wait, hang on. Last sentence here I missed. This is why I believe we should dismiss the intuition that morality requires agency.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's just an intuition, right? I was sort of talking about this before. It depends how you use the word intuition. But if intuition is just synonymous for like a belief, well then why distinguish? Right. Why not just call it a belief? But I don't think it is. I think the way it's typically used in philosophy would be a sort of a belief that you have, typically that you can't really explain or justify, that you just sort of feel, it just sort of comes to you. It just sort of seems that it's the case. And in that sense, I don't think that it is an intuition, or at least it's not just an intuition from my point of view, that morality requires agency. I think that you can give a plausible analysis of the terms in their deployment, in virtue of which it makes sense to to separate them, and so it's not just an intuition. Like I feel like sometimes people try to dismiss things as being mere intuitions when they're actually just things that people believe. If you can give an explanation or justification or evidences for it, or like a reasoned account as to why you think that, I don't really think it's an intuition, or at least it's not just an intuition.
Yeah, you could still have the intuition, but then it's not. Yeah, it's not just that. Like,
yeah, a lot of my philosophical beliefs. Actually, I've been meaning to do a table of this because I think it's interesting. Some of my philosophical beliefs align with my pre-theoretic intuitions, although it's a bit hard because the more you do this, the more your intuitions get kind of corrupted by like things that you read and so forth. Whereas I don't necessarily think that that's pre-theoretic. I mean, like before you turn into a philosophy nerd and read all this stuff. Like there's an idea of folk physics, for example, how we think physics works before you like learn physics.
Yeah.
So that's that sort of thing I mean.
Finding out that things accelerate toward the Earth at the same speed, and it just like being this weird.
That's an example that's counterintuitive to a lot of people. But if you get used to it enough, it may become intuitive because you're just exposed to it a lot. So that's sort of what I mean, that your intuition become like corrupted by things that you know, but it doesn't always. So from my point of view, there are quite a few of my philosophical positions that align with what my pre-theoretic intuition was, and maybe still is. And there are others where it differs. And so I don't actually think that there needs to be any particular alignment between the two. But there are some people who place a very high importance on pre-theoretic intuitions. William Lane Craig is one of those people. And I mean, I object to that. But I just think it's interesting that the role that intuition plays in these sort of discussions.
Selects for survival rather than truth, any intuition that is purely evolutionarily inspired would not necessarily describe objective morality. This is why I believe we should dismiss the intuition that morality requires agency. Therefore, it seems our intuition that morality requires agency is purely a product of evolution and would therefore not be a feature of objective morality.
That is not a well-substantiated claim. He just said it just seems unlikely that, this would happen.
Well, here's a throwaway story. Therefore,
Like,
the story wasn't even very good because I think that you can just give an argument as to why it would be adaptive for people to apply, moral terms to rocks, at least in some context, right? But yeah, regardless of whether it was or not, I think that we can give good reasons for making that distinction.
But here's where that kind of thing I think is going to cut against him as well, because we could do the same sort of thing with whatever conclusion he's going to try and reach, right? Where we just say, well, it seems that unlikely that evolution would give us true beliefs about this. Therefore, like, here's why I think you're wrong. So, you can just do this sort of arbitrarily about it if the standards are not like well evidenced claims and things. If it's just like, here's this kind of vague like scenario where I can just sort of say, well, it seems unlikely.
The second dot point here, he seems to be moving pretty close to an evolutionary debunking argument of which seems it would apply more generally, right? So people have used this to argue against any moral intuition,
like anti-realism. It's not truth tracking.
Yeah, or even outside the moral sphere, outside for any type of well, this is the evolutionary argument against naturalism, if you want to push it in that direction, which I think is a bit. I mean, you want to be careful about deploying that as a tool because it can come back to bite you, so to speak, if you can't make a clear distinction as to why it's evolutionary debunked in one case but not in the other case. I think evolutionary debunking arguments are generally quite poor. So I don't deploy them really in any case that I can think of. But I guess the question is, if you do deploy them in one area, then why should you not also deploy them in another area? Like if the idea that we should describe if the idea that we should not describe, say, rocks or whatever as immoral, if that is due to evolutionary factors and therefore we should debunk it, like we should forget about it, then why not apply that to other things as well, like all of moral discourse, for example, or like anything? I guess I'd like to hear why the argument applies just to that and not to other things that he's saying. Because remember, he started out by talking about a bunch of features that it seems that we think morality has. That was one of the first things that he said. And he talked about how it seems that morality is about helping other people and so forth. But why not just say, look, that's just evolved, right? Because of social pressures and the need to cooperate and so forth. And therefore it should just be debunked. And we shouldn't, this is simply a biological disposition to benefit survival. And therefore we should ignore it. Like, it seems you could make that argument against his entire thesis.
I'm thinking of that third bullet point. True objective morality can be grounded in the reason this disposition is beneficial in the first place. The true core of immorality, the fact that there are necessary or beneficial things that we cannot acquire.
there is such a thing. In order to gain a better understanding of what morality really is, we need to relinquish our egocentric view that moral actions require agency. This is simply a biological disposition to benefit survival. True objective morality can be grounded in the reason this disposition is beneficial in the first place, the true core of immorality, the fact that there are necessary beneficial things we cannot acquire. The goal of objective morality would be ending the immoral state of affairs that there are necessary or beneficial things that we cannot acquire. Each individual should have the right to define for themselves what these necessary and beneficial things are. We can use this principle to judge the immorality of nature. Like one possible example of a beneficial thing would be not having rocks fall on you. Imagine two worlds, one where rocks occasionally fall on people and hurt them, and another where rocks cannot fall on people and hurt them. All else being equal, the world in which rocks cannot hurt people is more moral because it has less involuntary restrictions of will. By comparing...
Or maybe you could give some different truth maker there, right? Like, why is that the only truth maker that you can give about why it's more or less? And again, this is weird because it seems to be playing on the idea that we have some intuition, right, about that thought experiment, but our intuitions have already been evolutionarily debunked. So I shouldn't trust that intuition.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying before.
Rocks falling on people's heads.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that rocks falling on people is immoral unless someone's pushed them or something. I would just say that it's bad, right? Again, drawing on this distinction, which I think is quite important. Again, well, like if you don't make this distinction, consequentialism appears to be entirely tautological, and that alone I think is a good reason to make it. But anyway, yeah, so I'm happy with that, to say that one in which rocks fall on people's heads, assuming that that's involuntary, it is worse than one in which that doesn't happen. I wouldn't say that it's moral, but we've already talked about that point. Now, what's the second point here? By comparing wills and assessing which have the least involuntary restrictions of will, hang on, the least involuntary restrictions of will. He seems to be saying that there may still be some involuntary restrictions of will. But before he said that there won't be any in the best of all possible worlds. Remember, he explicitly said that on the slide, that there will be no.
Changed. Yeah. But maybe.
Okay, well, we can judge what's to be more or less moral than others. We can repeat this question for any given phenomena, compare all possible worlds, using this as a methodology to discover the most moral of all possible worlds, the best of all possible worlds. Okay, that seems more plausible, but we're still going to have something to say about when there are conflicts. So when there are cases in which there are restrictions of people's will, then what is better? Like, it seems to me that he wants to avoid that.
I think it's that isn't the only morally relevant consideration, right? Is the imposition of will isn't the only thing that which is what I meant in response to point one. Well, maybe it's not that it's a less moral world because it impinges on people's will, but maybe it's because of like suffering or something, like something else, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's one point as well, that he's grounding. We talked about that earlier. He's grounding it on impositions of people's will. It's not clear why that should be the foundation. I think it relates to a theory of well-being. So implicitly, I think he's saying that something is bad if it reduces people's welfare, and he's understanding welfare as basically preference satisfaction. But actual preference satisfaction, not idealized preference satisfaction. So there's a number of assumptions here. One is basically it's consequentialist. So he's ruled out other views that would draw a distinction between like what's good and what you should do, like deontology. Another one is welfarism, which says that what is good is what improves the welfare of people or maximizes the welfare. That's a view called welfarism. I hold that view, but it's not the only view in town. So you should, I think, mention other alternatives and explain like why should we accept that. And then there's a particular view about what welfare consists of. T-Jump's view appears to be that it consists of satisfying people's actual preferences, or like not inhibiting their freedom to do what they actually want, which I think is implausible, but I mean is a possible view. Normally you'd appeal to some sort of idealized preference because of the idea that people can have like bad preferences or misinformed preferences. So the point is that the view that T-Jump seems to be taking appears to me, and I don't mean to arrogate myself to the position of being an expert on such things, but I have read like a moderate amount about it. So based on what I understand, it seems that he does sort of fit within, like his view is sort of novel, but it also fits within a few categories that you can identify, although he doesn't always use that language. So he seems to be basically a consequentialist, a welfarist, and then he's appealing to people's actual preferences as the foundation of welfare. Like that's what maximizes someone's welfare. And then he's got a particular thing to say about like the best of all possible worlds. But that's pretty standard if you're a consequentialist, to say that actions are right to the extent that they will lead to a better possible world. But I think one of the big weaknesses is this idea that his theory doesn't seem to have anything to say, at least so far, about what happens when people's preferences conflict. Because up till now, he said that, well, that just won't happen in the best of all possible worlds. But now he seems to be implying that it could happen, and we still don't have an account as to what the good thing to happen would be. If that, like, what's the better outcome if there are instances where people's desires conflict? Maybe we'll hear more about that.
Worlds and assessing which have the least involuntary restrictions of will, we can judge worlds to be more or less moral than others. We can repeat this question for any given phenomenon a world may have and compare all possible worlds. Using this as a methodology, we can discover the most moral of all possible worlds, the best of all possible worlds. The best of all possible worlds would be a world that has no involuntary restriction of will. For example, if you had complete control over your own universe and could do anything you wanted.
That's where the tension is coming in again, right? Because the preference satisfaction to like really torture people, right?
But so his first point there, the best of all possible worlds would be a world in which there is no voluntary restriction of will, no involuntary restriction of will. Now go back to the previous slide.
Least involuntary restrictions of will.
Yeah, the worlds which have the least involuntary restrictions of will. Well, which I guess the least could be one that has none. No, it's not a contradiction. Yeah. But this is important, right? Whether there is little or none, right? Because or some amount or zero amount, because it seems that there will be some amount. And then the question is, how do we deal with that? If he's going to say that there will be no amount, then he has to explain why there isn't, why there isn't a conflict.
Well, yeah. So he could say fewer, right? He could say like the fewer the better, and okay, there's the fewest in the one with none. But this is, I think it's that strong first premise which is creating those problems for him where he then can no longer deny, when someone says in the best of all possible worlds, they want to genuinely torture people, like they just want to genuinely, again, like any paradigmatic particular case that we want to point to, we can say, well, in the best of all, that as being wrong, we can point to that and say, well, in the best of all possible worlds, someone gets to desire that and have it satisfied, right? For even the most wrong of things that we could all agree upon. And that's why it's like completely sort of back to front, I think. But
what's this last point here? If there are two people, they may have contradicted wills. So we have to go one step further to best of all possible worlds. Hang on. Well, maybe he's going to explain this. So let's let him talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Involuntary restriction of will. For example, if you had complete control over your own universe and could do anything you wanted. Of course, if two people live in this universe, they may have contradictory wills. We have to go one step further to the best of all possible worlds for all possible wills. The best of all possible worlds for all possible wills would be a world where all wills have sovereignty over themselves and total freedom to achieve their will so long as they do not impose upon the sovereignty of others.
Well, that's a pretty big restriction.
Yeah.
Wait, but in other words, every being gets their own universe. Okay, well, let's just keep playing, because I think he's going to address these.
This can be simplified or shortened just to all wills have sovereignty over themselves. The other phrases just are redundant. They mean the same thing. In other words, every being gets their own universe, which they can do whatever they want with. A common criticism of this idea I get is, well, it seems like a very lonely universe. How would wills interact with others? This isn't really a problem because, of course, we're still going to have interdimensional Facebook. So others can invite you to their universe, or you can invite others to yours, and you can choose to visit other universes if you voluntarily.
But what the fuck?
What?
Like, so I've got a preference.
Seriously,
right?
This is his response. Interdimensional Facebook.
So I'm gonna
go ahead.
So I'm gonna send out my interdimensional Facebook request for genocide. Right? I want to play Yahweh, and I want to eternally consciously torment like a vast portion of humanity. That's just my preference. How I'm gonna send out if people don't respond to my Facebook request, like my preference is never going to be satisfied, right? So there's a problem. And then I'm basically a slave. I'm a slave.
What if I want to live in a universe that has other people in it? Not just invite them. I want them to be in my universe, which seems plausible for a lot of people, right?
I want them to be in it against their will.
Well, maybe I want it to be for their will or against their will. It could be either way. But I don't see how you can get around this problem that there are going to be conflicts between people's wills. Yeah. And at that point, you have to address what is... what should, like, morally speaking, what is the right action, or what is the better outcome, whichever way you want to go in discussing that. And I mean, someone in chat mentioned, well, maybe it's just undetermined as to which is better. I guess that's possible. The problem is that seems to be the crux of morality, right? It's about weighing up competing interests, or at least that's a very important part of it, weighing up competing interests. And if a moral theory has nothing to say about how you weigh up competing interests, it seems to me that it's a pretty useless moral theory. Like, this is a hypothetical universe that's supposed to help us determine what to do in the actual world, but it bears no relation to the actual world. And the most important aspect, or one of the most important aspects of morality in the actual world, is competing interests. And this world is defined in a way that it can't have any of those. So how is it helpful in telling us what to do in the actual world?
So someone did point out something which is a thought I often have when I hear TJ expound this as well, is that this moral theory is like literally C.S. Lewis's depiction of hell.
What does C.S. Lewis say about hell?
Where you're just literally given over to like your own desires, and then if you like haven't set like the good as the final end of your will or whatever, then that just plays out as like all these horrible scenarios of you doing whatever you want with your will, basically. So like people, he gives this story of, like Napoleon, for example, building his own like mansion out in the middle, like away from everyone, and there's nowhere around. It's like,
right.
And just being like terribly lonely, but he kind of like wants to be that way. But it's like bad. I mean, I think there's some tensions in what Lewis is describing there, like tensions that are there for this view of morality. But I do agree that it seems to me that sounds more like an idea of like hell than of like a real good way that the world should be.
I just can't believe that interdimensional Facebook is his response. Like, that doesn't address the problem that you might, in fact, I think most people would want to live in a universe with other people, not just invite them to your universe. You want them to be in your universe. Maybe to be nice to them, maybe to be nasty to them, whatever. Like, and that. Plus, if they don't come, you invite them and they don't come. Well, isn't that a restriction on what you wanted? So I don't see how this addresses anything.
So Ben says, T-Jump has said that this theory isn't intended to be practically applicable, even though he's kind of said at the start he's giving a normative theory, right? Not saying what morality is.
Yeah, he's not saying it's an ontology, though.
That was the first thing he said. So that would actually be, he's contradicting himself. But it's supposed to illustrate how you can have an objective measure for morality without God. And the problem for that is that there's just better theories, right? Like, we don't need interdimensional Facebook. We could just...
Look, if that's true, if it's not supposed to tell us, if it's not supposed to give us a theory of what is right or wrong, and it's also not supposed to give an ontological grounding of morality, then what is it supposed to do? Like, I don't understand the point of the theory, because he seemed at the start, he wasn't giving an ontological grounding of the status of morality. He seemed to be saying that he was offering some sort of normative theory. And isn't that what he said? He said, look, what we're going to do is we're going to see what's right or wrong in the best of all possible worlds. And that will be right or wrong in all possible worlds. Except then he also seemed to be implying that what is actually right is the thing that will move us closer to the best of all possible worlds. But whichever of those things it is, it seems that he is offering a normative theory. And it's okay to use that on the basis of an abstracted world. That's not the problem. The problem is his abstracted or hypothetical world is just ridiculous. Like, it's full of confusions and doesn't seem to say anything about what we should do in the actual world. That's my problem with it. So I think that it is hard to understand what he thinks that the account is supposed to be doing. If it's not supposed to be applicable in any way, then is it offering a grounding? Well, he said that it wasn't at the start. So then what is it doing? I don't, well, we've still got a few minutes left, so maybe he will say what it's doing, but I felt like he did say that at the start.
Maybe this is like my biases, right? But I am getting the sense that people, that like, I'm getting the sense as well that this is like a defensive comment about T-Jump. Like, well, come on, like, a lot of philosophers philosophize foolishly. Like, yeah, like, this is, I think, the point. But this is what in this
T-Jump a philosopher?
Domain, well, no, not a professional philosopher, but I guess like a lot of philosophers do philosophize foolishly.
Well,
but
yes.
Then in this domain, right, when people are talking about these problems and offering and philosophizing foolishly, this is where we come in and say, no, that's like bad philosophy. It shouldn't be done this way. And like, this is why this is like an example of that in certain respects, right? Not in every respect, because I thought the opening, at least, where he
the opening was good.
But,
and the thing is, the opening was the start where he appealed to existing ideas and literature, not like heaps of citations and massive quotes, but it's just like concepts that are well, at least widely used and sort of generally accepted as helping us to understand things. And that's why, although like it's important that you don't gatekeep and say, look, you can't engage in this discussion unless you've read like 1,000 pages of this. But at the same time, a good discourse will also make reference to some of what thinkers have already addressed about this. That's why I like to mention, references such as this book. And when I mention things that I believe, I like to mention philosophers who've written similar accounts. It doesn't mean like I have to subscribe to everything they've said and you can have your own views on things, but to just sort of develop, which it seems that T-Jump has, this set of idiosyncratic thoughts without really after those initial slides, any connection to existing literature, it is, first of all, it makes it hard for people to understand what he's saying, because at least that, like, read other people, because it's like everyone's inventing their own vocabulary, and philosophy is already kind of like that, to be honest, but it makes it even harder. But the other thing is that it just means that you're likely to fall into problems or traps that people have already addressed in the literature. So I think it is important to try to build on what has been done already. You know, for someone like T-Jump at least, or SJ would be another example, when you're giving a presentation, offering your views, you know, give some citations and draw on some existing literature, and then present your own synthesis or your own take on something. I'm not saying just regurgitate what everyone else has said, but I'm saying, you know, try to build on what's gone before to some extent. And when he seems to just be making everything up from himself, yeah, I think that's a bad way of going about these sorts of discussions, because effectively, like, everyone's then going to have their just highly idiosyncratic view, using language differently, and it's going to be even harder than it already is to have these discussions.
Well, it's not a problem if you just get your own universe and can do whatever you want, right?
Well, yeah, and then we can philosophize however we like, I suppose.
You restrict your own will to accommodate the rules of that person's universe. Also, you can work with others to make universes controlled by democratic votes. You could choose to live in a universe exactly like the one we currently live in, with all its positives and negatives. The possibilities are endless. Another question I'm often asked is, well, what makes this the best of all possible worlds? Well, it's the best because if there was anything better, a better possible universe or a better possible option, that would be one of the options you could choose from in this universe. My best possible world idea is strikingly similar to Robert Nozick's utopia if it were taken to its logical extreme of us having power over the laws of physics to design our own universes rather than just our own societies. However, my model can adequately address many of the criticisms his model could not, as any restriction of will to freely move from world to world could only occur voluntarily. Here is a description of Robert Nozick's utopia that I copied from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
It's good that he's appealing to that. So yeah, let's just see what he has to say about this, and then I'll comment.
Feel free to read it if you so choose.
Okay, he's not going to read it. He just sticks it up there. Yeah, I'd like to actually read this out, because it's kind of, because I'm a little bit suspicious of this, because Robert Nozick was interested in political philosophy, which is a little different. But individuals are presented with... The
experience machine, as far as I understand the experience machine, it's just about pleasure, right? It's not that much to do with will and stuff.
Yeah, so I'll read out the quote, because I think it might matter here. Individuals are presented with and can try out diverse communities, while communities themselves arise and modify themselves in their competitive search to sustain, improve, or increase their membership. A wide range of communities will continually arise out of and in response to the evolving perceptions that diverse individuals will have about the modes of sociality, about what modes of sociality will best suit them and will best attract welcome partners. Communities will survive and perhaps expand or be imitated insofar as they actually embody modes of relationship that serve well their actual or prospective membership, or insofar as they successfully refine their offerings in the marketplace of communities. The framework also ensures that those who are already confident that they know what sort of community is best for them will be free to form those communities by voluntary subscription, and thereby to manifest their actual value or disvalue to themselves and to other seekers of well-being. End quote. Yeah, so that's not actually from Nozick. That's from Eric Mack.
Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, that's just a clarification there. Yeah, but isn't Nozick giving a theory of political philosophy? He's talking about how a society should be structured.
Yeah, and
he's not giving a moral theory. Well, I mean, it's sort of moral, but
yeah, and I guess what Tom's trying to get at there is that the morally relevant feature that's being picked out by this paragraph maybe is the right to the freedom to self-determination in forming political communities, something like that.
Right, and he's extrapolating that out of the context and applying it elsewhere. Okay, I think I get that idea. The problem is that you need to do a lot of work there in making that connection between the context in which Nozick is talking about this, which is a sort of a political context, and the context that T-Jump is talking about it, which is a completely universalized context of like entirely separate universes.
Yeah, this is the morally relevant criteria. Like, there aren't any other morally relevant features of reality.
Yeah, and this applies universally. Yeah. And like the notion of a community, I don't even know that makes. Well,
what doesn't make
I guess T-Jump's going to.
The world.
If everyone has their own universe, is what I was going to say.
Yeah, but
then he's going to say, well, you can choose to live in the same universe. Yeah, but then what if people have different? Yeah, but he's going to say, look, people can have conflicting desires if they choose to live in a universe that permits that. But his theory still doesn't say anything about what happens when they conflict.
And what about
which seems to be pretty important to me?
What about when someone's desire is like this sense of genuine competition with a different community. And it's like, well, someone else could, but what if they want to have this genuine competition with someone else who doesn't want it? I mean, I'm not saying that that's a good desire, right? Because my notion of what's good and bad is like very different from this. But it seems that should be a possible state of affairs, a possible and impossible state of affairs, according to what T-Jump's saying, right? And that's the problem.
This is an interesting connection. I'm not sure that it works really well, but it is interesting.
Philosophy, you can feel free to read it if you so choose. As noted earlier, I believe that if we can know what actions would be moral or immoral in the best of all possible worlds, then we can know those actions are objectively moral or immoral in all possible worlds, thereby giving us a grounds for objective moral.
And we've said how this is
that's a big claim.
Because those actions that are moral or immoral in the best of all possible worlds might not be what bring you. So you can think of a case, right, where the action that is moral, that an action that's immoral in the best of all possible worlds in another possible world actually brings you closer to the best of all possible worlds. So what's it moral to do? Is it moral to do the immoral action because it brings you closer to the best of all possible worlds, or is it immoral to do that because it's not done in the best of all possible worlds, right? And you can't really decide between those.
So this point here, the objective moral standard, the fundamental moral standard is all wills should have sovereignty over themselves. Why is that? Look, we haven't had a real explanation.
Isn't that just like true by definition, though? Like a will is sovereign over itself. Like that's what a will is.
Should have sovereignty. Well, I guess it depends how you define sovereignty, right? Because you could have a will that's not sovereign in the sense that other people impose on it. And I think that's what he's saying here. That everyone should have, that all wills, like let's just say persons to make it a bit simpler, all persons should have the ability to choose. Like sovereignty has actually a pretty strong notion of sovereignty there.
Yeah, so sovereignty
to manifest any outcome that they want.
Yeah, which then is like, again, that's going to conflict with in these like free will discussions where he's going to be against this like this libertarian model of free will.
Well, that's another whole interesting question there about how that fits in. But I would just like to ask what the justification is for this being the objective moral standard, because I don't really feel like we had one. Like he started talking about, let's recap. He started talking about some different things that people think are moral, and he went to saying, look, it's about helping other people without thinking of anything returning yourselves. And we critique that by saying there's a lot of things that he's leaving out here that may be related to morality. But then he took that idea and basically said, look, it's not actually the fact of helping that's important. It's the fact of like making their lives better or making other people's lives better. So that was then, this is the immoral, moral, good, bad sort of distinction that we talked about. So then he said, look, it's about those people getting what they want. And then he sort of, I don't know that we got much of a justification as to why someone's welfare counted as why the best theory of welfare was what that person wants. We did get something about like, well, if they want you to do something and you want to do something to help them, like if there's a conflict, then whose should it be? Like whose idea about what sort of help to give should take preeminence? And he basically just said it's theirs. So that is, people should get what they want, not have other people decide what's best for them, or any other criteria apply. But we didn't really get an argument for that. I think it was just sort of asserted. And that then led to the moral principle that basically through talking about best of all possible worlds, that all wills should have sovereignty over themselves. But I think this is just highly contentious. What if someone's will is horrific, right? Not even just with respect to other people, but what if their will for themselves? Like, could it be that someone has a will that is destructive or harmful or just not good with respect to themselves? I think that is plausible, and that's why I would appeal to idealized preferences instead of people's actual wills, right? And that's also why this comes to theories of well-being that I mentioned before. That's why people will appeal to either pleasure or idealized preferences, or maybe objective list theory to describe what is good for a person, because the idea of just appealing to someone's will, like what they actually just happen to want right now, is problematic for these sorts of reasons. And even that is presupposing, right, that well-being is the thing that's ultimately good. Like you could have other ideas about that, such as exemplifying the virtues, for example, well, that's just one that comes to mind. So it's the point I'm making here is that I think that this fundamental standard has not really been justified. It's sort of been developed through a series of assertions that don't really address other competing views about what the standard might be.
Yeah, and I don't think it compares favorably as well, because it seems to has,
as we've said,
no application whatsoever, right? Is one of the things. It seems implausible as an account of what we actually do experience when we experience morality, as if like those kind of epistemic defeaters, right? As if this is what's actually kind of going on in that scenario. Like, we're considering this specific conception of the best of all possible worlds and like calculating comparisons against it. It just seems like that isn't what's going on when we talk about morality in the real world. And then also, it isn't an ontological account of what morality is. He's not saying he's actually making like some kind of identity claim or anything, or some ontological account. And then there's further considerations, I suppose, if we wanted to flesh out the theory, as to, well, what is the best of all possible worlds? I mean, is it a brain state that a person has? Is it like a platonic form, right? And then is it
that's what I think that's what he meant at the start when he says he's not going to say what morality is, which I interpret as he's not going to give an ontological grounding of moral facts. Although he kind of has, but metaethics.
But that's the whole thing of what metaethics is supposed to be.
I wouldn't say it's the whole thing, but it's a big part of it.
Yeah, not the whole.
Laws. Therefore, the objective moral standard can be defined as all will should have sovereignty.
Yeah. Maybe when I said whole thing, I suppose what I meant by it is like that's primarily what like distinguishes metaethics in my mind from like these other like French
over themselves. Objective immorality would then be defined as any involuntary restriction of will, with the caveat that so long as you do not will to impose on the sovereignty of others. Of course, we don't actually live in the best possible world, so how can this model of objective morality be used to know what is moral or immoral in our subjective world? Now, we live somewhere in between the best of all possible worlds and the worst of all possible worlds, somewhere along a spectrum. And if you accept this model of morality, our moral imperative is to move closer to the best of all possible world by...
Right, but that is in conflict with that it's moral to do what you would do in the best of all possible worlds.
Exactly. Because you can't move closer to the best of all possible worlds if you're already in the best of all possible worlds. So that, I think, is a pretty direct contradiction to what he said, that, yeah, you look at what would be right in the best of all possible worlds and then do it here.
And also those like counterexamples where there'd be something that's immoral in the best of all possible worlds, but that in a possible world would bring you closer to the best of all possible worlds. So then you have to do what's immoral. It's both immoral and moral on this account. I mean,
yeah, well, so here's a hypothetical, which is maybe not so hypothetical. What if we have to restrict lots of people's autonomy or sovereignty in order to get to the best of all possible worlds? Right. Is that good, or like, is that right or wrong? Should we do that? That's like do we need to impose a dictatorship of the proletariat in order to get to the utopia, the socialist utopia that is down the road? Like, I'm not saying he's committed to be communism, but that's just an example of when you would face that sort of thing.
To plug everyone into T-Jump's experience machine, right? You need to like kidnap a bunch of people and like do surgery on them and plug them into so they can manifest their will however they want. And then it's not even clear. I mean, it's not even clear that correctly fits the scenario, because then they're just imagining themselves as like doing all those things, but they're not actually doing like all those things that their wills want. But this is where it becomes weird then as well. Because the best of all possible worlds seems to me to actually be like metaphysically impossible, not just and logically impossible in all sorts of like certain ways, and physically impossible in all sorts of certain ways.
Well, it's definitely physically impossible.
Definitely physically impossible, but I think metaphysically impossible by certain accounts of like how concepts are being used, where they like contradict with each other and stuff like that. Well, then it's not even clear to me how we can move. How can we move towards a metaphysically impossible world? Like, is there a way of acting? Like if I said, well, I want you, James, to act in a way that makes it. Oh, well, this would be like a logically impossibility. But I want you to act in a way that moves us toward a world where there are square triangles, right? Like, there's just no. It's just meaningless. Like you just can't do that. Like,
yeah, that does seem to be an issue here. I think that honestly, he can probably, actually, no, I'll save that because I want to offer a potential reformulation at the end, but there's still 4 minutes left. So I'm going to save that. Let's continue.
Okay.
And make sure we've got everything.
People from the involuntary restrictions imposed by nature and others to the best of our pragmatic ability. As noted earlier, some immoral actions like giving children everything they want and putting criminals in jail are justified immoral actions as they prevent greater immoral actions from occurring in our subjective world, which isn't the best of all possible worlds. As we advance technologically, we can mediate the consequences of those greater immoral actions, making the justified immoral actions no longer.
Right. So he says, okay, but so whenever there's like one of these seeming contradictions, it becomes like a justified immoral action. But then it's like, well, if justified means justified in the moral sense, it's like, is there ever the sense in which it's actually 50-50 and they just completely cancel out? And then what? I don't know.
Yeah, I think his language is confusing there. I would probably just say like it's a justified bad. Oh, sorry, it's a
moral immoral action, because he's using justified to mean moral, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying
that does seem to be what equivalent. Yeah, let's just
justified and just plain immoral.
But like he could go with like degrees of morality or something, but then that hasn't been like baked into the account of what it is. Like, how do we get these degrees? I mean, how?
For example, if we develop the technological means to produce enough food to survive without the need of eating meat, it would then no longer be justified to kill animals to survive, and it would just be plain immoral to eat meat. Another example would be like stoplights and speed limits, which we may no longer need.
Elor, who's saying it's not logically impossible. We talked about how there are contradictions built into some of his like conceptions that he's talking about, such as like preference satisfaction. So if you I've said this like a million times now, but if you genuinely desire to have someone else want to escape and torture them or something, then that's a preference that you like can't have satisfied. But then you can have it satisfied, because in the best of all possible worlds you can have all preferences satisfied. So then you both can and you can't like have something, right? And there's like a contradiction in maybe a contradiction in conception, not rather than logically. It seems like the way terms are being used here like contradicts each other. Like
that would be a logical contradiction, I would say, like a married bachelor. Is that a logical contradiction? Oh, I guess it depends how you define your terms.
Well, I think he's saying like,
or is it just incoherent?
He's saying good and not good. Yeah.
When we all have self-driving cars, making it immoral to force people to abide by stoplights as they no longer provide any benefit. One of the common arguments for an objective moral standard is that of moral progress, which is the idea that the longer we humans have lived, the more progress we have made as a culture to become more moral. I believe all of the moral progress humans have made follows this pattern, allowing for greater amounts of sovereignty over oneself when it becomes socially or technologically possible to do so. As we make advancements in technology...
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but to be like, this theory has seemed so bad like throughout this video, and people are so like eager to defend it when it like why is there I feel like I'm kind of like being gaslit or something. I know like I'm not, right? But it feels like my am I in some weird epistemic bubble where I just can't judge? Because this to me seems like a really, really bad moral theory, right? But everyone in the chat is like defending it. Am I being really biased? Are we being biased? Oh.
I think it's only like 3 people in the chat have actually been defending it, and even there, it's not clear they're defending the theory. They're just critiquing some points that we've mentioned. Yeah. We're nearly at the end. Let's get through T-Jump. We're almost there.
We can give more people more freedoms to do as they will by overcoming the immoral consequences of such actions imposed on us by nature. Other common examples would be like gay marriage. In conclusion, the objective standard of morality is the best of all possible worlds for all possible wills, where all wills have sovereignty over themselves, free from nature or others imposing involuntary restrictions on them. Our moral imperative is thus to progress closer to the best of all possible world by providing people as many freedoms as possible, limiting them only when necessary to prevent greater restriction of will in our pragmatic world. In order for a system of morality to truly qualify as objective, we need some criteria to differentiate it from all of the others. And I believe the best way to demonstrate a model of morality qualifies as objective is its ability to solve the biggest philosophical problems in the field of ethics, such as the fact value, is-ought distinction, the trolley problem, and the others. These act like an empirical test to verify moral truths, in my opinion. My model solves the fact value distinction by arguing nature is itself immoral, therefore morality is not about human values or what we ought to do, it's about facts about the way nature is. This leads to the
Wait, can you jump back? I need to look at that. I need to look at that last point there. That my model solves the fact value distinction by arguing nature is itself immoral.
Well, so what he's saying is, so what I think he's saying is that, so you don't get norms, right? So there's no need for oughts, because you can just say what you ought to do based on what is the case in the best of all possible worlds, right? But there is like, you can't, the point is that the ought is distinction is like a logical thing, right? You can't just have is premises and get an ought conclusion. You need an ought premise. You need
the is-ought distinction is, I think, quite widely misunderstood. It's a logical point about deductive arguments which you can't get around. If you want to have a an ought conclusion, you need an ought premise, and that's fine. The ought premise is going to be something like part of your metaethical theory.
Why
So
ought you do what's in the best of all possible worlds, right? That's the claim, is that you ought to do what's in the best of all possible worlds.
yeah,
Maybe
I mean that's fine. You can put that as a premise in your argument, or like you ought to do what God commands, like whatever it is. That there's going to be something in there that's one of your premises. There's no issue there. The point, as I understand it, is just to avoid sloppy arguments where you don't actually put that premise in, and then you try to get an ought or normative conclusion from purely descriptive premises. And that would be basically a category error that sort of jumps over without having the premise there. But I think that look, I mean, maybe I'm interpreting him wrongly here, but from what I understand here, he's basically just making a moral, he's basically just taking a moral realist stand here and saying that there are certain facts about nature which are, well, he says moral or immoral. I would just call like good or bad, but let's say moral or immoral. And so he's identifying, he's identifying moral states with natural states, it seems to be, which is just what that's just a version of ethical naturalism. So in that sense, he hasn't solved the fact value distinction. That's just his view about.
But there just is a fact value distinction, right? It's like,
yeah, and the way that you derive moral, well, maybe derive is the wrong word, but the way that you establish normative conclusions is by having normative premises. And his normative premises would just be the argument that he's presented, right? The series of arguments that you give in favor of your normative theory, to make an identification with, particular natural states of affairs, in this case, with moral states of affairs, or moral or immoral. So I think that, like, that's how I understand what he's saying here. He's basically just saying he's a moral naturalist of some variety, because he's saying nature is itself immoral. Morality is not about human values; it is about facts the way the nature is. That's saying that moral states or moral facts are natural facts. That's what the moral naturalist says.
Do you think that best is normative?
Best, not necessarily. No.
Okay, so to say, like, the claim, like, you ought to do what's best, that's not like
I don't think that's tautologous. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Again, that's what I've been saying throughout, because otherwise consequentialism is just tautologous, and I don't think it is, because it does have, there are views that disagree with it. I think pretty clearly. So I think that would be confusing.
I guess it seems to me like best is normative to me, but I mean, I'm that's not a hill I'd want to die on, I guess. But it seems to me like to say, like, you ought to do what's best is just in the best of all possible worlds, is like, you ought to do what you should do in the oughtiness of oughty worlds. Like, the best to me does seem to.
Well, I don't know that possible worlds can't be ought or not ought, right? That ought is not a property of states of affairs.
Well, I'm thinking that
ought describes our obligations with respect to some action.
Well, I think, I don't think that best, you ought to do what's best, is like tautologous. Maybe it's just that I'm just assuming it because it seems so obvious or something, and then getting confused in my own head. Maybe that's what I'm doing there, because it's not, like, it's not the same meaning, but it just seems obvious. Like would I ever not do what's best? Like.
Well, maybe you're just thinking in a consequentialist way, although I don't know that you actually fit into that. But that's what some consequentialists think, right? They just think that it's obvious that you should do what promotes the most good, and that you shouldn't, like, so that is an argument that people have made. But of course, people who object to that say, well, no, there are cases where you shouldn't just do what promotes the most good, because they would, violate a categorical imperative, for example.
Facts about the way nature is. This leads to the serendipitous conclusion that science is the most moral of all human enterprises because it does more to free us from nature's involuntarily imposed values than anything else, moving us closer to the best possible.
Or suicide. I mean,
surely this is silly. Like surely this is ridiculous. Science doesn't do anything to free us from our nature. That's a use that we can put to science.
Well, it wouldn't be. You can't be freed from. It doesn't make any sense to be freed from nature either. I mean, you just be constructing more nature. Like what you can't.
Well, I think what he means is to be able to decide what we do and not be constrained by facts of nature that prevent us from realizing our desires. I think that's what he means, because that's what he said before, right? But science doesn't do that by itself. Like, I mean, maybe he wants to say science is necessary for that, but lots of other things are as well.
But I think that would still, that to me at least, and maybe this isn't the right point to draw out, but to me at least, that would just still be nature. Like, even if we
Yeah, I
could,
see what you're saying.
like-
Yeah, he uses the word nature in a bit of an odd way.
The world. This idea of the best of all possible worlds presents a problem for theism from my perspective, because if there was an all-good, all-powerful God, it would have created the best of all possible worlds. We clearly do not live in the best of all possible worlds, therefore there must not be an all-good, all-powerful God. A common objection to this idea is that God may have sufficient reason for allowing involuntary suffering. However, any potential benefits of a God-designed world that may justify him allowing involuntary suffering are possible in the best possible world, as anyone may choose to live in a world exactly like our immoral world as designed by God. The only difference being those that do not wish to be a part of such an immoral world can choose to live in one of their own.
Does he mean? So does he mean like a state of nature? Again, there's just so many, in my view, like idiosyncratic ad hoc caveats that need to be made to just even to make sense of this. I'm just replying to, he means in the space that a space heater frees you from the cold, right? But it doesn't free you from nature. Like, I don't get away from the laws of thermodynamics by like turning on my radiator.
Yeah, that's the problem with using nature in that term, because like nature and natural, as they're often used in philosophy, would refer, like, I don't know, philosophy of the environment or something, would refer to, yeah, just like anything that's physical or part of the, you know, world described by the laws of physics or something like that. Like, that's why I described his view as an ethical naturalism, because it's identifying. In fact, that's what he said before. He's identifying nature with, he's identifying moral properties with natural properties. Like states of affairs that exist in the world, and yeah, to restrict nature to like a state of nature pre-human civilization and technology is, I just think, odd here. Like, it's not. I guess you can define it that way if you want, but I think it's unnecessarily confusing.
Preference. In addition, giving beings the option to choose for themselves whether or not they want this benefit would be morally superior to simply forcing it upon them against their will.
But this is. It seems like he's saying the best possible thing is like libertarian free will or something, right? And
without consequences, though, like without consequences that you don't like.
But he doesn't believe in libertarian free will, so.
Well, could this follow under compatibilism? Like, he hasn't really said much about the nature of agency or sovereignty. Maybe compatibilism it fits with that. I don't know.
Yeah. But then in what sense can you be freed from the laws of nature? Because they're the very things.
No, but he's not saying laws of nature. He's saying nature as in like a state of nature, I think. As in, well, like...
He said, well, nature is immoral. Well...
Yeah, so does he mean the whole natural order, or does he mean like a state of nature kind of Hobbesian style? I think he's actually just flipping between those usages, because sometimes it seems that he means like a state of nature, and sometimes he means like the whole natural order.
But when he said nature is immoral, it seemed to me like he meant the whole natural order, like like those laws of nature which prevent you from, for example, just willing to like fly or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. But when he talks about technology, then that can't be the usage, because no technology frees us from like the natural order. Yeah, laws of nature.
But then when he's talking about but so then if he took a compatibilist approach, right? Well, how it doesn't make any sense to have this like compatibilist causal story about what the will is without like nature in the sense of some like laws and constraints and things.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I have to think about that. I feel like, I don't know that compatibilism undermines his theory, but I think that usage of the term nature is problematic, because he does seem to flip between usages.
That usage of nature might be incompatible with compatibilism, is what I'm getting
yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. In fact, doing so would be immoral. Therefore, there is no possible justification for a God not creating such a world as the best of all possible worlds, and forcing beings to live in a world not of their choosing is simply immoral. I believe most people would agree such a world would be morally superior to ours. Therefore, if our moral intuitions are correct, there is no all-good, all-powerful God.
Pause it there. This is an interesting claim. Oh, yeah, just on that slide. He says most people would agree that such a world, so I assume when he says such a world, he means the best of all possible worlds for all possible wills, the thing that he's described, would be morally superior to ours. Now, I'm much less sure about that, because a lot of people would say that, like, think of the virtue ethicists, and it's not clear how any of those virtues fit in the best of possible worlds for all possible worlds. Think about people who think that community is important, and that you wouldn't want to have people in all these different universes. Even if they could agree to live in the same universe, I think a lot of people would want us to all be in the same universe, or at least most of us. And then there's deontologists, who I don't think would resonate with a lot of this at all. Like, this is not to say that his theory is wrong. This is an empirical claim about how many people would agree with this. And I'm not sure about that. I'm also not sure why he'd want to hang anything on whether people would agree with this point here.
And I think,
therefore, if our moral intuitions are correct, oh wait, okay, maybe I wasn't reading carefully. He's saying, well, the first part is still valid. Like, I'm not sure that most people would agree, but I don't think he's saying that therefore his theory is probably correct. He's saying that if our moral intuitions are correct, then there is no all good, all powerful God.
but he said previously that we should doubt our moral intuitions.
Yeah, that's right.
We can't doubt them when it's convenient and trust them when it's convenient, right? Whenever it's convenient for the argument.
Well, that was the same with the evolutionary debunking argument. Like, it debunks things that he didn't like, but I don't know. But I'm not sure about that point at all.
But the problem is, I mean, it seems to me that I mean, it depends. It's not been clear in what sense we're talking about possible worlds here, but I mean, in the sense that I can think of like different possible worlds, like different physical possibilities or metaphysical possibilities or whatever. I mean, there's different goods that can be exhibited in some possible worlds that just can't be exhibited in other possible worlds. So, it's going to be the case that there are some goods that can, like charity, for example, like these are goods that can be demonstrated in our world, the actual world, but perhaps couldn't be demonstrated in T-Jump's definition of the best of all possible worlds for all possible wills, right? Even if I don't think that is even a possible world, because I think it's a contradictory world, but like even supposing like you can have these contradictions existing and so the world can exist, well then it's just not like like there's just certain goods that can't be exhibited in that world. So then that makes it not the best of all possible worlds, and that is like and that's where the contradiction is. So then how you have the it's just problematic. It's problematic.
Shall we finish it up?
There is no all good, all powerful God. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about my idea of the best of all possible worlds. I'd love to hear any feedback so that I can improve on my ideas. If you've got time, please take a few minutes to answer some of these questions in the comments so that I can get a better idea of your views of morality. And so,
okay.
So let me just comment on the overall, drawing back a bit from some of the weeds of expressional
Why
usages.
should you invest in?
Was that crypto? Was that?
It was a crypto ad.
I knew it.
I
knew it because I didn't see it. Right, I just heard what.
Yeah.
Why
You've been
should you
conditioned. There you go.
Well, apparently people my age with my interest all invest in crypto for some reason.
Well, wait for the bubble to pop. That's what I say. Wait, give it a few months.
Yeah. Anyway, how did we get onto that? So, what was I saying? Yes. So, aside from issues with expression or usage of terms, that fundamentally, from my understanding and interpretation of what T-Jump is saying, it seems that he's arguing for a version of moral realism, which is broadly consequentialist. That is, it grounds rightness or wrongness of actions on the consequences that they have, which identifies the value of states of affairs with well-being. So it's welfareist, and that postulates a actual preference, or like basically preference satisfaction view of welfare. Although someone in the comments mentioned maybe he countenances some sort of idealization of those, but he didn't mention that in this video. So again, that's what I'm responding to here. So this combination of views is, I mean, there's nothing too novel about that. I'm not saying it has to be novel, but I feel like most of the things that are novel, like the talk about best of all possible worlds for possible wills, although maybe it was a little bit like Nozick, but it seems that that's something that's novel. I don't actually think he needs to appeal to that at all. I think he could throw that away and just talk about the things that I just mentioned here and defend, ethical naturalism specifically, consequentialism, defend welfareism, and defend like preference satisfaction theories of well-being or something like that. Because that seems to be the substance of what he's actually discussing. Once you've got those, you've got a naturalistic objective theory of morality. Now, of course, that there are going to be problems with defending all aspects of that, but I just feel like so much of the rest of what was in that presentation is unnecessary and confusing, and like the possible world stuff just involves him having to defend way more claims than I think he even needs to. So that's kind of my take. I think that, like, yeah, it's just stripped down to its essentials. It's not anything that different to what other people have defended a lot better. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems to me like it's weird that it's like this manifestation, this realization of the will. That's the thing he's going for. When it seems like the reason that he thinks the manifestation of the will is good is something like because it brings you pleasure or something to do. And it seems
Did
like
he say
that's
that though? I didn't see any mention of that in this discussion.
He didn't say that. I'm assuming. I just can't see how he's got to like if you asked him the question, well, why is it good to be able to do what the will wants or whatever? I don't see how else he's going to answer it.
Well, I mean, that just gets you into a question of theories of well-being, right? So as I said, there's different views about what well-being is, and one of those relates to preference satisfaction. And one would give, I mean, I broadly am in agreement with that. So you can give arguments in virtue of the idea that, well, look, there are cases in which pleasure and preference come apart. So I might want to experience suffering in order to accomplish some goal, for example, even if there's no, and that can be independent of how much pleasure I get from accomplishing the goal.
But that's why he's taken, it seems to me that that's also why he's then been motivated to take the constraints out of the best of all possible worlds, because it's like, well, the preference has to be satisfied regardless of, I don't know.
Regardless of what anyone else wants, I guess, is the issue there. But that's another problem with his theory, is that it's just not clear what it says at all about the actual world. I think that you just don't need the whole possible world business. It's just a confusion and an obfuscation. Why not just talk about preference satisfaction?
Because are we actually trying to construct the true, like, are we actually trying to do like real philosophy, right? And figure out the way the world is and what's true? Or are we just trying to tell like a story that no one can defeat in a debate because we're going to argue it? It's just, it seems to me more to be the latter than the former, because any attempt to do real philosophy and figure out, like, well, what is morality, isn't going to have absolutely zero applicability to morality in the real world.
Yeah, well, that seems, especially when it's not supposed to even be a moral ontology. So it's supposed to be a theory of morality in terms of like a normative theory. At least that seemed to be the case from the start of it. I just don't understand why he seems to feel the need to just develop something entirely sort of de novo when it seems pretty similar to standard views.
This is broadly going to be like my criticism of speculative metaphysics in general when theists do it. Is that it just seems that they're engaging in this like wild speculation for stuff that is really like epistemically risky, is just completely untethered from what our best scientists have to tell us about the way that the world is, and just seems, frankly, just seems like motivated for a conclusion that reaches like a particular kind of speculative entity. But I mean, I'd criticize the theist for all those things. I think Tom would criticize the theist for them as well. But I think he's guilty of it when it comes to his own like moral theory here, because it's like, why are we laboring this point so hard when it gets to such like, I don't even want to say counter. It's not that it's counterintuitive. It's just like completely useless conclusions that are just untethered from reality and only live in this world of speculation. I mean, how is that any? I'm going to use the moral term here, right? But how is that any better than what we're going to criticize the theist for doing when they start like talking about, like the will of God and how many angels there are and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just all very confusing to me.
Yeah, lots of undermotivated and under-discussed steps there in the course of the argument, which is one thing that can be helpful in terms of engaging with the philosophical literature, at least to some degree, which can highlight, because that can highlight particular lines of objection or responses that people will give that take differing views. And so it's good to respond to those, even if it's only in brief. I'm not saying it has to be extremely detailed, but to have the only thing we had that was appealing to any standard philosophy after the first, say, 3-ish minutes was the Nozick appeal, and he didn't even read that out. He just briefly mentioned it and moved on.
But it was just that there was, but the thing with that as well is that there was just this family resemblance between.
Yes, it wasn't very substantive in my opinion, because I don't think Nozick was addressing anything like the question that T-Jump was addressing.
Yeah, so if we're gonna argue, I mean, that's what people do in law, right? When they argue by analogy, like here's how a past case went and how it concluded. So here's how this case. But we didn't in quoting this thing about what someone was saying about Nozick, we didn't identify like what the relevant analogs were, and how the
Yeah.
conclusion that was drawn about those analogs was the same conclusion that we should draw in this, and how it's similar in those respects, and so we should draw a similar conclusion. So it wasn't even clear why. I mean, I could see the family resemblance, but then am I just meant to stop there? Am I just meant to get off the bus there and go, yeah, it's similar, so I guess everything you say is right? Like what? Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. What do we got coming up next?
Well, it's a discussion between him and Alex Malpass, which I think brings out some of these things even further. And I think this is actually quite a good discussion. So
I see.
I think I'm just going to nip to the toilet, by the way, so I'll be...
No worries.
Malpass is having trouble. These rooms are all set to push to talk, Alex. Do we have...
Maybe Alex didn't consent to join their universe.
A minute to figure out his technology.
With interdimensional Facebook. Hey, look, there's Nathan. Nathan, you've left me with dead air here. I can't skip forward. Chat's also died off as well. I don't know if everyone's gone to sleep or something.
A message for me. I pushed what now? Oh, yeah, you just need to have your push to talk on. So it's just bottom of the screen, left corner, just hit user settings and go over to voice and video and just turn on push to talk and record whatever keybind you want. And then you just hold that key down while you're talking. Makes the recordings all better quality because you don't have people's mics popping off. Yep, yeah, and just hold that button down while you're talking.
How's that?
That is perfect. Okay, I'm just gonna restart this recording because we had a tech issue. So here we go, 1 second. All right, so we've got Alex Malpass, and they're going to have it out on Tom's moral system. It's not moderated, no one else can talk, it's just these guys. And with that, I'll pass it off to you.
Okay, hi Tom. Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, good. Am I loud and clear?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Okay, maybe we've got a bit of a delay. I don't know. It seems like there's a bit of a delay.
They still haven't started, Nathan. Can we skip a bit?
Objective morality, which
moral theory, I suppose.
Sure. So I believe in an objective morality, which means I believe it's true independent of human minds, or refers to something independent of human minds. Kind of like if it's a law of nature, the truth is contingent on whether or not it describes the law, and so it doesn't matter what people's opinions are, and that's why, as Ask Yourself was asking me, why can't a relativist agree to this model? Is because it refers to something in reality, not to minds, and so they couldn't agree to that and still be a relativist.
Okay, that so far, that's fair enough. I don't think I have any real problem with that. I'm quite sympathetic to something like a realist view myself, so that seems fine. So I think what seemed to me was your
Discord
your
boops are going to
definition of morality, right? You have a
he was just
something about morality.
The quality of the recording, and then we're constantly getting boop, 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 boop. That's extremely annoying. Anyway,
morality being something. Let me see if this is right. You say that an action is immoral when it's an involuntary imposition on somebody, and so the best of all possible worlds is the one where there are no involuntary impositions on anybody. Is that right?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, so did you read the blog post that I wrote?
Part of it, I think. I don't think I read the whole thing.
Okay, so to me that that definition, I mean, if it has weird consequences, I suppose. So when I started thinking about what would you classify as being immoral on this theory, and do I think any of those things? Do I think it's misfiring and calling the wrong thing immoral? Because I guess, there are things that are obviously immoral, right? Kind of folk theory of what's moral and what's not, which are impositions on will. Like if you steal from someone, then you're taking stuff and they don't want you to do that. So obviously there's something connected. Or if you rape someone, if you kill someone, whatever, you can imagine there's some element of like imposing upon their will about that. So it does overlap to some extent with the concept of morality, it seems to me. But there are cases where it seems like it's giving the wrong answer. So I think it depends exactly what you mean by something being immoral. By it being involuntary. But if something's involuntary when you haven't actively consented to it happening, then something like a surprise birthday party, right? So if I throw a surprise birthday party for you and I don't tell you about it in advance, then obviously you haven't consented to it happening. I come up with some ruse, lead you into the room of some house and you're not expecting, and then all of our friends are there and they say happy birthday or whatever, right? Now that's an imposition on your will in the sense that well, it's involuntary in the sense that you haven't volunteered for that to happen. You haven't actively given your consent for that to happen. So in that sense of involuntary, it's an involuntary imposition upon you, but it's not immoral, right? So it doesn't seem like, although sometimes it's classifying the right things as immoral, sometimes it's classifying the wrong things as immoral. So it doesn't seem to me like it's tracking the concept of morality very well there.
Right. So I wouldn't classify that as an involuntary imposition of will because it's not imposing on the will of the person. It's not restricting their will or doing anything that they wouldn't consent to. So I wouldn't classify that as an involuntary imposition of will, even if though it is involuntary.
So, but okay, so I'm trying to become clearer about what it means to be involuntary, I suppose. And so what I'm saying is that it can't just be that something that someone hasn't consented to, because in that case, that is something that you haven't consented to.
Okay,
right?
let me clarify that a little bit.
You would consent to.
So in that.
If there's a version without noises, I'm all for it.
These noises are an involuntary imposition on my will because I didn't consent to them.
Let's see. Is it going to be... Was that the one I was watching? Maybe it's this one.
All right.
Playing with my Lego set, right? And I'm building a big castle.
Yeah, this one.
Sorry, by it being involuntary. But if something's involuntary when you haven't actively consented to it happening, then something like a surprise birthday party, right? So if I throw a surprise birthday party for you and I don't tell you about it in advance, then obviously you haven't consented to it happening. I come up with some ruse, lead you into the room of some house and you're not expecting, and then all of our friends are there and they say happy birthday or whatever, right? Now that's an imposition on your will in the sense that, well, it's involuntary in the sense that you haven't volunteered for that to happen. You haven't actively given your consent for that to happen. So in that sense of involuntary, it's an involuntary imposition upon you, but it's not immoral, right? So it doesn't seem like, although sometimes it's classifying the right things as immoral, sometimes it's classifying the wrong things as immoral. So it doesn't seem to me like it's tracking the concept of morality very well there, right? Do you see?
Right. So I wouldn't classify that as an involuntary imposition of will because it's not imposing on the will of the person. It's not restricting their will or doing anything that they wouldn't consent to. So I wouldn't classify that as an involuntary imposition of will, even if though it is involuntary.
So, but okay, so I'm trying to become clearer about what it means to be involuntary, I suppose. And so what I'm saying is that it can't just be that something that someone hasn't consented to, because in that case, that is something that you haven't consented to.
Okay, let me clarify that a little bit. So that would be involuntary. They did not voluntarily agree to go to the birthday party, but it wouldn't be an imposition on their will. So an imposition on their will means something that restricts their will or stops them from doing something that prevents them from achieving a goal. So it's some way that hinders their will in some way or hinders their goals. Or
well, what if they had a goal to not have a birthday party, right? And then...
Well, maybe it would be wrong then to hold them a surprise birthday party. That actually doesn't seem that implausible.
It doesn't seem that implausible. Like I can think of cases where someone would hold a surprise birthday party, right, where there seem to be like morally relevant criteria, but I'm not sure, as Alex is saying, that it's the involuntary imposition of will that's like the morally relevant criteria there. It might be like it might more boil down to like a consequentialist thing, for example, of like like pleasure and pain than the fact that it's against the will. Like
it doesn't seem to be about consent for T-Jump based on what he's just said. It's about whether it's consistent with your preferences, irrespective of whether you actually have consented to it or not. Let's see what he says.
Their values or something like that.
Okay, so then, I mean, and now let's take a different example then. Like, let's say that I'm sitting on the train tracks playing with my Lego set, right? And I'm building a big castle. And at that point, my goal is to build the castle with my Lego set. But there's a train coming towards me and I'm unaware of that. You run over and push me out of the way, right? Saving my life. But you've interrupted my plan and thwarted my will at that point. But that's not immoral, right? You saved my life.
No, I would classify that as immoral. Put it in the context of, if we imagine we lived in the best of all possible worlds, the example I use, then it would be impossible for the train to hurt you in any way. And so me pushing you would just be me pushing you for no reason. And so it would be an immoral imposition of will. The only reason it's not immoral in the context of the example you used is because there's a natural justification. There's something's coming that's going to cause a greater imposition of will if I don't push you. So my pushing you is still immoral because it's an involuntary imposition of your will, but it's justified because it prevents a greater immorality, which is the train hitting you. But I would still classify that as immoral.
Well, so I'm wondering whether, so to me, the case of altruistically risking your life to save someone, in that sense, pushing them out of the way of a train, if that's immoral, I just feel like your concept of what's moral and what's immoral isn't tracking, because that seems like a paradigmatically, I mean, I'm not sure what we're supposed to be talking about. If that's immoral, saving your life in that situation, I don't know whether we mean the same thing by moral then. I mean, I just think you're tracking a different concept at that point. So I'm not sure why we would call that morality anymore.
So it's immoral in the sense that you push somebody, but it's moral in the sense that you save their life. So it's two independent actions there. One you imposed on them, but the other is you also save them. So it's, in my model, you have to put it in the context of the best of all possible worlds to understand what objective morality is. The fact that it's pragmatic to do something, or that it leads to a better outcome in that one situation, doesn't give you an accurate description of what objective morality is. So I grant that it's pragmatic to do that. It's best in the given situation, but there's still some level of immorality there. Like if you said killing baby Hitler to save 6 million Jews, I would say that is the correct decision, but it's still immoral to kill baby Hitler. You're still killing someone. So in my context, doing any involuntary imposition of will is in some sense immoral, but it can still be justified in pragmatic context to prevent a greater immorality.
Yeah, I'm not, so I think, like, let me try and back up a bit. So I think if you try and, so I mean, I could just make a definition, right, and just say morality is my left foot, right? So anything that's my left foot is moral, and anything that isn't my left foot is immoral. Right, there you go, it's a definition. But then, you know, someone will say, well, what about like giving money to charity? And I'll say, it's not my left foot, so it's immoral, right? And it just seems like, well, I've come up with a definition, all right? And I could use the word morality, but I think any reasonable person would look at that and say, I'm not, you know, it's not a plausible candidate for what we mean when we say morality, like what we actually care about. There's a concept that has a usage already, an attempt to classify and sort of refine and elucidate what that concept is. It just fails if the definition is that it's my left foot, right? That's just wrong, right? So I take it I take it you agree with me at least at this far. I mean, hopefully you do.
Yeah. But my goal here is like, if you push someone down, just take the one example you used and get rid of the train. Just pushing someone down is obviously immoral. Like there's no moral justification for that if you're just pushing someone down for no reason. So that action on its own, it should be clearly an immoral action. Adding the train doesn't make it moral. It just makes it that it's an immoral action.
If you push someone for no reason, it's immoral. But it's not pushing someone for no reason in this case, because there is a reason, right? He's saying just adding the train doesn't make it immoral.
Just adding the train means that it's not for no reason anymore. Yeah. So of course it changed. So and he agrees that it changes it because he says it's pragmatically justified. I think that Chi Jump is just using words in a really weird way. Well, why does he have to do? Why? Because he can have the theory that he wants. Just don't use words in such a weird way.
Well, this is also what I meant by it seems really labored to me. And I think that point that Alex just raised about like, well, I can just define it as my left foot, right? And say that anything that's not my left foot is immoral. And it does, but it does, as funny as it does seem like that's kind of what's going on. Like Tom's just written, like, I don't want to say, it's not like a sunk cost fallacy or something, but there's some kind of like motivated, it's like he's just decided that this is the right example. And then nothing is going to move that marker. And then we get into all these like really, really like ad hoc and labored.
He has to say these ridiculous things, that it's immoral to save someone from a train, but it is justified, but still immoral. Because,
or like, you know, like interdimensional Facebook and stuff like that. It's like, this is precisely the type of thing. It just because, and this is where our biases can begin to show, right? Because when the theists doing this and they start saying, well, God has this desire for, you know, like the natural, to make the rocks look old, but they're not really old. We're like, what the heck? Like, that's just ad hoc nonsense, right? But then when someone else who we like, because they're arguing against God, which we disagree with, is saying, well, interdimensional Facebook and stuff, we're like, yeah, go on, mate. Like that.
Prevent a greater immoral action. It's still immoral to push someone down. Like given any possible situation, you shouldn't push people down. Does that make sense?
It sort of does. I mean, I'm not sure that it feels strange to sort of atomize the actions into their parts like that. I mean, like pushing is wrong. I mean, pushing someone into a train is wrong. Pushing someone out of the way of a train is right. And pushing absent any context whatsoever. I'm not sure how to evaluate that. I mean, it feels weird to just say pushing is wrong, right? And then only after that weigh it up against some other kind of element of the context. It just feels weird. I mean, is moving my hands in that way wrong? No, they're just hand movements, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. You wouldn't break it down further, more atomized than push. But
right.
I want to think of the action as pushing out of the way of a train, right? That's the action. But you're breaking it in half and saying one of them is a push and the other one is like, you know, I don't know, moving out the way of a train or something. One of them's bad and the other one's, well, what's the other? No, sorry, I guess I misunderstand. The pushing is bad, but the leaving them there would be worse. Is that
let me clarify. So it's any involuntary imposition of will is the criterion that I break it down with. So if you want to build a castle and someone pushes you without your consent, you have imposed on their will. The pushing has imposed on their will. So that action is immoral. Now, if you don't push them and the train hits them, the train's going to impose on their will because they obviously don't want to die. So there's going to be an immoral action here no matter what. So this person's will is going to be imposed upon. And I atomize that down to show that neither of these actions are good. In the best of all possible worlds, neither of these would occur. It's not good that this occurs. It's not good that you're pushing them down. It's just less bad that you're pushing them down.
I suppose I'm thinking about it from.
I think that's where, like, how I think about that situation comes apart as well, because I think of the altruism in that situation as a good that gets exhibited. It's a good that couldn't be exhibited in the world that T-Jump wants to describe as the best one, but I still think it is a good, not that it's like the lesser of two evils or something. That seems like backwards to me.
I'm thinking about it from the point of view of the person standing there. From your point of view, I said I was the person playing with the Lego and you're standing there watching. Right? What should you do? Right? You can either stand and watch or you can push me out of the way. Right? One of those actions is good and one of them's bad. Right?
Well, yeah, I should push you out of the way, but that's not good. It's just less bad. In the best of all possible worlds, I would do neither. I wouldn't have to do either. So it's still bad because I'm still imposing on your will.
Sure. In the best of all possible worlds, I mean, we come back to that concept in a minute. But I mean, just because there's some other situation in which you wouldn't have to do that. I mean, let's just say you are in that situation. It just seems like I'm wondering.
It's a criticism of his model because the reasoning that he's using, because he's saying that if the model is true, then it's not good, it's less bad. And I'm saying that it is good, therefore the model is wrong, right? So it is a criticism of his model because that's the way that would work.
Whether you can evaluate an action in a situation, whether you think that's actually possible, whether you have to refer to some idealized state of the best possible situation before you could evaluate whether or not pushing me out of the way was right or wrong. I mean, is that your position? You have to refer to the best of all possible worlds to know how good that would be or something. And I'm sort of not really getting this. It just seems really obvious that pushing someone out of the way to save their life is good. That should be a truism we start with. I'm sort of puzzled why you don't think that's true.
Well, right. So in my model, you have to look at it from the perspective of the best of all possible worlds. Now, I agree it's a net good to push someone out of the way, but it's still bad to push them. You shouldn't have to do that. You're still imposing on their will. It's not like
you shouldn't have to do it, but you should do it. You shouldn't have to and shouldn't do are two different concepts.
Right. But that's only true given the pragmatic situation. So you do one immoral action to prevent a greater immoral action. The fact that you're saving their life is a greater good than pushing them out of the way is negating from them. So I agree you should do it, but it's not good. I like the killing baby Hitler example.
It's a greater good, but it's not good. He's getting himself so tied up here for no reason.
And it doesn't bring you closer to, does it bring you closer to the best of all possible worlds? So this is one of those cases, right, where, okay, so that would never happen in the best of all possible worlds. So it's immoral in the best of all possible worlds for all possible wills, but it's moral in the actual world. But does it bring you closer to the best of all possible worlds? Again,
yeah, but that contradicts what he said before. If it's good in the best of all possible worlds, then that tells us what's good in every world. But in the best of all possible worlds, there will be no trains hitting people or coming to run into people. So therefore, it will never be good to push people out of the way in the best of all possible worlds, and therefore presumably not in our world either, because he said in his presentation that that's how you find out what's good in our world. And I think this is what Melpass is picking up. The fact that you shouldn't have to do something doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it.
But then here's a problem as well with maybe I've mentioned this already, but in terms of what he's saying about you act in the way that should make the actual world closer to the best of all possible worlds for all possible wills, right? Well, how does any moral action bring us closer to that world?
Yeah.
Well, I guess he's saying, well, science, but then, I mean, so is his idea then, but then again, here's a risky claim, right? That the teleological end of science is to put us all in experience machines where we can just do whatever we will in that experience.
Or separate universes, maybe.
Yeah.
With interdimensional Facebook.
But then but they're still not actually free because, in the sense that we just have this illusory experience for a time, but it's not real. And then do we wake up or are we just create it? But then we're slaves in the real. It's just all, in my view, all over the place. But I mean, I'm sure there's ways of getting around that.
You should do things that are bad.
yes, if you only have options of a small bad and a big bad, you should do the small bad. So do the least bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, I do. Okay, so I think that there are times where you have to do the least bad thing. Voting sometimes feels a bit like but this isn't one of those cases. I mean, I'm saving your life. That isn't a least bad thing. It's just a good thing. I mean, I'm just not sure why it would be. And when we say why is that a bad thing, you say because you shouldn't have to. And I feel like, well, shouldn't have to. You know, I shouldn't have to. I don't know. Get dressed. I don't know. Maybe I should be able to just walk around in my PJs and my dressing gown all the time. Right? Maybe I say I shouldn't have to get dressed or something. That's complete. That's not a moral concept. I mean, like, I just feel like you're switching topics then when you're smuggling and should have to. I mean, at the end of the day, we're talking about what you should do. And in that situation, you should. I mean, maybe you shouldn't have to. It's unlucky that you're in that situation where you feel like your obligation means that you should push someone out of the way and risk your life. And you might say, I shouldn't have to be in this situation. I wish there was someone else here that could do that. Or that idiot hadn't been playing Lego on the train track, right? And shouldn't have to be in a situation. What an idiot. But that's not a moral consideration. The thing is, you've got two options in this scenario. One of them you should do, and the other one you shouldn't do. And just saying, well, I shouldn't have to do it I don't see how that makes any difference to whether the thing is right or wrong, right? See, to me, it doesn't feel like there's a calculation you can do to just say anything that's X is good and anything that's Y is bad. I just don't feel like that type of algorithmic approach to morality is very plausible, because what happens, you always end up saying something weird, some consequence you didn't think about when you came up with the algorithm in the first, not just you in particular, people in general. So what looks like a sort of plausible way of capturing what morality is ends up being implausible in the periphery cases. Right? And you see similar sorts of things in philosophy of science around like scientific method or whatever. People don't just think there's some straightforward algorithm anymore, like falsification or something that's like this is simple method that characterizes all and only science. So people don't think that anymore in contemporary philosophy of physics. And I think similar sort of things going on here with morality. It just doesn't seem like you can say like anything that's an imposition of will is bad. I mean, you can say that, of course, but then what happens is you end up saying things that are just weird, like pushing someone out is just a paradigmatically good thing to do. But you have to come up, your theory is very uncomfortable. You have to start saying lots of weird, extraneous things to make sense out of just simply saying that thing's good. I mean, we can pick a different example if you like. But I mean, this is just one that seems particularly obvious to me that it's misfiring if it calls an active altruistic life-saving bad. And it seems like you're just going to bite the bullet and say that in some sense it is bad. And that just feels like any theory that has that consequence is kind of weird.
Right, so it's weird. I want to use that example, and let me see if I can explain to you, get you to agree with me on this. So I think there is like a model that we can use to describe this universally, essentially. So if we look at the example you gave of someone building their castle on the tracks and the train is coming, it's immoral to push them out of the way because there is a more moral option. Like, for example, if I could lift the train up and move it across the tracks and avoid you and the castle, and so the train is fine, and you still get to build your castle, that's a more moral option than pushing you out of the way.
A more moral option? I mean, in what sense is that a possible option, though?
There's some people who think that ought implies can. I personally don't think that, but that doesn't. But even if you don't think that ought implies can, that doesn't mean that can is irrelevant to assessing oughts. I mean, I wouldn't say that someone ought to just sort of, do that with the train, because that's just silly in my view.
To me, that's sort of pretty much the same thing as Tom saying, well, you ought to just like manifest the best of all possible worlds where there's no like bad things happening. And it's like, well, what the hell does that actually mean, though? I mean, it's probably physically impossible, right? You can't just rearrange the layout of the tracks or move that. Like, is the person like strong enough, or there's so many, you can't just change reality. I mean, it might be that, okay, it would be a better situation if that could be done. Maybe that would be a better situation than having to push the person.
It's just very odd to refuse to use comparatives. Instead of saying more and less moral, he says everything is immoral unless it's the maximal immoral situation. Even though he admits of degrees, because he's already talked about degrees of imposing on someone's autonomy and so forth. So he admits that it comes in degrees, but refuses to use comparative language for very unclear reasons. Why can't he just say that it is? Well, he actually did say it. He said it's better to push the person off than to not, but it's still bad. Yeah. That is just bizarre. Why can't you just so I guess he does use comparative. Why can't you just be happy with using the comparative?
I think this is just where it's a terrible theory, right? Because all he's doing then at this point is describing what the theory would tell us, right? So he's like, well, he's ranking things according to the theory. Like, well, this would be better than this thing, and it would be even better if you could just like magically move the train over the guy. I tell you what would be best if you could just get rid of all bad things in the world altogether. And it's like, okay, well, that's what the theory says, but what the hell's that got to do with morality?
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was saying before. He can just ditch the whole possible world stuff, and I don't think he loses anything. He can just say that, doing something is good if it helps to improve someone's degree of autonomy of actualizing their desires, right? Their preferences or whatever. He doesn't need to talk about the best of all possible worlds and then say everything's bad if it doesn't achieve that. I don't think he gains anything from it.
But it's not a good normative theory, right? Because it's not really telling us what we should actually like it's not useful as to how we should act in that situation whatsoever, or particularly informative.
That's why it's a bad moral theory, because that's what a moral theory is supposed to do.
A bad normative theory, though, in that sense. Yeah. But then it's also a bad metaphysical theory or meta-ethical theory, right? Because it's got all these sort of like weird. If we're saying that just is a description of what goes on, like psychologically or something, well, that is just that just seems wrong. Like, there's not good evidence for that. It doesn't seem to be what happens. It seems to be that we just perceive it's wrong rather than we do these calculations based on some comparison to some best possible world. I mean, what is the best possible world? Is it an actually existing entity and stuff? We're not talking. So it's like, as both a normative and a meta-ethical theory, it's like bad. So why labor the point so much?
So David says he's using that as a 0 point for the scale. That's sort of what I was saying before. It seems that T-jump is some form of negative consequential. Negative utilitarian is a real term. I don't know that he's committed to utilitarianism per se, but it's like a negative consequentialism where what he talks about is the best of all possible world. He actually sets us a sort of a baseline, and everything that's not that there's lesser than that counts as it's like negative, and therefore is immoral. And that strikes me as very odd usage, and also leaves you open to the criticism that simply the best possible world would just have no agents in it, because there would be no violation of anyone's autonomy. So I think that there are further problems with setting that as the baseline.
Well, it's like okay, well, it's a theory ought to have a baseline against which to compare things, whatever, right? But it's like you can just do the same thing with Alex Malpass's left foot, right? And then you can start just coming up with all these ad hoc reasons as to why the thing
is it plausible to do it that way.
It's like, well, okay, well, all things that aren't Alex's Malpass's left foot are good, but here's like why letting the train hit the guy is less like Alex's left foot than it is more like Alex's left foot. So you shouldn't, because I've defined it, like you can just come up with all these ad hoc explanations that fit the theory that you've committed yourself to, but that's just a really bad way of theorizing, right? Like to just commit yourself and then sink all the cost that you've invested into that particular like theory into just, I'm just going to commit myself to whatever entities I need to get this to work, rather than just abandoning it at some point in favor of a better theory, which is like pretty much any theory that's out there.
I mean, well, like, so, but, so if you were like, okay, so you want to change the scenario so that you're like Professor Magneto or whatever, and you can lift trains up. I mean, okay, if in that situation, the right thing to do is to lift the train out of the way. I mean, I was assuming that it's actually you.
Right.
Because you don't have that ability.
Right.
So,
that's kind of the thing I'm kind of leading into, is that given all possibilities, this possibility of pushing you out of the way isn't the best option. It's only the best given my pragmatic limitations. That doesn't make it the best option. It isn't moral to push you out of the way. It's just the best given my limited situation. So the reason it's immoral is because there's a moral option there. I just don't have access to it. The most immoral option would be to let you build the castle and let the train go past, and no one's will is imposed upon.
Okay, well, imagine we turn the other way around, and I say, I'm playing on the train tracks with my Legos, and then you just stand there and watch the train like flatten me, and then someone taps you on the shoulder and says, "Gee, Tom, that seems like a weird thing to do, to like not even try and save him. It's kind of the immoral thing to do." And you say, "No, it's not the most immoral thing to do, because I could have like had magic powers that set him on fire just before the train hit him. That would have been worse, right?" I mean, I guess, does that have any bearing on the moral evaluation of what you did?
Exactly. Does it have any bearing? Why bother?
Pretend magical powers doesn't make a bad action less bad, or a good action.
And it's sort of like I guess you can kind of appeal to these kind of factuals, but it's like if you said, well, I've defined morality as Alex's left foot, right? And he could have made it even less like Alex's left foot, and that would have been worse. that's the like analogy here in terms of like laboring a point that doesn't seem to actually track morality, as Alex has sort of phrased it. And then just telling you like random descriptions that are to do with that theory and the situation, but are actually not to do with like morality and the reality of the situation.
It just seems really unmotivated. Like, why adopt this theory? What is good about it? That particularly this language of talking about that sort of renormalizes, as someone said, everything to the 0 point, which is this best of all possible worlds, which maybe or may not is actually coherent. And then everything below that is immoral, except there are degrees of goodness, but they're still immoral. Why? Why? He just keeps saying that, well, within my model or within my theory, well, that's fine. You can have whatever theory you like, but why should we find it compelling? What's good about using this particular language?
Yeah. Well, there's no good use of the language unless it's in the best of all possible worlds, you see. It's just slightly less immoral uses of the language.
Yeah.
And that's good. It's for nothing to do with it. Moral evaluations are made in actual everyday real scenarios, right? People actually do things. Doctors save people's lives. I don't know, war criminals kill people, stuff like that. And nobody cares about what would happen if they had magical powers. That's not part of what we care about when we make moral evaluations. So why are you bringing it in here? I mean, I'm just not sure why that's relevant.
Well, it's kind of like the example of putting a criminal in prison. Like, people sometimes feel it's moral to put criminals in prison, when really, no, they're kind of just victims of biology. We do it because we have to protect other people. It's not good to put people in prison. It's not good to kill bad guys. It's still an immoral action, but we do it because there's a pragmatic usage that prevents a greater immoral action. So I see everything in that kind of...
What about countries where they reform?
But that's question begging. Lots of people think it is good to punish criminals, right? And yeah, you were just giving an example of how that can be made, better and more plausible, I think, by like rehabilitation and so forth. Obviously, I don't think, I mean, maybe it's not obvious, but yeah, I'm not in favor of retributive punishment in the way that I think it's commonly thought of. But I am in favor of punishment. It's just in terms of how that's done. But the point is that lots of people would say that it's good to punish criminals, and we can ask why, or like what form does the punishment take. But T-Jump is trying to answer a question as to why we should like use this language of like magical
why should
powers
we think
and why
your
it's
theory
relevant.
is true? And,
then he just gives another example of where he applies it, where it's not clear that anyone would agree with him, or many people would agree with him. Well, let's see what Malpass says to that.
Situation where we do one thing which imposes on will, not because it's good or moral, it's just the least bad thing we can do.
I mean, okay, so, well, it's not the most immoral thing we could do, so it's also good, right? I mean, why are you picking it to be, just because it's not the best thing we could do, it's bad? It's also not the worst thing we could do. I mean, I suppose you can think of a world where absolutely everything all the time is an imposition on your will, and that would be the worst of all possible worlds. So any world where it's not like that is better than that, and anything that happens in that world is good as a result of that. Is that right? Is that also part of your theory? I mean, I'm struggling. I don't really understand how, in your theory, anything is good. I understand what you're saying. When a will is imposed upon, it's bad. But if a will is not imposed upon, is that good? I mean, so you say a rock falls off a cliff and hits you on the head, that's bad because it's imposed on your will. Although that also seems weird because most people wouldn't consider a rock to be capable of moral actions or whatever. But I mean, okay.
As I said,
if a rock falls and misses my head, is that morally good? Because
yeah, but we've debunked our intuitions about that one.
Yeah, right.
But then our intuitions are reliable when it comes
in the other cases. Yeah,
hasn't imposed on my will, or is it only good if it hits me and I wanted it to hit me because it satisfied my will or something? I'm just not sure what good means on this theory.
Yeah, so if it doesn't impose on your will, then it's amoral. So it would be moral if it assists your will. So if you want something and I help you get it, that would be moral. So if the rock misses you,
it's explicitly negative. Like there's no positive in this model. It's only immoral or amoral. It's only bad or like not bad. Like such a weird theory. Why do it that way? That is so weird to me.
You and it hits you, that would be moral. And if you don't want it to hit you and it hits you, that would be immoral.
Yeah, so
I think to go into the meta though as well, I think what we see here are like certain intellectual vices, like being basically deployed. And that's why I thought that this was something that was relevant for us to look at in bad apologetics, right? Because the idea is that what we should be doing in discourse is cultivating and using intellectual virtues, you know, in the best of all possible worlds for all possible worlds, be maximizing those intellectual virtues, and that basically means being open to being wrong about the things that we're saying, the opinions that we hold, the things that we've come up with. And when people point out flaws, we're willing to actually go, oh yeah, that is a flaw, actually, maybe I'm wrong in this area. How about we work together to see how we can like strengthen this, rather than just doing this. And I think this is one of the better examples, because I think Tom like respects Alex's intellect, but I think if we saw someone else pointing out these flaws as well, and I think there's a lot of examples of this in debates and things, it would be less well, that's an okay criticism, and it would be more, well, you're just, you know, like stupid and don't understand morality or whatever. And the problem is that there are these problems there, right? And maybe someone who's less erudite can't like draw them out on them, or someone who's got less rhetorical flourish or is less aggressive in a debate setting or whatever. But the point is that these problems are really there, and even when they're being pointed out with, they're not actually being used to make the theory stronger, because again, well, here's a problem, right? It's completely unfalsifiable, but then it seems like no evidence counts against it. All evidence just gets lumped into more and more of like an ad hoc explanation to account for why it's right and so forth. And then, yeah, it's just what could possibly count against it for Tom, from like the kind of like norms of rational discourse, as James likes to say, that you know, like, that he's employing. What could possibly count against this theory and like disavow him of this? Because it seems that it just doesn't by any of the like theoretical virtues that I would use for assessing a theory, it doesn't seem to win out in any area. I mean, it doesn't fit the data at all of the data points of morality that I think we would all agree to in like particular cases. It doesn't really explain much. It just seems to be like a description of certain things. It seems to postulate these like weird entities and mechanisms that I'm not even sure exist. So, yeah. If you want, do you want to keep playing this one out, or do you want to move on to the William Lane Craig?
I'd like to have a little bit more about this,
okay.
But yeah, not all 2 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that you're tracking a concept which is like desire satisfaction, right? And you're just calling that, and we could just agree that you're tracking a certain concept. But I mean, are you prepared? So like almost everybody else is going to say, if a rock hits me on the head, it's bad luck, but it's not like immoral, right? Almost everybody else is going to say that. And you know that's an unusual thing to think, right? That it's immoral and not just unlucky, right? So what are you saying when people disagree with you there? Are they wrong, or are they using the word to pick out a different concept altogether? I mean, are they trying to say the same concept as you but failing, or are they talking about something different from you when they say that that's not immoral? Like, what your concept obviously differs from kind of folk concept, the normal usage that people use. So what's your diagnosis of that? Are they wrong, or are you talking about two different things?
I'm not sure the difference between those two, but in the context, I would say it is a strange inversion of reasoning, to use like deNyschen's phrase. I think that morality is a description of, or should be a description of, the best way the world could be, not how people should specifically act, but how the way the world should be. And so
the difference is that when deNyschen says that, right, is that deNyschen's saying like what our best scientific theories have to tell us about the world differs from our intuitions about the way the world is. So there's the strange inversion of reasoning. Whereas T-Jump's strange inversion of reasoning isn't like about commitments that we ought to have to get our best scientific theories to work, but it's about metaphysical speculation, right? So there's no virtue in inverting your reasoning to conform to speculative and epistemically risky theories. There's only virtue in like doing it to conform to what our like best well-established scientific theories have to say about the world. You know, like in the case of consciousness, maybe, or weird quantum stuff, or whatever, like scale invariance and causation, or whatever. That's so different from.
Yeah, it needs motivation, I think, is the point.
Oh, it's immoral. The rock is falling on you because the world would be a better place if that didn't happen.
Yeah. So my question was: so when people disagree with you, when someone says a rock hitting me on the head isn't immoral, it's just bad luck, do you think that they're factually incorrect, or do you think, oh, he's using a different concept than me when he uses the term moral? Right? Is that clear? The
Yeah,
difference between those two?
both. I mean, yes. So I think there is an objective way to assess moral and immoral, and it's the way I'm using. So he would be incorrect to use that term, but the way he's using that term is in reference to a different definition of immorality. So both.
It can't be both. If he's referring to a different concept, like if I say, I don't know, I'll meet you at the bank, right? And then I'm standing there next to the money place, right? And you're over there by the river, right? We've used the same word, bank, but we just had different concepts in mind, right? So it's not, you know, I'm using, but it's not that I was wrong. I just had a different concept in mind, two different meanings of the word bank. It just happened to have the same sort of sound that we use, but they're two completely different concepts, right? Riverbank and the place where the money comes from, right? Well, when you're talking about, when you say something's immoral and somebody says, well, a rock hitting me on the head isn't immoral, it's just bad luck, right? Do you think that they're like the person who's using a word that sounds the same as yours, but just picks out a different concept there? And so in which case you're not really disagreeing, right? You know, like those two guys, one saying, I am at the bank, right? I mean, in a way, they could both agree. Oh yeah, you are at the bank because you mean something different by bank, right? We're not actually disagreeing. But if you think you mean the same thing, then the guy standing by the river is just wrong because he's not standing by the money place, right? So you can't be both, because in one case, one guy's factually incorrect because he's not standing by what you mean by the bank. In the other one, he isn't really disagreeing with me. He's just at what he means by the bank, right? So that you can't be both.
Well, no, I still think it can be both.
How could it be both? In that context, just think about the riverbank and the money place.
Let me explain it.
Both?
So it's like in the case of gravity, we can say someone believes in Newtonian mechanics and someone believes in general relativity. The person who believes in Newtonian mechanics is talking about a different thing. They're not talking about space-time. Newton didn't know anything about bending space-time. And so they are talking about a different concept of the idea of gravity, and they're wrong. Their equations do not correspond to reality. So they're talking about something different, but the general concept, they're two different competing models to explain the same general thing. So this guy who's talking about the rock falling being immoral, he's still trying to give a competing theory of what morality is. And so that competing theory is a different thing, and it's also wrong. So I'm saying my competing theory of morality is the correct thing, even though he's talking about a different concept of morality. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because if I've got a different thing, if I say, look, Tom,
we're talking about something different, but we disagree about the thing that we're talking about. Like, he literally said both of those things. That's I don't know if I can deal with any more detail. I don't know how he couldn't see that point. Like, it's extremely clear the way that Alex Milpass put it.
I'm trying to think in the bank analogy. Like, so what would Tom say there? So like, he's gone and stood by like a non-existent entity or something. Like,
well, the person who went by the riverbank then tried to take his money out and found that it wasn't there. So right, in that sense, he was like, that seems to be what T-Jump is saying when he says, what was the example that he used about, Newtonian physics? Like, obviously those both were talking about the same thing. They were both trying to give theories of the operation of gravity and forces and such. Now, obviously they had different understandings of what, the ontology of that was, but they were different, and one less correct, at least,
they were
wrong.
They were the same. They were the same, but one was wrong, right? In that case.
Well, in respect that they were trying to describe the same thing.
Yeah.
But that's what makes one of them wrong and the other right. Like, otherwise, one can't be wrong and one right if they're talking about different things. It's a fairly basic point. I mean, I don't know why.
But here's how he tried to shift it, though. He tried to say, because one of them is Newtonian and the other one's whatever, Einsteinian or whatever. I don't know what the proper term is.
Einsteinian, yeah, that's fine.
Einsteinian. Like, he tried to say, well, because those are different words, they're talking about different things. But no, that's just like a little subtle.
Not with respect to gravity, yeah.
Yeah,
like they had different ideas about gravity, but that they were still both talking about it.
Yeah,
which is the key point.
They're named different theories, right? But they're not. The person doesn't go, well, I'm talking about Newtonianism. I'm talking about Newtonian physics, right? And then the other person goes, well, I'm talking about Newtonian physics, by which they mean Einsteinian physics, right? That's not the point. The point is the concepts of like the physical things, and then the accounts are different, and those accounts have different names. That's okay. Just like T-Jump's moral theory as a name, like, is a different name from Platonism or something.
And this is the problem using different terms than is standard, because it makes language basically impossible. And this is why I think that it's extremely important to try to ensure that theories use terms in a way that fits with standard usage of those terms, at least with relevantly informed experts, because there often is a distinction between lay usage of a term and expert usage. In morality, I think that you have to conform a lot to lay usage, maybe not entirely, but I mean, there's scope for discussion there. But if you're just going to say, no, I'm stipulating when I say all these words, they actually mean completely different things or substantively different things, then I just think it's not a theory of morality anymore. It's a theory of something else. That doesn't mean that you have to agree with all lay intuitions about moral judgments, but at least in the usages of the terms, they need to fit, because otherwise you're just not. Basically, it's about language games, right? And you're not actually playing a language game anymore. You're just doing your own thing. You can't just decide that words mean something different for you. You can use them in that way, but they don't actually mean that way, right? Because language is about interactivity. This is Wittgenstein's argument about private language and so on, which I could go on about. But you do have to take this critique seriously, I think, if you're just not just disagreeing with people's judgments about morality, but disagreeing with the meaning of the term morality, or rightness and immoral and things, then you start to get into real trouble, because, well, have you even given a theory of morality, or have you just played your own language game?
I think I don't know if he didn't understand Alex's point, or if he deliberately is just so. I don't know if he's so motivated to win and not be shown wrong and not.
But this point doesn't even matter. It's irrelevant. Well, he could just say, yes, they're wrong. Why does he have to?
Yeah. But this is why. I don't know what it is, but this is what I think is like an exhibition of intellectual voices, because I don't think that it's that he isn't like intelligent enough to understand the point. I think it's like that he doesn't want to go with Alex's example because he thinks, well, if I do, then it's going to lead to problems for my theory, and I don't want to have those problems because I want to be right. Like it.
I think maybe he's just too prideful to admit that, well, yeah, actually, Alex, you were right about that, and it can't be both. So I take your point. They're just wrong about it. Let's move on. Maybe that's what he should have said. At least it seems to me that's what he should have said. But no, and now who knows how long they're going to talk about this point, which is not even about morality anymore. It's about philosophy of language. So it's just obfuscated further. So yeah, I think we should move on to the Craig video, and I think we might make that the last one, because I don't want to go too late this night. But tonight. But so also I need to take a toilet break and grab some food. So I'll be back in a few minutes, and you can get started on that.
See you in a sec. Let's get this one up.
Genuine morality, or the facts of the matter, then on an atheistic account, I'm inclined to think, well, of course there can. We might wonder what makes it wrong.
We're just going to watch. We're going to watch this, but I think we're just going to watch. Maybe we'll play Shelley Kagan's opening statement, because it does seem. It is pretty good.
I spoke to one of my colleagues, another moral philosopher, gave him the topic, is God necessary for morality? And his answer was, well, of course not. Now, I don't think the issue is quite as open and shut and black and white as that, but it does suggest, it does reveal, I suppose, a common outlook among moral philosophers that I share, that people have been doing moral philosophy without appeal to God for thousands of years, at the same time that they've also been doing moral philosophy that does appeal to God. It's not at all obvious to those of us who take a secular approach to doing moral philosophy what the problem is supposed to be. So I'm going to try to anticipate what some of the difficulties that Bill Craig will be raising. And maybe that's unfair. I don't mean to be saddling him with objections that he doesn't raise, or of course maybe I will be raising objections that he will go on to raise, and he'll do a better job of it. So I may not get it quite right, but what I'll try to do is sketch a little bit about where I think a plausible account of morality might be that doesn't make use of the appeal to God, and try to answer some objections that one might raise against it. Second preliminary remark is I'll no doubt typically slip into talking about what the atheist might say, or the atheist might believe, or an atheist approach to moral philosophy. And that's a bit of a misnomer, because I'm describing a view that's completely available to theists as well. And calling it an atheist view, I simply mean it's a view that does not make use of the appeal to God. It's not theistic, it is atheistic in that sense. And it's not necessarily limited to those who deny the existence of God. Let me start by putting aside a question that may be of interest to some of you, and if it does come up in the question period, I'm happy to address it at greater length. But one thing one might worry about in asking whether or not morality requires existence of God is whether people could act morally if there is no God, or if they didn't believe in God, whether moral motivation or moral behavior presupposes in some way belief in a deity. I certainly hope that it's apparent to every person in this audience that the answer to that question is certainly not. That is to say, atheists, and here I do mean atheists in the more narrow sense, people who deny the existence of God, are just as capable of acting morally as anybody else. They're just as capable of acting immorally as anybody else. Theists, at any rate, don't have any kind of monopoly on moral behavior. And I'm completely confident that Bill will agree about that. It's, I think, such a non-issue that, as I say, I'm going to say nothing more about it. The more interesting question, there are several questions one might pursue, but the one I'll be focusing on, I take to be perhaps the most interesting question, is whether or not we need God for there to be morality, for there to be a genuine difference between right and wrong. Here we think of God not as the motivator for moral behavior, but rather God as the source or the author or the ground of morality, its basis. And so the question I'll be focusing on is whether or not there can be a secular non-theistic basis for morality, and I believe the answer to that is yes. Now, I could get off at this point, except, of course, again, I don't think there's going to be any difference of opinion between Bill and me on the question, do non-theists believe in morality? Of course, we all believe in morality. It's whether or not there could really be something. Am I, as an atheist, entitled to talk about right and wrong as something that genuinely exists without having God? So that's the question I'm going to focus on, not whether, people talk this way, whether the atheists talk this way, but whether there's some logical difficulty about their talking that way. So what I'm going to do is very quickly sketch an outline of a view about ethics that I find congenial. It's not at all original to me. I don't in any way mean to suggest it's the only kind of outline one could accept as an atheist trying to explain what morality is all about, but it'll give you an illustration of, I think, a fairly plausible approach, or so it seems to me. And then I'll raise some deeper questions about it. So here's the basic idea. Right and wrong is a matter of whether or not your behavior hurts people or fails to help them. So, which is, wrong action is action that hurts somebody or fails to help them in the relevant circumstances. And right action is basically a matter of those behaviors that refrain from hurting people and do provide help. So once we've got this basic idea in place, it's pretty natural to see how the more familiar rules of ordinary common sense morality fall out from that. We have an explanation as to why it is that you shouldn't lie because lying hurts people, why you shouldn't commit murder, why you shouldn't rape because rape hurts the victims of rape, why you have to aid the needy, why slavery is wrong, why you need to clothe the naked and feed the hungry. In all these ways, these behaviors are morally wrong or right because of their connection with harm and failure to help. Now, there's a lot of details that would need to get worked out. I think for tonight's purposes, they're not likely to be all that important. Let me just mention that, of course, it's important to get clear that there's a variety of ways that people can be hurt. There's not just physical harm, but there's emotional harm, and there's assaults on somebody's autonomy, and you can fail to respect them in a variety of ways. I don't think I need to pursue that, so unless it comes up, I won't say more about that. And the second point is that, of course, to say that you can't ever harm is a bit of a simplification. There are going to be cases in which one would have an adequate justification for harming somebody else. For example, in cases of self-defense against a deliberate aggressor. There's a great deal of work in contemporary moral philosophy about what these exception cases are, what are the adequate justifications for harming or failing to help. And again, although I'm happy to go there, I don't think we need to, so I won't say more about it unless it comes up. Now, that's the nutshell of the moral theory that I believe in, and clearly I didn't say anything about God, and so it seems to me I'm entitled to say that I believe in morality, I'm entitled to believe in morality, and the question I only want to ask at this point is, why would anybody think otherwise? Well, so here's a worry that one might have. We might ask, not do I believe in this sort of thing, but are these things really wrong on the atheist view that I've just sketched? Or is it just a matter of opinion? Now, that's tricky. Of course, we're going to be arguing about whether or not God's necessary for morality, what shape morality has, and so forth and so on. And all of that, in some sense, is just a matter of opinion. But I take it the deeper question is there a fact of the matter as to who's right? And just as there's a fact of the matter as to whether or not there is a God and what that God is like, I take it there's a fact of the matter with regard to whether or not it's wrong to harm people, whether it's wrong to rape, for example. I think it's wrong to rape. I take this to not just be a matter of opinion. It's not as though if I thought otherwise rape would be okay, or if everybody thought otherwise rape would be okay. Rape is wrong, full stop. So at least if you're worried about whether there could be genuine morality, whether are facts of the matter, then on an atheist account, I'm inclined to think, well, of course there can. We might wonder what makes it wrong. And the answer is, well, it's wrong because, for example, rape is wrong because it harms the victim. Might ask instead, what do we mean in saying that it's wrong to rape? Now, this is a controversial matter, and not all moral philosophers agree about the ingredients that we need to build into the basic definition of right and wrong. But roughly, I take it that as at least a first pass, the thought is something like to believe in morality as a genuine, objective state of affairs is to believe that there are reasons to act morally, to help others and to avoid harming them, and that these reasons don't depend on the particular desires or goals you happen to have. It's not as though if you happen to care about truth, justice, and the American way, then you've got a reason to act morally. No, everybody has these reasons. These reasons are overriding, to use philosophers' jargon, they're categorical reasons. So when I say that it's an objective fact that rape is wrong, what I'm saying is there's this kind of overriding, strong, categorical reason not to harm people in this way. And that's not up to me to make it so, it's just so. Now, you might ask, is there a deeper account that can be offered about where these reasons come from, or what makes them so, or the basic rules of morality, what their ultimate foundation or basis is? And I want to say that secular atheist philosophers disagree about that point. Some are, as we might call them, non-foundationalists. They say, well, we can state the various moral rules, keep your promises, tell the truth, don't tell lies, don't hurt people, help the needy. And if we want, we can boil these rules down into a simpler set of rules. I've suggested don't harm, do help. But there may be nothing at all deeper to be said about what makes those rules what makes those rules the valid rules. It's just an objective fact about reality that there are these categorical reasons. There are reasons to behave in certain ways versus other. So that's not just a matter of opinion. There are facts about what there are reasons to do. And these may be among the reasons that there's nothing deeper to say. But there are also philosophers who believe there is something more to say. And again, unsurprisingly, different philosophers will disagree about what that deeper story looks like. Let me give a very quick sketch of one such story. I think it's not bad as far as it goes. Ultimately, I think there's even more to say, but that would take us a rather long time to say that more. So let me just give you the quick sketch. It's a version of the view that's known as contractarianism. The thought is that the more...
Should I continue playing out Kagan's opening statement, or do you want to focus on...
Let's hear a bit about contractarianism. How long is the opening? 20 minutes? Because he's only gone for about 10. Feels like he's
I think
or is it only...
minutes, yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I want to hear about...
It feels like he's nearly done, but I think it's...
Well, let's finish contractarianism first.
Moral rules are the rules that we would give to one another to govern our interactions with one another, the rules that we would agree to if we were to set about trying to settle on a bunch of rules to govern our interactions under the assumption that we were perfectly rational. Nobody wants to follow rules that people accept because of mistakes in their reasoning. So imagine us, but soup ourselves up to be reasoning perfectly rational beings would agree to various rules to govern their interactions. And the rules that they agree to are the terms of morality. Now, there's different ways of running this contractarian thought. One version of it, which I have some sympathies to, adds an extra twist. The reasoning needs to take place behind a so-called veil of ignorance. The thought is, I'm not going to know while I'm engaged in this hypothetical bargaining session what my actual position in society is. I won't be able to try to rig things in favor of white males because I won't know that I'm a white male. So I argue from behind this veil of ignorance about my actual identity. So that's the basic thought. So here we have a kind of deeper story. Where do the moral rules come from? They are the rules we would give to ourselves to govern our behavior with one another insofar as we were perfectly rational. Does this capture a notion of objectivity for ethics? Seems to me the answer is yes. There's a fact of the matter about what it would be rational for us to agree to in terms of these rules. One might wonder, is the output of this hypothetical imaginary bargaining session, are the moral rules necessary? Maybe that's another feature we're looking for in trying to genuinely get morality as opposed to merely the illusion or appearance of morality. And the answer to that is yes, I believe they are necessary. Now, if you're a non-foundationalist, if you don't think there is a deeper story of the contractarian sort that I sketched, or some other deeper story that other moral philosophers have sketched, if you're a non-foundationalist, you might just stop it right here. You might say, to say that murder is wrong is to say that there's a categorical reason not to murder. And this isn't a contingent truth, it's a necessary truth. It's a truth that obtains, as philosophers like to put it, in all possible worlds, that murder would be wrong. If we do go the contractarian route, then we instead might put our necessity a little bit deeper. We might say something like, the moral truths are necessary, but they're truths...
Maybe we can stop it here.
Concept,
I think that...
And that in turn is explained...
Hello? Yeah, this is good stuff, but just wanting to finish up in too long. Now, do you know if Craig in his opening remarks responds to anything that Kagan said, or is it just give his usual spiel?
Well,
we can give it a...
This. Yeah, I haven't.
I've watched this. Likewise, I can't remember because if it's just his usual spiel, then I'm happy to skip it because we've already looked at it. I'm more interested in his discussion, but if it's a bit different, then we'll see how he goes.
Well, yeah.
There have been that many Veritas Forum events over these years. Good evening, and thank you very much. I am delighted to have the invitation from the Veritas Forum to participate in the dialogue tonight. And I want to say it's a tremendous privilege to be sharing the podium with so eminent an ethicist as Shelley Kagan. The question before us this evening is God necessary for morality? Notice what the question is not asking. We are not asking whether belief in God is necessary for morality. No one in tonight's discussion is arguing that in order to live a moral life, you need to believe in God. Rather, the question, as Shelley...
I want to boost the volume. Someone's saying that it's a bit soft.
For morality. And the answer to that question, I think, obviously depends on what you mean by morality. If by
I think the microphone is like the settings are all screwed up, so there's tons of like popping and noise and stuff. So that was kind of triggering me, so I turned it down a bit. But yeah, if this level's okay.
By morality, you mean simply a certain pattern of social behavior prevalent among human beings, then obviously this sort of behavior could still go on even if it turned out that God does not exist. God isn't necessary in order for human beings to exhibit certain patterns of social behavior, which they call acting morally. But if by morality you mean that certain things are really good or evil, that certain actions are unconditionally obligatory or impermissible, then many atheists and theists alike agree that God is indeed necessary for morality. In the absence of God, morality turns out to be just a human convention or illusion. The same patterns of social behavior might go on without God, but it would be a delusion to think that such behavior has any objective moral significance. Accordingly, I'm going to argue that God is necessary for morality in at least three distinct ways. Without God, objective moral values, moral duties, and moral accountability would not exist.
All right, this is the standard spiel.
Point.
The first minute or two was a little bit adapted. The part about what we mean by morality is interesting because he often doesn't go into that in much detail. What he said about morality as being just a description of a certain set of social behaviors. I mean, that's not a standard view of what morality is. There's, well, people define it differently, I suppose, but there's usually some sort of code of conduct, right? That there's some sort of normativity to it, although people differ on what that means. And that's certainly what Kagan was talking about when he talked about the idea of objectivity or normativity in morality entails that we have desire-independent reasons to act morally, and that's a view known as moral rationalism, and I subscribe to that as well. It's a fairly common view, but it's not universal. There are some people who deny that you need that. So yeah, Craig's initial definition was sort of a bit odd, and then he just sort of asserted his view, and then he's going to go on to his spiel. I think it's already disappointing to see how that, contrasts with Kagan, because what Kagan was doing is basically saying, well, look, here's a view of morality that makes no reference to God. That's not, I mean, obviously you have to defend that, right, and discuss its plausibility. But what Craig's doing is not saying, here's my view of God, I think it's better. I mean, I think he will mention it. He usually does. But most of it's focused on just asserting that you can't have these things without God. You can't have obligations, you can't have duties, you can't have accountability, you can't have, a goodness. And it's a series of assertions. And we've done videos on this before, so I don't think we need to go over all of what Craig says there. But I guess what I'm emphasizing here is that the way that Craig approaches this issue is, I just think, much worse in terms of discourse. Instead of focusing on advocating a positive view and then contrasting it with opponents, at least in his opening remarks in these sorts of debates, he focuses just on saying what naturalists can't do without really much substantiation, or what atheists actually can't do. Anyway, so unless you've got anything else to comment on at this stage, Nathan, maybe we can skip to the discussion section and see how they
I was just going to play a few more bits within his opening just to see
sure.
if he says anything else. But
if we were to rewind the film of human evolution, decides to do something. But without freedom, none of our choices is morally case. Duty has to do with moral obligation, with what I prohibited nor obligatory. So if God does not exist, why think that we have any moral obligation? Given the finality of death, it really
oh my goodness.
does not matter.
I've heard all of these snippets before. It's like exactly the same.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm skipping them as soon as I hear
how you live. The state torturers in Soviet prisons we all know situations where self-interest runs smack dab in the face of morality.
Yeah, and it seems that Craig is an ethical egoist, so he thinks that you're morally obligated to do whatever is in your overall self-interest, and he thinks that that doesn't vibe with any sort of under atheism. Then that's not going to cohere with treating others well. So that's interesting that he seems to adhere to that view.
Yeah, I think that's interesting with theism.
Yeah, in his arguments, he seems to say that the moral reason to be a theist is because it reconciles self-interest with morality or treating others well, which I'm not even sure is true under Christianity, by the way, because I don't think that that's what God is in the business of doing. But also seems to be not a very attractive view.
Yeah. Let's.
Who is apt to sap one's moral strength and so undermine one's moral life. As Robert,
Yeah, kind of like the idea that you're just going to die and go to heaven, and so why bother trying to make a difference in this life?
And everyone else is going to hell.
Yeah.
Burn forever.
Adams observes, having to regard it as very likely that the history of the universe will not be good on the whole, I think threefold. First, to explain what is the basis for objective moral values on atheism.
This is the problem. He says on atheism. No, it's just to explain the basis of objective moral values. Like, why does only the atheists have to do that?
Well, do you want to
Everyone has
go
to
for it? Do you want to go for it on atheism?
Well, no, Shelley Kagan's account is fine, like, because it harms
Yeah.
people. As a first order, there's no problem there. Right? Obviously, you're going to have to flesh that out. But because God says so, I think it's just a clearly worse reason. It seems to me that is not a good reason.
But I guess the thing to draw out, though, is that he's offering these questions rhetorically, I think, as if there isn't like an answer to be given by someone who's an atheist. Well, I just think there's like a ton that you can just like list off to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kagan's already done a good job with that. So that was the first question. What's the second question and third?
In particular, what is the basis for the intrinsic value of human beings?
Craig doesn't think humans have inherent value. He makes a distinction between intrinsic and inherent, which I don't make and find confusing. But he actually wrote a post about this on his what is it, Reasonable Faith, which I think may have which. Did I say unreasonable faith? Yeah.
No, I said unreasonable. I was like unreasonable faith.
Which may have been partly a response to me bringing up this point, and I think it's good that he's actually clarified this. Craig does not believe that humans have inherent moral value, and this is, I think, good that he's admitting this, because it follows from his account that humans only have moral value insofar as that in relation to God's nature and his commands. That's not inherent, because that relates us to things outside of ourselves. Inherent means that without, or I would say intrinsic, Craig doesn't like to conflate those two. That means internally without reference to other things. Under Craig's view, humans only have value in reference to a relation to God. So this is, I think, misleading here, because he doesn't believe in inherent moral value.
To explain what is the source of objective moral duties on atheism. What makes certain acts obligatory or forbidden if there is no moral law given?
It's like you just missed the whole thing about contractarianism, right? It's like, I mean, I understand that this is an opening statement, but it just seems weird to me to ask like questions like this, which were just so clearly answered in the.
This is what I was saying. This is why as an opening statement should be used to construct a positive case, not to just make assertions about what the other side cannot do.
But especially when they just blatantly refuted them. It's like, it's almost like saying, you know, if the other position is true, then how can he even talk? How can he even be here tonight? How can, it's like, well, they are here. So it's just obvious that that's like it's like presupposed. I mean, it's presupposed, right? I think that in a debate about morality between two professional philosophers, that both are going to have a case for or against the kind of thing that, like, it's not just going to be the case that one of them just has no way at all of even dealing.
Yeah, actually, it turns out that in the section of this under atheistic morality, there's just a single sentence that says there is none.
Nothing.
That's all there is to it.
Can't be done.
Can't be done. Yep. Impossible.
But this is what I dislike about this debate specifically. I mean, for example, I thought the debate you had with what's his name the other day on, like, I thought David. That was David Pullman. That's it. Like, it was very different vibe to this in terms of it. See, obviously there were, you know, there's the discussion part, but it seemed like in the opening statements it was less like this. This is what I don't like about this style of debate, where it seems to be about winning rather than clarifying and stuff, where it's like, well, how can the other position even do this, which is just, it's just rhetoric. It's like,
yeah, exactly,
you just presuppose that they can bloody have something to say about it. The fact that they're here debating, right, they're not just like completely like moronic with no idea what they're doing. Oh, I'm just going to turn up for a debate that I have nothing to say about.
Yeah, and this is as I mentioned at the start of the stream, where the rhetoric is especially bad. I mean, Craig and Turek are two that we've presented as especially egregious candidates, but others do this as well, particularly around morality, but with other things as well, where it's all about posturing and rhetoric and saying, well, you can't do this. What it should be about is something more like, here's what I think in respect to this question, like morality or epistemology or Jesus' resurrection or whatever it is. And here's why I think my theory is good. Here's why I have problems with your theory.
Yeah.
And then the other guy says the same thing, and then they discuss, and then they trade ideas back and forth. And so they're advocating for their theory, sure, but it's in a context of at least admitting that the other guy has something to say, and that you're trying to offer reasons that in virtue of which you think yours is superior, not just sort of this rhetoric about, oh, you can't say anything, or they have no response, or like it can't happen, and throwing out these rhetorical questions. It's a totally different approach to the discourse, which I think is, in what Craig's doing, very unhelpful. But rhetorically, I think it's quite effective, unfortunately.
To command or prohibit them. Why is it wrong to harm other members of our species, to inflict harm upon others? Thirdly, to explain how on atheism ultimate moral accountability exists, or
ultimate.
Well, atheists typically don't think there is ultimate moral accountability. Why think that there even is such a thing? I don't even know if Christians think this. Like, I guess it depends on your brand of Christianity, but I didn't know that salvation was dependent on like whether you're a good person. I thought that was sort of the whole point. What does he mean by
ultimate, though? Well, yeah, that's true, because
I think that's what he means, because he said this before.
Yeah, but if by ultimate he just means God, like
I think so.
Yeah. Well, of course,
anyway,
there isn't like God.
Yeah, like that's silly. That. But how can there be God on atheism? Checkmate.
Yeah.
Alternatively, to explain why it is not necessary to morality. These questions must, I think, be addressed if one is to maintain that God is not necessary to morality.
I mean, he
loves shifting the burden of proof like that. He always does this. My opponent has to address these things. I don't have to answer anything. They have to answer all these things. Does he have to answer those questions? No, just the opponent does.
So here's maybe what he could say, right? He could say, I think that theism is a better moral theory because it seems just to me that we'd be morally accountable or whatever, and a more just theory is a better theory for these reasons, or something like that. But he doesn't do that. He just says, how on atheism, how can you have accountability to God, right? Tantamount to saying that.
Or explain why you don't need that. Well, maybe you should explain why we do need that, Craig. That's called shifting the burden of proof. It's like he decides all the things that he wants and then asks the atheist to explain them or why we don't have them, when that isn't how a good faith discourse works.
We'll now have 10 minutes of questioning between Dr. Craig asking Dr. Kagan about his thoughts.
Well, obviously, a number of questions came up in my talk that would be pertinent to what you shared, Shelley. In your opening address, you said right or wrong depends upon the whether you hurt other people without justification. And when asked, are these really wrong? You answered yes. Why? Because it harms the victim. Now, I guess my difficulty is that I certainly agree that it's wrong to harm people, obviously, but
I have a different explanation. So where's my explanation in?
So why isn't your explanation the same as mine? Basically, that's what he's going to ask.
Hard for me to understand on a naturalistic worldview, such as I described.
Is it hard for him? This is what I find interesting as well. Is it hard for him to understand, or it's so hard to understand? You know, like, is it hard for him to understand? Has he not read hundreds of hours reading books on this?
I actually don't think he has read much about metaethics. I discussed this in my book. He has not really published about any of his moral argument stuff, apart from that there's one thing in I don't even think it was a journal. Maybe it was like one apologetics journal. He's written very little academically about this, which is not the case for his like resurrection and cosmological argument, or like philosophy of Platonism and stuff like that he's written academically on. He has not written anything about this, to my knowledge, academically, like very little, like one article. So I don't know that he is well read on this topic. Obviously he knows basic stuff, like to what a general acquaintance that a philosopher would have, but I don't think he knows much about this. I don't think he cares much about it, because I think that he relies on his pre-theoretic intuitions that just say that there must be this sort of divine lawgiver, and that's basically the substance of most of his arguments, appealing to this idea that there just has to be something more.
Yeah, that's I guess what I was picking up on is that, I mean, I reckon he probably does not as well as Kagan, I don't think, but I reckon he does, at least to some degree, understand what the answer, like if he said, well, what do you think my answer would be to that question? He'd have something to say. And so he's clearly just going, yeah, I just can't make any sense of it. Like, it's just, I can't make any sense of this ridiculous view. Like, I'm struggling to understand it. Look, I'm William Lane Craig, a professional philosopher, and I can't understand it. It just doesn't seem sincere to me.
Yeah. It could be better posed. Be more specific about what he doesn't understand or why it doesn't work.
But it's because I think that tick is for the audience, right? It's so as someone who's on the sidelines watching in the audience, it like makes those assessments about what's going on here. Like, yeah, Craig can't even, like, the other view is it's just nonsensical, right? If Craig can't understand it. And so this guy's making sense with his God talk.
Why, on the worldview of naturalism, inflicting...
Why? He does that a lot. Is that an American thing or is that a Craig thing? Why?
I think it's a Craig thing.
Upon other members of our species is really wrong. It seems to me that this happens all the time among other animals. And so why is it wrong peculiarly for human beings?
This is so stupid because Craig himself has written about some things that make humans distinctive. I quote this in my book where he gives a bunch of reasons in virtue of which, like, humans are moral agents and animals aren't. Like, this is something where he can't not understand that. He could disagree that that's morally salient. You could argue about that. But he doesn't even set that up as like, look, obviously humans have these factors, but I'm not sure why that's sufficient for moral agency or whatever. And then you could go back and forth. It's like he does none of the work to try to actually get to the point of disagreement or where he thinks the theory is inadequate. It's just like he says the most basic thing like, oh, but, lions like rape each other, but that's not wrong. Like, come on, Craig, you can do better than that. You know that there's things that can be said about that.
It's not even clear to me that it's not wrong when, like, lions rape each other, right? Like...
Well, this comes back to bad and wrongness again.
Yeah.
Because normally you wouldn't think of a lion as a moral agent.
I think I do, though. I mean...
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I was thinking about this the other day about, like... this is a little bit of an aside, but that thing that I was watching, actually, when I was waiting for you at the start, the farming thing, where... So there's this guy who... Jeremy Clarkson, people know in the UK, but it's basically, it's like an entertainment show there where he's bought a farm, and the premise is that he's retired from his career as like a TV presenter, so now he's going to run a farm, and he was like birthing lambs and stuff. And then there was this idea of, like the sheep that were unable to get pregnant, for example, or that there were some who had like cysts on their udders, so they wouldn't have been able to like feed the offspring. So then they don't have like utility economically to the farmer. So the idea is that they're to be sent off to be culled, right? Whereas he had some ethical intuition about like this feels wrong, like this is wrong, like like they're nice animals, they're friendly with me, but I'm just going to send them off to be culled because I can't get value from them. But then the justification that's offered by people as to why that's the right course of action isn't like moral. It's just like, well, this is the reality of farming. You can't have like these sorts of sentiments and stuff. But it's not clear to me that is like the right moral intuition to have. It still seems to me, even being aware of that fact, that it doesn't like fit together with the economic reality of running a profitable farm. It doesn't seem that then makes it good to like kill the sheep in that scenario. And I was like, well, there are these kind of like ethical situations with like that, where we look at like animals and like some of the horrors that go on in nature, but it's still like good for them to behave in certain ways. In that, like there were sheep that didn't look after their lambs, or ones who abandoned them or left them. It's like, well, it would be better for them to like. I still think they're like doing something immoral, and the ones that like look after their young in the right way, that they're doing something moral.
That's very interesting. Again, good and bad is not. I don't think that's the same as right or wrong here, because you could say that if a rock falls in one place, that might be good because it avoids a person or whatever, and if it falls in another place, that's bad. So you can absolutely describe these states as good and bad. I don't think that you can describe them as right or wrong. And the reason I think that is because I think right or wrong relates to responsiveness, or at least ability to respond to moral reasons and act in accordance with, or not in accordance with, those reasons. And I don't think that animals have that capability. So it doesn't do you think, make a lot of sense to me. At least most animals. Maybe you could argue about chimps or something.
What about like a like a dog or something, when you tell it off for like pooing in the house, or maybe for like attacking something it shouldn't or whatever, and it seems to sort of like, like cower and stuff. Do you think that that's like purely behavioral in that it's behaving this way because it knows that that'll stop you from going after it, or do you think that it has some sense of like that's the wrong thing to do, this is the right thing to do, these are like reasons?
Well, there's an idea of now I don't remember the guy who did this. Is it Piaget who did the work on the stages of moral cognition or moral awareness, and he described different, I guess, levels of, I might describe in philosophical jargon as responsiveness to moral reasons, and like the lowest forms of that is just basically you do something because you'll be punished or rewarded. He identified that with some of the lowest levels, and maybe. Animals, certainly some animals are capable of being trained to do things. And so in that sense, they can respond to reasons in that way. And if we go with Piaget, then maybe that can count as sort of moral reasons. I'm a bit skeptical there. I'd have to think about it. That is a good point, though. But at the very least, I would say that that's going to be kind of restricted in application. So I would not say that an animal that acts, an untrained animal that acts on its instincts to, hunt prey or something is doing anything morally wrong. And even if some animals, like the dog you mentioned, can be responsive to reasons in a minimal way, I don't think that it's only a very, very minimal extent. Maybe like a very small child is minimally aware of certain moral concepts, but doesn't have a very good grasp of it. So they're only minimally morally responsible, or only marginally agentic. Because I think that there's a spectrum here of the extent to which you can understand and be responsive. So it's an interesting point, though.
Yeah, I think this is one of those cases where it needs to be like really, really open to what the empirical evidence has to tell us.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I've certainly the more and more I don't, and this is why I say the empirical evidence part, because I don't know how much of this is like inference or like the games with like the triangles where it's like, oh, one of the triangles is being bullied as it moves around the screen and you feel sorry for it. I don't know how much of it is like that kind of thing that's going on as I observe animal behaviors, right, and infer that there's stuff going on there that isn't going on. But there's definitely, I see a lot of really intelligent behavior in animals that makes me think there's more to their behavior than just sort of like a simple like taxis reflex towards or away from or whatever certain things.
Yeah, well, it's more than reflex, I think, but I don't know that it reaches the level of moral awareness. But I think we do need more empirical data about that. So I don't know. Also, Josh Howard from chat seems to be upset that we are not actually offering bad morality hot cakes. Hot takes, not cakes, unfortunately. Sorry about that. I would like some as well, but
I would like
V's not here to bring anything. So
no, she's in Spain. She's who knows how long she'll be there as well, if she gets held back or gets corona or something. Actually, she said this is the crazy thing about traveling back. She's statistically safer in Spain than she would be in the UK, and yet we're
well, the UK decided that corona was over, and then turns out it's not actually over. So
yeah,
hate it when that happens.
It's what's crazy is I'm seeing people putting up like videos and things at football games, just like packed out with masks off and stuff. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how, like in the space of a few weeks, people like, I mean, I know risk awareness is a psychological thing, and you can have a sort of perception of risk that isn't there, that's out of proportion with the actual risk. And I think that can obviously happen with COVID and stuff, but there's like a real risk of like super spreader events and things. If everyone's in a freaking stadium while the World Health Organization still declared a pandemic, there's still like a spike happen, like there's a logarithmic growth of cases, but it's insane to me.
And we've got new variants that the vaccines aren't completely effective against. You'd think people would want to take some more precautions, but unfortunately not everyone sees that. Anyway, let's get back to the debate.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start with that. Suppose that my 3-year-old nephew walks into your house, takes some book off your shelf, and tears the pages out. He hasn't done anything wrong. Or 3-year-old, probably old enough, he has done something wrong. Like a year and a half, he hasn't done anything wrong. If I go into your house, tear some pages out of your book, I've done something wrong. What's the difference? Well, I'm capable of appreciating reasons for respecting your property that my 1.5-year-old, this is hypothetical, 1.5-year-old nephew doesn't. doesn't have the capacity, right? There are differences between people that allow me and you to think about our behaviors, to evaluate our behaviors, to see whether or not there are legitimate reasons for behaving as we do. Creatures that don't have that capacity don't have that capacity. It's precisely because they lack that capacity that makes no sense that the notion of right and wrong behavior gets no purchase. Lions can't reflect upon their behavior, so when they do it, it's not wrong. If you or I were to engage in that behavior, we can reflect upon that. We can recognize the reasons for not behaving that way. So I think the distinction is a fairly straightforward one, not a deep mystery or a hard challenge for the naturalist to respond to.
Okay, I think that's a good answer for why we wouldn't regard animals as moral agents who would be culpable for their acts. But it seems to me that at best that answer would go to show that rationality, or the ability to reflect rationally on things, is a necessary condition for moral behavior. But I don't see that that's a sufficient condition for moral behavior. It's still not clear to me why it would be wrong for creatures who have considerably complex neurological systems to inflict harm on each other on a naturalistic worldview in the struggle for survival.
Okay, so the question you asked initially was, how can I
Can we
explain
pause
why
there?
it's wrong for me to murder when it's not wrong for lions?
Craig is, I think actually Kagan might be just about to say what I'm going to say, but I'll say it anyway. So Craig is masterful at making it, we saw this in his discussion with Oppie as well. Craig is masterful at maybe stealing victory from the jaws of defeat or something like that, making it seem like that he hasn't just been torn to shreds when he's just been torn to shreds. Okay, so that objection that you made there about the lions and about, evolution and all of that stuff, which he mentioned in his opening remarks and he just repeated there, that was responded to by Kagan, and Craig admitted that that was a perfectly good response.
Yeah,
that means that entire point is irrelevant and has no purchase on the debate.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. I think if either of us were ever to talk to Craig in any capacity in this kind of way, he's one of those people where you'd need to establish before going down any of these rabbit holes what an answer either way would actually do. You say, well, if I could provide you an answer to this question, what would it do for your confidence in the position that you take? Would it count as evidence against it? Would it?
Oh, well, that's not going to work with Craig. Remember, he's not responsive to evidence, self-admittedly so.
And I think that this then, but this is the problem, because I think then when we actually engage those dialectical tools with someone like Craig, right, then it's just going to come down to the point that none of this matters at all anyway as to why he believes. And so there's absolutely no point.
I'm not interested in why Craig believes. I mean, it's sort of interesting in itself, but the point is you're talking to the audience effectively. But I think in terms of how do you deal with things like that, I've been thinking about this quite a lot myself, and I'm leaning towards the view that I don't know that there's a polite, productive discourse norms promoting way to deal with this. I think that the way to deal with it is to be a prick, basically to do what Craig does. So that, for example, to say that, okay, yes, Craig, so you mentioned this one point in your opening remarks about this. Now I'm going to respond to that. And then when he says what he says, you say, in response, you can say, okay, so that's one point that Craig's mentioned that has now been refuted. And then we can go into the second one. That's the sort of thing that Craig does, right?
He wants to, he needs
it's prickish.
to tell me why this response is wrong. If he
exactly.
Yeah.
But it does draw out what the fact that Craig has just been defeated on a point that he spent some time discussing. Whereas the way that most of Craig's interlocutors, it just sort of like a normal conversation with a person, you don't actually do that, right? And so that he can just sort of glide through by this language. Oh, well, it might be unnecessary, but it's not sufficient condition, which is basically equivalent to saying everything that I just said about that is irrelevant, and I've admitted defeat on that point. What Kagan would need to do is draw that out and explicitly state it and basically pummel it into Craig's face, not literally, but, in order for that to work dialectically. But it's also really bad discourse-wise to promote those norms. So I'm not sure how you actually do that.
You answered my question adequately, but you didn't tell me everything about your theory while doing it.
So he's just shifting the goalposts. Now he's talking about something different. Masterful. It made it seem like it was a response to what he said when actually he's just changing the subject. He's now asking something different.
And I think the other thing that Craig does dialectically, which is interesting, is those points that you mentioned. I think what it is it's almost like telling the audience what the scores are, right? But it's it's selective scorekeeping, because what he's doing is he's saying, well, it's 5-0 to me now, even though Kagan might have scored 7 goals. But because Kagan isn't saying, well, I scored 7 goals.
The opponent usually doesn't keep score.
Yeah.
Craig, I think, learned these skills in high school and university debating, which apparently he excelled at. And that's one of the reasons I did debating for a while, but I actually stopped it because these sorts of rhetorical and discursive devices I just find really repugnant. even though there are a lot of useful skills in debating, but stuff like that is, I think, just slimy and ick, and I don't like it. But it does help, like, with debates.
Yeah, it helps rhetorically, right?
It's hard to deal with. I don't know how you deal with it without basically playing the same game. But if people have suggestions, I'm open to that.
I do think, I think with a lot of those moves, somehow, the problem is that this discussion, right, it would be very difficult to do it with the time constraints and everything. But I think it's almost like by pointing out the elephant in the room, like, you know, when you just describe it for what it is, and then it just becomes really awkward to use it when you're like, oh, you're doing that to like keep score of because I think I have provided some good points, and then it becomes like awkward because then every time he uses that, it's going to be a reminder, like you've already pointed out that. But I mean, I don't know what that would do, because then you've got to like also stay on the thread of the actual discussion. And this is the problem. You want to like be able to assume those norms of discourse in order to be able to actually progress on the topic and like try and get towards the truth. And yeah,
there's probably ways about it, but it's probably just really, really hard to get the right balance. Anyway, let's see how Kagan responds to it.
The question you asked initially was, how can I explain why it's wrong for me to murder when it's not wrong for lions to murder? And to answer that question, all it takes is for me to point out a relevant difference between us. And you've just, I think, said, yeah, all right, so I managed to do that. If we now shift to the question, so what does it take for wrongness to enter the world?
Yeah, so just to comment on the discourse part of it. So Kagan kind of did that. The problem is he just wasn't clear and forceful enough about it the way Craig does. He mentioned the fact that he addressed Craig's question, but he didn't basically point score about it in the way that Craig does, and therefore it doesn't have the, well, in my opinion at least, it doesn't have the same rhetorical force. So I'm not saying that that's a problem with what Kagan's doing. I'm just sort of highlighting how they approach it differently. Anyway, we can keep going.
I think the answer might well be, actually, once we achieve a certain level of rationality, nothing more is taken. Nothing more is needed. The reason it's objectively wrong for me to engage in murder is precisely because there is a reason for me not to do it, a reason that I'm capable of recognizing. And if you ask, well, what more does it take? The answer is, well, those are the basic ingredients right there. We can refine it. I mean, we can put a little icing on it if we'd like to make it. But in terms of the essentials, that's it. What there's reason for me to do depends on what kind of creature I am. Once I become the kind of creature in the evolutionary, process, once creatures evolve that are capable of stepping back from their actions, capable of reflecting about whether or not their behavior makes sense, whether it conforms to standards that they are themselves prepared to endorse, at that point, the machinery is in place. And at that point, there are reasons for me to behave in certain ways and to avoid other kinds of behavior. And if you ask, but what makes that wrong?
I'm still not clear as to why these beings suddenly achieve intrinsic moral worth in virtue of
shifting again.
Complex nervous systems that enables them to have self.
Now he's making a different point. Without recognizing that Kagan just answered the second point that he raised. First was like, well, we're not lions. He answered that. Then, well, what? But that's necessary, but not sufficient. And then Kagan responded to that. Well, it is sufficient. And now he's saying, well, where does intrinsic value come from? Now let's see what Kagan says.
Complex nervous systems, it sounds pretty deflationary.
Right.
What's so special about having a complex nervous system? But of course, that complex nervous system allows you to do calculus. It allows you to do astrophysics. It allows you to write poetry. It allows you to fall in love. Put under that description, you ask, what's so special about humans from a naturalistic perspective? I'm at a loss to know how to answer that question. If you don't see why we'd be special and different from everything else in creation, that because we can do poetry, we can.
What does special mean apart from, is special value laden, or is special just to say unique? Is it, or is it some kind of combination?
I think it's probably value laden, because, well, this is actually interesting because you want to, there's a discussion in axiology value theory about like what, in virtue of what does something have intrinsic value or inherent value, to use Craig's preferred language. And needless to say, there's different views about that. One possibility would be to say that a thing is morally valuable to the extent that it has subjective experiences, and I guess you would want to say like positive subjective experiences. So that puts you in the realm of like biology, and then you would want to talk about the different valencies and intensities and maybe diversity of those subjective experiences. And then based on that sort of criteria, you maybe end up with saying that humans have a greater moral value compared to other animals like ants or something, or even bats or whatever else that have a lower range and valency and maybe self-reflective ability as well. Maybe that's inherently valuable. So you could give different accounts here, but I would say that this plausibly is value laden, because I think that this is a theory of what is intrinsically valuable. Well, interestingly, Craig doesn't think that any of those things are intrinsically valuable. So
I think
I'm not sure what he would regard as a good answer.
When they're talking about what on atheism, for example, makes people special. Well, what are those criteria then for special? We're saying it's something that's unique and valuable. And so
I don't know if it has to be unique. Oh, in terms of distinguishing it from other animals, you mean? Yeah,
yeah,
like
maybe not. Yeah, not that
maybe not unique, but at least differentiating. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
But there's lots of things that you can point to, and this is what Kagan is saying. Like, there's heaps of things you can point to. Now, of course, you want to give an account as to why those are difference making, right? But again, the flip question would be, look, well, Craig, what is it that makes humans intrinsically morally valuable? Actually, it turns out that they aren't. And then you could ask, well, what is it about God's nature that makes God good? And Craig's just going to say it is by definition. Well, is that a good answer? Like, can't Kagan just say that? And it looks like someone from chat said that maybe he does go in that direction. So we'll see how this plays out.
We can write a novel, we can think philosophical thoughts, we can do calculus, and we can think about the morality of our behavior. I don't know what kind of answer could possibly satisfy you at that point.
Well, obviously, the kind of answer that I offered, but
he doesn't have an answer, though. He doesn't believe in intrinsic morality.
I'm tempted to say I could play this game, and that's unfair, because of course it's not a game. But I could pose the same kinds of questions to you. Perhaps I will.
See, Kagan actually has a conscience.
All right, so God says
he has standards.
You guys are really, really.
Sorry, because he's reluctant to play the game, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Craig, that's all he does. That's his shtick.
Yeah. And there's no moral conscience about it. That's the interesting thing as well.
I have seen this debate before, but it's been a long time, so it's interesting to see it again.
And the question is, how good? I mean, maybe you shouldn't judge it on this basis, but I'm thinking, how good can a moral theory be if it doesn't help you in any way to behave morally in certain situations? Now,
it helps you in debates.
Yeah, maybe it's difficult. Maybe it's difficult to assess that because we don't know how bad of a person Shelley or Bill would have been without their relevant moral theories, right? But I think it's kind of, there's something kind of hypocritical in some sense, or there's something that just doesn't sit right with me ethically about being like, I've got the right moral theory, now let me use all these like really kind of dubious morally dubious tactics in order to win the debate, right? It's like at least
exactly.
On that point, yeah.
Let's see where Kagan goes with this.
Special, right? Yep. How does his saying it make us really special? But you see, he gave us a soul. How does our having a soul make us special? Whatever answer you give, you could always say, with regard to that, what's so special about that? At a certain point, you're just going to have to say, you know what? These features really do seem to me to be special. Insofar as it seems to me that our ability to communicate, to reflect, to love, to be creative, and consequently to shape our behavior with an eye towards how we're interacting with one another, these things strike me as remarkable ways in which we're special.
I think that they strike all of us that way, and that's the difficulty, perhaps, I think, in showing what I'm attempting to show, is that we all do, I think, intuitively value one another. We value persons, we value poetry, creativity, and all of these things. I think we all agree that these are goods. The question is, though, on a naturalistic view, why think that these things are goods? It seems to me that you emphasize in your own book, On the Limits of Morality, the importance of having explanations and not cutting off the search for explanations too soon. And I wonder if you're not cutting off the search for explanations too soon by simply.
Well, how about ever though? Right? He's like he's not.
And that was Kagan's point.
Yeah,
has to stop somewhere.
Yeah,
and he said, "Well, look, what about your view? We can keep asking on your view. Why is that good? Just because God made us, like, so what? God commands, so what?" This is a version of Moore's open question argument, which actually used as an argument against ethical naturalism. But you don't actually have to deploy it in that way. You can just use it to illustrate the point that it's at least possible to ask the question in virtue of anything that anyone says. Like, if God commands, something's wrong if God commands it, you can ask, well, is it wrong if God commands? Oh, sorry, is it right to do something because God commands it? Or, if it's wrong to do something if it hurts someone, well, is it wrong? Like, it seems that it's at least a cogent question to ask, which I think is a good argument against semantic identity statements like definitionally these are the same thing, which I think where Sam Harris goes wrong, by the way, because he says that defines morality as enhancing the enhancing the well-being of conscious creatures. But definitional arguments, I think, are problematic because of this open question argument. But it doesn't mean that you can't give another account, like an informative identity or reduction or something like that. But the thing is that you're always going to have to face the idea that someone can ask, yeah, but why? And you have to give reasons, or at least give a plausible account as to why that's a good stopping point or something like that. And Craig's admitted this in other contexts, and he almost admitted it here, right? But somehow it only affects Kagan's point of view, which is the problem. Somehow it doesn't affect Craig. Why doesn't it affect his account, but it only affects Kagan's? That's why I keep saying on a naturalistic view, but why not on any view? Why is this only a problem for naturalists somehow? Somehow theists don't have to give an account? Why? How do you get out of this?
Did I show you that video where how Sam Harris says, like, and if you disagree with me, like, put your hand on a stove or something? And
I haven't seen that, no.
And someone did, just to prove Sam Harris wrong.
Yeah, well, there's always one.
Yeah.
Saying, well, I'm just going to regard persons as intrinsically valid.
Because they said they felt it was better to prove Sam Harris wrong in this way than the physical pain.
Valuable, but without any kind of further grounding for that.
But of course, I haven't claimed there is no further grounding for that. I gave you a sketch of the contractarian thought. Your attitude was, I don't find that a very compelling story. It doesn't seem to me to be the kind of thing that constitutes adequate grounding. I suppose these things are in the eyes of the beholder, and everybody here is entitled to decide for themselves what kind of answers will be satisfactory or not.
Let me ask you a different question.
One more.
Oh, okay. Are you a determinist?
Yes.
And yet you still think that love is significant and human choices
are... Oh, gosh. Another change of subject. This has no... I mean, I'm not saying this...
Like the incredulity.
Okay, why is this so bad? So first of all, Craig can use his question time how he likes, but I think a better way to do it would be to try to follow, because it's only 10 minutes, right? Follow up on that point and try to at least make some more progress there than had been done. Not switch to something wholly different when there was actually some interesting development there. So that's one issue. I think that was not helpful for the discussion. Second problem is the way that Craig phrased the question. Oh, and you still think? That's a presupposition that there is a problem here. He hasn't established that there's any problem, but he's, by assuming it and framing it in that way and using that intonation, or everyone in the audience is going to be like, oh, how's Craig going to respond to this problem? Even though Craig has done no work to establish that there is any problem. So Kagan's already on the defensive. There's nothing he can do to not be on the defensive. And again, how do you respond to this? Well, you can go on the attack yourself. I don't know how you do that without being prickish. Maybe there's a way you can do it to defend and attack at the same time, but it's very difficult is the point, which is why Craig uses these tactics. Instead of being open and honest about saying, look, from my point of view, you need libertarian free will for some reason for love to be meaningful. Like, obviously he's going to say something more about that. And it seems under your view, then he has to, like, you see, he actually has to give substance here, which is harder. It's much easier just to make insinuations that there's a problem without actually establishing that there is. But that's what he should do. He should say something substantive about what he thinks the problem is, at least in sketch, right? And then pass it to Kagan and say, look, how do you respond to that? Or what's your view on that? That is an intellectually honest way to pursue the discussion. But instead we get this ridiculous posturing. It just makes me really annoyed, actually.
And again, it's that presumption. I mean, if you really think about it, right, these are some pretty standard, like, intro kind of, not like intro 101, but like standard, like, metaphysical positions that someone's going to have thought about. And you're talking to someone who's been who's a professional, a PhD in philosophy, and has been a professional philosopher the whole life. You're going to say, like, oh, you've never really thought about the implications of determinism for, like, other, because Craig is
not a serious moral philosopher. Nothing he says has any substance or like, I mean, I'm not saying that none of the ideas can be made substantive, but I'm talking about the way that Craig argues them and what he says. It's all fluff. That's why you won't see anything that he says discussed in, like, serious journals. Again, not true of some of his other arguments, like Kalam. I'm talking about his meta-ethics stuff. And he just doesn't care. He just doesn't, like, despite what happens here in other debates, he still uses these same arguments, and he has barely changed them after, like, 30 years. He just doesn't care. He just put out
a new video on the unreasonable applicability of mathematics, right?
Well, that's another one. Anyway, let's see how Kagan deals with this.
So to give a piece of jargon to the audience that Bill will be familiar with, I'm a compatibilist. That is to say, I believe that one can combine determinism and free will. So absent free will, humans would lack the significance that we clearly have. But I believe that's compatible with determinism. Actually, am I a determinist? Who knows what quantum mechanics teaches us about whether or not determinism is true. But at least I believe that determinism could be true without in any way threatening my conviction that humans are special.
Did you have a follow-up on that one?
Well, only to say that it just seems to me to
just seems absurd.
Moral choices of any sort of significance, if we're determined to do it by the antecedent physical causes that lead up to the point of choosing, and then
let's just think of like a situation, right? So a like these cases that I think most people would agree as good, except maybe D-Jump. But you hear these stories, for example, of a grenade thrown in like a trench, and one soldier like jumps. They just see it and they jump on it, and that stops the blast from like killing all the other people around them or something.
Well, that was immoral. He shouldn't have had to do it at all.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, but when we think about that, right? So here's one possible telling of that story, right? He uses his libertarian free will to decide when he sees the grenade to jump on it and does it, and it explodes, killing him, but it protects. That maybe a few of them have some minor injuries, but they all survive and go on home to their families and live good lives. Now, suppose this other story, right? Everything about the guy's brain and everything that happens, the physics of the grenade being thrown in, is causally determined, right? But when his visual system sees the grenade land in the trench, he makes a decision to jump on the grenade, which he does. The grenade explodes, killing him, and there's some minor damage to all of his, maybe to a few of the people who are in the trench, but they go home to their families and live fulfilling lives afterwards, right? Was one of those situations right and the other one wrong? The reason, like I ask that obviously rhetorically, because to me it just doesn't seem like adding that detail in does anything to the morally relevant like criteria in this situation, which it doesn't seem to be like anything to do with causal determinism.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing. If Kagan wanted to play the game, he could just so Craig could say whatever he's going to say, and he could say why, and then Craig says most stuff why. Like that. I mean, that's one of the most immature things to do, right? But the point is, it may make a point here because Craig's just to say, well, it seems to me. Well, so like, what's your actual reasons? Philosophy is more than. I mean, to be fair, professional philosophers do this sometimes, where it's like just seems obvious. Even in one of the books I was reading, but I don't think that's good philosophy when you rely on that. Really, I think that it's about giving reasons, to just say, well, it seems to me, is not very satisfactory, especially when it's clear that there's a lot of dispute about that. The other thing I was going to say is that. Yeah, I mean, without getting into a whole tangent about libertarian free will, I think libertarian free will is irrelevant to morality, and I think it would actually undermine morality, which is something I want to sort of do more work on, trying to develop this idea, because I think morality is about being responsive to reasons, and I think libertarian agency means that we're not actually responsive to reasons, because it seems that if we were, then your choices are determined by those reasons, or at least to the extent that they are, then your libertarian free will is impinged. Like I just don't understand how you can say that. Well, like. 99% of the time under libertarian agency, you're going to choose one thing because the reasons heavily favor it, but then somehow the reasons then don't determine your action. I don't know how you can have your cake and eat it too like that, but that's another discussion. So I would maybe even push back stronger than that. I'd say, no, it's actually compatibilism that saves morality, because you need a responsive to reasons, and libertarian agency doesn't have any of it. Doesn't, I don't think it safeguards that. Anyway.
Then cause our brains to react one way rather than another. I can't see how that could have any more moral significance than a tree growing a branch at a certain point in its development.
Now we're back to the animal kingdom again, or the botanical kingdom.
A tree growing up, but again, like, so think of that situation I just told you about the soldier, right, who jumps on the grenade. Is that the same as a tree growing a branch? No, because there's relevant.
Yeah, but Kagan's already answered that point. We already established that there are differences, and so Craig's just, a few minutes have passed, so he feels like he can just bring up that point again.
Compatibilist. You don't believe determinism and free will. So this is a debate for another night. I mean, it's not that I think the truth of compatibilism is at all self-evident.
Can you just explain what that term means?
Compatibilism is the view that there's no logical inconsistency between belief in determinism on the one hand and the existence of free will on the other. They're compatible.
Well,
so
that's
I
a
don't.
little bit misleading, though. I mean, you need to explain what you mean by free will in that case.
Well, what I was trying to do is simply give.
No, Craig, that's a
really
very standard
misleading.
term.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
a standard
misleading.
description.
That is absolutely the standard, like, one sentence description of compatibilism.
Yeah, and if he'd
There's
said,
nothing misleading
and
about
we
it.
use, if he said, and we use free in slightly different senses, would that have
That's not
added
informative for the
direction?
audience, though. That's just confusing. That's so slimy
Quick
to
definition.
say
Well,
that.
remember, I said that this is a very, as you know, it's a very, very complicated question. We would basically hijack.
Just notice the way he's like kind of like smiling and playing with the pen when he's like after he said that as well. That's interesting body language.
Definition. Remember, I said that this is a very, as you know, it's a very, very complicated question. We would basically hijack the entire.
Because Kagan now has to, like, obviously in the dialectic, and they're set in front of an audience and stuff, it looks like, he's been called out as a philosophy professor who doesn't know how to describe his terms by that thing that Craig said. So Craig can just sit there like twiddling with his pencil, and Kagan's like rushing, like, he's speaking fast. He's like, yeah, this looks good. It's yeah.
The rest of the evening to start trying to.
Unclear on the terms myself.
Right. So my thought was just that the plausibility of the compatibilist view that I hold, I don't take to be self-evident. I believe it takes philosophical argumentation for it. I completely agree that those drawn to incompatibilism, those drawn to the view that you can't have both deterministic physical laws and robust free will think if naturalism is true and the best science teaches us that determinism is true, itself a controversial question whether that's the best interpretation of our best science, then we'll lack free will. And then if free will is necessary for having special value, then we'll lack special value. But there's a lot of premises before we get to the conclusion that naturalism doesn't have space for this special value. And I reject several of those premises, which is why I'm not feeling uncomfortable by the challenge that Bill's raising.
Well, let's turn the table and now.
Yeah, so unfortunately, although that's all what he said is, I think, perfectly fine, it's entirely unpersuasive. Like, everyone's just going to ignore, well, not everyone, but a lot of people in the audience are just going to ignore what he just said there and just hear that Craig challenged him on, the free will in particular and things before that. And that, Craig seemed to win on that point because Kagan just said a whole bunch of stuff that was pretty non-committal, which is kind of all he could say in that space, right? Unless he wanted to use Craig's tactics against him. So again, another problem with this is that Craig pretty much never concedes anything to his opponents unless it actually, like, he never agrees with anything they say unless it directly helps his point. Like before when he said, well, yeah, I agree that there's objective morality, but that's actually one of his points, right? So it does not actually a concession. Whereas Kagan will say things like, and I've seen others in debates as well, they'll say, well, yeah, I agree that this position isn't sort of obvious and I need to give further arguments for that. Or, I can see that there's some arguments against my position, like William Draper talks about this in his debate where he gives some arguments for and against. Craig never does anything like that. He never makes concessions of this sort or acknowledges like complexity or anything, at least not that I've seen. It's all supporting his view. And so when Kagan does that, it looks like he's conceding and that Craig is in the superior position because he hasn't conceded anything. Even though I think Kagan's just being honest and responding in a sort of a congenial, sort of normal human being type of interaction. He could have responded differently if he was playing Craig's game. He could have said, when Craig says, well, you need to qualify whatever exactly you said. He could just say, no, that's the standard definition of compatibilism. he could have just not helped him at all, and then pushed back, and that pushes back onto Craig, and then maybe he's fumbling. Then there's, and then he says a bunch of stuff that doesn't sound very persuasive, right? Plausibly, at least. So, like, you see that if Kagan played into that game, I think he could have come off looking better, but that doesn't really advance the discourse, like. And that's, I think, the issue here, that Craig's using all of those tactics in his favor, and he doesn't care about advancing the discourse.
Wrong.
So one of the things that you said in your opening remarks, well, you quoted several people. I think there was a long quote from Michael Roos saying something like, if naturalism is true, if theism is false, then ethics is illusory, deeper meaning is illusory. It's not an exact quote, but I think those phrases were there. And I found that an interesting slide. Or so.
I find it interesting how Craig uses deeper, because he did. This was the same thing with Oppie, where he said, like that I just don't think that explanation goes deep enough or something. And it's like, what's the idea that adding more layers makes it better? I don't.
Well, I think it means it doesn't appeal to God, so it's not good.
Well,
Like, because whatever you say,
well,
he's going to say, well, yeah, but why?
Well, this is what I mean. It'd be great to hear him specify some criteria of like depth as a theoretical virtue that aren't just saying God. Like, what would they be?
Well, he specifies criteria with respect to the resurrection argument about assessing an explanation, but they're pretty vague criteria, pretty generic. And he interestingly doesn't apply them. I critique him on my book about this. He doesn't actually apply them to his own explanation. He just sort of, or the most hand-wavy one-sentence explanation, and then he spends all this time applying them to the other report. So basically, criteria, if he applies them, are only for the other guy, or standards. They're only to apply to the other guy because he can't meet them. You don't need to apply them to your own account, because Craig doesn't do that for any of his accounts. God created the universe. Does he apply any explanatory or argumentative standards to that? No. God found grounds for morality. Does he apply any standards to that? No. God resurrected Jesus? No. God fine-tuned the universe? No. In all of these cases, he has like one or two sentences, almost nothing to say about his prophet explanation or answer. And then he goes at lengths talking about the pitfalls and problems with alternative explanations. The problem with that, as Oppie's pointed out, is that you need to compare, if we're doing this sort of reasoning, you need to compare contrasting theories or competing theories. And if you just critique one and then say, well, the other wins by default, basically, then you haven't actually done a comparison, right? It could be your theory is even worse, or there's a third theory that's better. But Craig just does not do this. And it's another example of how he is just, I think, using rhetorical tactics, even in his books, to make it seem like his position is a lot stronger than it is, because it's a lot easier to critique than it is to defend your own view in a lot of cases. So just don't bother defending your view, just critique the others.
Yeah.
Seemed to me. The move from ethics is illusory to deeper meaning is illusory. I think I want to concede that in the way you mean deeper meaning, I don't believe in deeper meaning, because I think when you talk that way, you think for there to, not that I having trouble talking about meaning or even deep meaning, but when you talk that way, I think you're thinking it's got to be meaning on a cosmic scale. That's where some of the points about accountability come in as well.
Yes.
So fine, I believe that humans are just creatures that evolved on this tiny little speck of dust. But I don't see how the denial of deeper meaning should give me any reason to think, therefore I'm committed to ethics as illusory. So perhaps you could explain that.
Where that came in, I think, was with respect to moral accountability, and also with regard to the significance of human beings. It seemed to me that on a naturalistic worldview, everything is ultimately destined to destruction in the heat death of the universe. As the universe expands, it grows colder and colder as its energy is used.
So it's not morally valuable?
Well, we need that connection. That's what Kagan's asked for, to draw that out.
And eventually all the stars will burn out. All matter will collapse into dead stars and black holes. There will be no life, no heat, no light, only the corpses of dead stars and galaxies expanding into endless darkness. And in light of that end...
So it's not valuable now?
It's hard for me to understand how our moral choices have any sort of significance. There's no moral...
It's hard. No, the burden's on him to show how it's not, right? It's not...
So Kagan has asked, Craig, why is it that you think that because we're not cosmically significant, that therefore morality is illusory? Craig's response is, I, Craig, find it hard to understand how, if there's no cosmic significance, morality is not illusory. He's just restated what Kagan has asked him to defend.
Not even cosmic significance. He said, if at some point in the future...
Yeah, that's what I mean by...
Yeah. If at some point in the future, there'll be a physical configuration where the current the current things we call valuable won't be around, then I find it hard to see how they can be valuable now, is what he said, right? And even when I word it in that way, it makes what he's just said seem like dumb, because it's just obvious that like stuff is valuable in like one configuration and then not valuable in like another configuration. Like, why does it's like
well, he's literally just restating what Kagan has asked him to defend.
Yeah. Like, why,
in a way that makes it sound like that's not what he's done.
It's like saying, why is Jesus dying on the cross valuable if like the Roman Empire is gone and no one like does crucifixions anymore or something? Like, it doesn't even, like, no one does crucifixions anymore. So why is that valuable? Like, it can't. from like an internal critique point of view, I'm trying to think. It's like because in the future something changes, right? So, well, I suppose he's not like a B theorist, so I've got to be careful how I talk about this. But it's like because there's only the present. So, like, well, now that's not valuable anymore, is it? Because it's not like happening now. Like, it's the stuff's changed. The states of affairs have rearranged themselves. It's not like it was valuable then, but it's not valuable now.
It is a bit odd because he's saying that there will be a time when there is nothing of moral value under naturalism. Therefore, now there is nothing of moral value. Why does that follow? What's the connection there?
But he doesn't believe there will be, right? Either there's
no. Yeah, so that's a future tensed fact.
Yeah.
So that there will be a time when there under naturalism is nothing of moral value,
that's
right?
True. There will
so
be
he then infers from that currently there is nothing of moral value.
Yeah.
Like now, you could just say there is nothing of moral value because that to be present is to exist under his view. So that's basically what he's saying. But why accept that inference? Yeah. That's what Kagan's asked for, a reason for accepting that inference.
And I think this is actually the one good thing that Jordan Peterson said to him, in that debate where he said it's like thinking that while you're listening to like a piece of orchestra music or something, and it like brings you to tears, and then all of a sudden you sort of think, well, hang on, the song's going to end, so why do I think it's beautiful? Like,
Yeah.
Accountability. The universe is neither better nor worse for what we do. That ultimately there isn't. Our moral lives become vacuous because they don't have that kind of cosmic significance.
I still need to have you explain that for me better, because
if at some point in time there won't be any trees, how can there be trees now? Like, I believe that in the future there won't be any trees.
Argue against that.
There aren't any trees now.
Oh, nice logo, by the way. Effective altruism. What was I going to say? Yeah, so you could just as equally argue the opposite. And this is actually something that can be a useful heuristic. It's not like foolproof or anything, but it's a good heuristic to assess arguments. Flip the relevant thing to its converse. I think we did this with T-Jump. I can't remember exactly what about, but flip it to its converse. Yeah, it was about the best of all possible worlds. We flipped it to the worst of all possible worlds, right? So take Craig's argument here about there will be a time when there is nothing. Well, let's say that the cosmos is finite. Maybe if we put it that way. So, and he says therefore there's nothing of moral significance now. So flip that and say the cosmos will be eternal, and therefore there is nothing of moral significance now. Obviously, Craig doesn't believe that, but I'm saying, well, why is that like less plausible as an inference than saying it's finite? Because you can say, well, look, if something goes on forever and ever, why does it matter what we do now? Like, there's an eternity ahead of us, right? And for those of us who end up in heaven, well, there's an eternity of bliss. For those of us who end up in hell, there's an eternity of hell. Like, what difference does it make? Right. Anything that we do now won't really have an effect on that, especially because God's sovereign over everything. So we sort of set everything up. You don't even have to go that far. But I'm just saying, if you can flip it and it's not obvious why it's less plausible, then maybe that's a reason to be more suspicious about the fact that that's being deployed as an argument. So it'd be interesting to hear Craig respond to that. Like, well, if it went on forever, why does that make it better?
Again, it seems to me it's one thing to say it lacks eternal, cosmic, everlasting significance. It's another thing to say it lacks significance. In fact, to give one of your examples, you talked about, I can't remember the source of this quote, but the torturers, was it Nazi torturers?
Right, yeah.
You say, if theism isn't true, then it doesn't really matter. This strikes me as, I'm sorry, I'm sure it's going to sound rude, but it strikes me as an outrageous thing to suggest. It doesn't really matter. Surely it matters to the torture victims whether they're being tortured. It doesn't require that this makes some cosmic difference to the eternal significance of the universe for it to matter whether a human being is tortured. It matters to them. It matters to their family. It matters to us. So again, how do you move from the lack of eternal significance to the thought that if it doesn't have eternal significance, it can't have any significance?
Because the victim, it obviously matters to him in the sense that he's in pain and agony. But ultimately, it doesn't matter that he was ever in pain and in agony. The whole thing just degenerates into utter meaninglessness and insignificance.
Think about the sentence he's just said there. He's just said, it doesn't matter from nobody's point of view. Like, it doesn't matter.
He said it doesn't matter ultimately.
Yeah, but he
just can't answer a question.
He said it doesn't matter. But what is ultimately from the point of view of nobody, right?
Yes.
It's like it doesn't matter from the point of view of nobody.
Well, no, he means from God's point of view, I think, is what he really has in mind here.
But nothing matters from nobody's point of view, right? Yeah, it's like if he's trying to offer an internal critique, though, of what the atheist has to say, it's like it's just vacuous to say, well, 2 + 2 = 4 isn't true to nobody. So how can it be true to anyone, right? Like. Well, nobody doesn't have beliefs about anything or
Craig is
values
far
or-
too intelligent and perceptive to not realize what he's doing here, which is why I don't give him the benefit of the doubt the way maybe some other people do. And I think that this is deliberate obfuscation and intellectual dishonesty. Kagan is asking a very specific question. How do you advance from the premise that there is that there will be a time when under naturalism, there will be a time when there is nothing of moral value, to the premise now there is nothing of no moral value? How do you connect those two? How do you go from one to the other? Kagan didn't phrase it in those terms, but that's, I think, equivalent to what he's asking. In response, Craig has twice now said, well, there's no ultimate significance under naturalism, but that's just restating one of his premises, that, well, his conclusion that because there's no ultimate significance, therefore that there's no significance. He has not even tried to link those together. He just keeps asserting that if there's no ultimate significance, there's no significance implicita, or there's no value implicita. He hasn't even tried. And he's relying on the fact that the audience won't notice this, and that the rhetoric of it, the cosmic meaninglessness and nothingness and all that, which particularly is going to be powerful to theists, right? Or people lean in that direction, because often I find that they sort of think in that way. He's just relying on that to do the work. The argument side of it is irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all. That's why he's not engaging with it. He's just there to put out his rhetoric. Obviously, this is my reading of him, but I think it's the only thing that fits with the fact that he's just twice now not answered the question at all. When he's obviously capable of engaging with that as a substantive philosophical discussion. How else do you explain the fact that he really just doesn't understand the question and can say nothing more? No, he's choosing not to say more because he doesn't care about that, and it's about giving the rhetoric that sounds, persuasive.
I don't mean to suggest that the torture didn't do a bad thing to this person, but ultimately it doesn't matter. It all ends up the same.
But this is the thing, is that so on the theistic point of view, right? If theism is true, then
it all ends up the same. What he said is literally true. It all ends up the same, right? It doesn't matter if the person was tortured.
Well, this is but this is, I think, what the equivalent of what he's kind of saying it. So, like, from if theism is true, right, it matters to God, right? But if atheism is true, then it doesn't matter to no one. That, but that doesn't do anything, like on to the atheist picture of the way that reality works, that from no one's point of view, this isn't.
Well, Craig could say that it doesn't matter to anyone, and therefore it doesn't matter.
Right, but it matters to someone, namely the people who. That's the thing.
Well, that's the point. That's what he conceded, right? Yeah, it matters to them, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Okay, but why? Because it ultimately doesn't matter. Does it mean that it also doesn't matter simpliciter?
Yeah.
And he just repeats what he said. And the thing is that you can make the same argument, which is what I just said before. Look, ultimately, the only acts that matter are those that make the difference between whether someone goes to heaven or goes to hell. And maybe there aren't any even such actions, depending on how God decides these things, right? Everything else, it doesn't matter. Like whether you get tortured or not get tortured. Look, the end result's the same. Person in heaven, person in hell. Anything that doesn't affect that distribution is irrelevant because it doesn't change the end state. Would Craig affirm that? I don't think he would. So that seems to be a contradiction there.
And now imagine you're like really, really, really depressed and struggling, right? And then Jesus just appears and says to you, "Oh, I've chosen you to live forever," and then disappears, right? And you just know that this is true. God makes it that you just know it's true in like a self-authenticating way. Well, what does that change? Is life now meaningful? Is there like you've got ultimate? Have you got like ultimate meaning now, or have you got like what does that do?
I guess just God gave you ultimate meaning.
Yeah.
I guess he can just do that sort of thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, but it all ending up the same isn't the same thing as, and so it doesn't matter what happens until we get there. And when I say, and it matters what the path is before we get to the end point, I don't merely mean subjectively it matters, it appears to matter, it matters to them, but it doesn't really matter.
Well, and that's what it seems to be. It just matters subjectively.
But again, I just want to say, I don't understand how we get from.
How can anything matter non-subjectively? How can anything not matter to matter to not?
Again, it's to God. That's
but
a lot
God's
of questions can only make sense. Yeah, but but it's sort of subjective because that's what divine command theory is actually a subjectivist view of ethics, although it's often put in it's a realist view, but it's a subjectivist view because it does depend on God's opinion, who is a subject, right? But that doesn't seem to worry most theists or like divine command theorists because I don't know, God's the boss of us, so it doesn't matter that it's his opinion. I mean, especially if you're like full on theological voluntarism, which says that God actually just decides what to command us, and he could have decided differently. That's ultimately subjective, right? Because it's purely what he freely decided to command to do, to make us do, or to command us to do. That's the ultimate subjective grounding of ethics, I would say, because it's purely God's whim that everything depends on. Craig doesn't go that far because he has a modified view of theological voluntarism, which I think is pretty much incoherent, but that's a side issue. But yeah, the point is that you're right. Technically, it is still subjectivist, but it just doesn't seem to bother them. It's not about whether it's subjective or objective, in my opinion. It's about, is there a, well, I'm going to characterize this uncharitably, but Craig's put me in that mood. It's about whether there's the big man who can like hit you if you don't do it. Like that's what it seems to be really about. It's about whether there's someone powerful behind it, not whether it's like a subject or not.
The meaning talk is just like completely pointless because I mean, I'm sure like God's life is really meaningful, but if mine isn't, what does knowing that God's life is really like meaningful to him do for me? Like what? Because he's saying,
but it's subjective. Your life is now objectively meaningful.
Yeah, but he's saying, so relative to, okay, God can be ultimate, right? In that sense, and so whatever has meaning to God has ultimate meaning, whatever. And we could say, God never changes. So those things that God finds meaningful are always going to be meaningful. And there can't be anything greater than God to which they could be meaningful to. But it's like, okay, even if I recognize all those facts and I'm really, really depressed and finding life meaningless, what does that do? How does that make it meaningful now to me as a subject? Like what are we talking about here?
Well, I think it's about what makes it meaningful to them, because to them, if it's not meaningful to God or like some big guy with a stick, to put it crudely, then they can't find it meaningful. And I don't think this is a straw man at all. Just watch Craig's videos where he talks about walks through the rain and pictures of drug people and drug users, and like he's basically just saying he would find life meaningless unless there was without God there. That's I think what it's about. It's the need.
Does he know that he's
to hold
not
on to
trying
that?
to live as an adult in that way either?
That's the critique.
Seriously.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure with his 15 mil, right, and his nice house and everything, if he just do the same things, just write a different philosophy book. Like why
Well, I probably write the same philosophy book.
Well, yeah,
it's breaking in the money. Like,
well, you go, like why
ethical egoists and all that.
Why I left Christianity, just work on that book, say, and then die, like, and maybe experience plenty of meaning. Like, it's just, I mean, should we engage in that thought experiment? What do you think, Craig? What would your life be like?
If it doesn't objectively matter to the universe, or it doesn't objectively matter on a cosmic scale,
it doesn't even make sense.
How do we get from that to? So it doesn't objectively matter.
It doesn't make any sense as matter to the universe, because mattering is something that relates to a subject, as we discussed, right? I think Craig has sort of pushed Kagan into this, although I think that it's a tactical error to talk in this way. Push it back on Craig and ask him to defend what he's saying. Don't try to. Just basically, the less you say, the better.
Questions,
don't try to answer it for him, because Craig's just going to push back and say, "Well, but it seems like that to me."
Stop beating your wife. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that this is a tactical error, and I don't think that language is helpful, but I sort of understand why he's using it. Just get Craig to answer the question: what is it about the future state of the universe that entirely determines the current moral state of the universe?
Yeah, I think that dialectically, you've got to question back the presupposition. You've got to say, like, well, we've got to establish the presupposition is true before I can even go about like answering this question. Otherwise, you're just going to be on the back foot.
Yes, and one way that I think, I don't know if I've myself tried this, because I think it's kind of douchey to do, but it may be necessary in some cases. I mentioned this before. One way that may be helpful to do this is to advance an equivalent question or a statement that has a different presupposition from your point of view, and then they'll react negatively to that. And that can be a way to, because they could just refuse to see the presupposition, or like it's just obvious, or everyone should accept it. So if you can put a countervailing one that is sort of like a mirror to it, that can, I think, be a tool to help show that, well, actually, you are making an assumption, right? Just as I'm making one here. And if you can make one, then I can make one. Oppie's done this in some of his debates, for example, and Malpass as well. Like the stalking horse hypothesis is, I think, an example of this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
At all. Well, remember, so it's not a point about the nature of objective. It's the question is, why should we think objective value must be on the cosmic scale or not there at all?
Now, let's remember the argument. This concern arose in the third point about moral accountability. This wasn't in.
Well, I suppose it's not even at the cosmic scale, because I think Craig means relative to God or not at all, right?
Yeah, this isn't again. It's problematic because it doesn't have anything to do with like the number of galaxies or something like that, and that's partly Craig's fault because he talks about the heat death of the universe. What does that have to do with anything? If Earth just poofed out of existence 5 years from now, maybe it will. The way things are going, it wouldn't. it wouldn't make any difference to his argument. So it's all kind of hot air when he talks about that. But it's visually evocative. Like you think of the heat death of the universe, and the atoms pulling apart from each other and galaxies failing. He likes that language because it's evocative. That's the reason we're using it. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the cosmic scale because it's not morally significant, like how many atoms there are or something.
Right. Well, let's think of some feature of reality, right, that is objective but not dependent on like God's attitudes towards it. So if Craig's like creator created distinction, and so the physical world is set up in a certain way, and there's objective features of it, maybe like entities like atoms and so forth, right, that Craig thinks someone can discover and have ideas about. And God could even have like maybe that doesn't make sense for certain models of God, but let's say that God could have poofed himself out of existence and those atoms and stuff would still be there. It doesn't matter what God's beliefs are about those atoms. They're just our atoms and you can discover them. Now, why can't that's objective, right? In the sense that we want to talk about objective, and it doesn't matter at that cosmic scale what the beliefs are, but relative to the beliefs, ultimate beliefs about atoms, like other atoms, it's like, no, there's still objectively atoms there. And why can't morality be a feature of the world like that, where we just pick out these features of the world and like that's what we mean by morality or good, and it really is there. It's just not there relative to some opinion of like that, some eternal opinion or something.
First 2 points about objective moral values and duties. What I said was, with regard to the third point, even if objective moral values and duties exist, they become irrelevant because they're inconsequential. So my third point about moral accountability was simply to say, on atheism, even if there are objective right and wrong and good and evil, there's no moral accountability, and so one might as well just live as he pleases. And
might as well. If by might as well means there's no reason to live one way versus the other, unless it makes a difference on the cosmic scale, it just seems to me that the same questions being, to my ears, begged yet again. It matters perfectly. There's an objective, categorical reason, not a matter of opinion. There's a fact of the matter about the compelling, overriding reason that you are irrational to disregard, even though, in terms of the heat death of the universe, it won't stop it. But for all that, there's an objective reason not to behave this way.
That would be to say you have an objective moral duty. And for the third point, I was willing to grant that. But the question here is the deeper question about why adopt the moral point of view. And that can't be a moral answer because you're asking the question, why adopt the moral point of view? I think the concern that I have in this third point is that on
What's the answer that you believe you got to
let me explain. I think on the third point, that what I'm trying to say there is that on atheism or naturalism, the prudential value and moral value are on a collision course with each other. That what it's prudent for me to do is often in contrast or in conflict with what's moral for me to do. And prudence would seem to trump morality in terms of one's self-interest in virtue of the fact that it makes no difference how you choose. But on theism, where there is moral accountability, you can consistently make choices that go against your self-interest and sacrifice self-interest and prudence and for the sake of the moral value and moral duty.
Because precisely you'll get it back in the end. And so it's not really, in the long term, a self-sacrifice at all. That's the thought, yes?
Well, that wasn't what that wouldn't be the way I put it. It's not that.
Yeah, because it can't be, right? You know this. Oh, he's so slimy. Because he can't say that because that's what Christianity teaches. Yeah. But if that's not true, then what relevance does... Well, I don't think that's the way you can describe it as a Christian. God's not just in the business of rewarding giving out treats based on how well you lived. Like, that's just not what Christianity teaches, right? So Craig knows he can't say that. But then what was the point of anything that he just said? He said that self-interest and morality are on a collision course under naturalism, but aren't they on a collision course under theism as well? Unless you align them, in which case everything has to come back to you in the end. Well, then what relevance does that have if they're not aligned under theism either, or at least your version of theism? It's just so slimy where he wants to pull that in as a way to get out of this quandary that he has about the whole heat death of the universe thing. So he's sort of changing the subject a bit and then pulling up this issue about self-interest. But then when pressed as to, well, how does your model deal with this? It's like, well, I wouldn't say it that way. Well, how would you say it then, Craig? Let's see how Kagan follows up.
think you can resolve the conflict between prudence and and morality because God makes it be the case that unless you act morally, your self-interest won't actually be furthered. That's how the solution
yes,
is.
that's right. That they'll be in harmony with each other ultimately.
So you're completely right.
So he does
I don't
agree.
believe they're in harmony.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I believe the only rational thing to do is to act prudently. On the contrary, I believe there's greater reason. I'm sorry, this should be a form of a question, like Jeopardy. Put this in a form of question, shall we? Why not believe that moral reasons outweigh prudential reasons? The mere fact that there's a conflict doesn't commit the naturalist to the claim that the prudential ones are the weightier ones.
All right, but there is that conflict, and for many people, I think, as I said, this can have a demoralizing effect upon a person because
Pause.
ultimately
He's retreating further. It's amazing how far he can retreat and claim victory. It's like the Germans did that in World War II. It's like they keep retreating. They advance to the rear, I guess is the way. Like, he's just retreating from that point. Look, okay, yeah. So just because they conflict, it doesn't mean that that actually undermines it. But okay, it's demoralizing. Seriously, Craig, you're going to say that because something is demoralizing, it's not true? Like, is that seriously your point? Like, come on. What if Christianity is demoralizing? Calvinism is certainly demoralizing to me. I know that he's not a Calvinist, right? But that's just one. I mean, his version is demoralizing as well, but Calvinism even more so. And Calvinists sometimes even say that, right? I think that it's like kind of bad as a worldview. Well, they don't like it at least. But anyway, the point is, like, that's such a facile point. Well, it could be demoralizing. Seriously, does he think that's a good reason for that undermines the position that Kagan's advancing here, just because it's demoralizing some people? And also, I would have liked to see Kagan be more offensive there and saying, well, look, so you're saying that under Christianity, obviously Craig being a Christian, you think that every action that we take will be sort of rewarded or punished equivalently in the afterlife, because that's the only sense in which we could say that morality and self-interest are fully reconciled, because otherwise you could take immoral acts that are not punished, and so you could sort of like get away with it, or equivalently you could do good actions that weren't rewarded, and therefore you would have no egotistical reason for doing them in the way that Craig's pointed out. So the only way that they can be fully aligned, it seems to me, is if every evil action is punished proportionally and every good action is rewarded proportionally in the afterlife. So I then asked Craig, is that what you advocate for? Is that what Christianity states according to you? Of course, it is not what it states. So even if there's some degree of alignment because, you know, there's an afterlife, it's not full alignment, because there's still good acts that aren't proportionally rewarded, and still evil acts that are not proportionally punished. Especially the whole theory of the atonement is that you don't actually have to bear the punishment of your own sins. So it doesn't actually align, as I see it, morality and self-interest. So I don't know how Craig got out of that tight spot where it was like he affirmed and disagreed with the same proposition in like this, like two sentences of each other, but somehow he wormed out of that. So I would have liked to have seen Kagan press that harder. But then Craig retreats further and just says, well, look, okay, but it's demoralizing. As if it's just unbelievable how sneaky this all is.
his moral choices make no difference either for himself or for the good of the universe. And I suspect that this will be demoralizing in the way that Adams suggested it would.
No doubt for some people it will be, but of course for some people there's a different kind of demoralizing that takes place with the belief in theism, isn't there? I mean, if we're just going to talk about what are some possible psychological effects, some people will act morally not out of the recognition of the objective values, but merely in hopes of getting into heaven and avoiding hell. There's something morally off about that as well. And so both sides face certain empirical questions about, you know, certain people may misread the implications of the view.
Pause here.
As a standoff.
Yeah. So this is a good response in like a theoretical sense, but it's a terrible tactical response. If you just listen to what he said there, you know, he said certain people will misread the theoretical, he said a bunch of stuff and there was some longer words in there. That's not rhetorically that's not rhetorically powerful for a lot of people. Now, what would have been better here is if he just said, so Craig, are you saying that well, you could rephrase it different ways, but something like, so Craig, are you saying that just because something is demoralizing, we should not think that it is true? Shouldn't we just believe what's true, regardless of whether it's demoralizing or not? Because that packs a punch for, I think, a lot of Christians or others who might be listening. What Kagan said, I don't think packs a punch, even if it's perfectly like legitimate thing to say. And so again, should you pursue the discourse that way? I'm not sure. I think it may be useful to do it with respect to Craig, even though I don't think in general that's the best way to pursue it. But I'm just sort of emphasizing here how Craig gets away with this sort of stuff because people like Kagan don't take those opportunities that Craig absolutely does take to punch home a point and to say something that's rhetorically powerful to his audience on things like that. And Craig will scorekeep when he wins a point, but then when his opponent wins a point, he sort of sneaks out of it by changing the topic, or just flat out contradicts himself and kind of gets away with it because his opponent won't call him out on it, or is less likely to.
I'm not sure that the person who acts in self-interest has misread the implications of the atheistic worldview.
That's because you've yet again assumed that if we're naturalists, we must assume that prudence, either there are no moral reasons at all, or if there are, they're inferior in strength to prudential reasons. That doesn't seem to be to follow from naturalism at all. If we had more time, obviously we can only begin to scratch the surface of this debate. If we had more time, I'd lay upon you my elaborate theory of the nature of practical reasoning, according to which prudential reasons are less significant than moral reasons. This is a view that I think is completely compatible with naturalism.
Unfortunately, this is really weak rhetorically as well, because again, I'm sort of thinking from the point of view of my imaginary sort of Christian or Christian leaning in the audience, and who's not that familiar with philosophy but interested, and they're going to read that as Kagan just not having a persuasive view, because they're going to say, well, he didn't actually share it, did he? He just says that he sort of could, right? Yeah. So they'll just discount that entirely, even though Kagan's perfectly correct to not try to go into that because it's going to be far too much to talk about. But I don't think he should have mentioned it at all. I think he just sort of hammered home the point about, look, Craig, are you saying that we should believe something because it's like makes us feel better about ourselves? Is that why we should be Christians? Really hammer that home to him, because he can't agree with that, and then force him to admit that the point he made is irrelevant, and then push him on these other points as well. So do you think that under Christianity, God rewards people proportionally to their good deeds and punishes them proportionally to their evil deeds? Is that how it works? And he can't agree with that, so push him on that. So it turns out that your moral theory actually doesn't align self-interest, so that point was shown to be irrelevant. And so you do this and go systematically through his points. I don't think that's a nice way of doing the discourse, but I think that it's the only way that you can kind of get past the way that Craig approaches it.
Yeah. Do you want to play out? I'm guessing if they do like closing statements or something. Or...
Well, I think that they're probably going to go to questions soon. So okay. Let's play a bit more, because they've been questioning each other.
The imaginary dictator, I suppose, has acted wrongly and as such deserves punishment. So how can we justify the punishment? In terms of the rules of the social contract. What do? We agree in the contract that if people break the contract, they'll be subject to penalty.
What if he doesn't want to sign the contract?
There you go. Pause there. Okay.
The contract.
So this is excellent. So Delty Defeater here. Delty? I guess that's how you pronounce it. Says
deity, I think.
Oh, that's an I. I thought it was an L. It looks like an L. It's just the font. Deity, excuse me. That makes more sense. Deity Defeater. Well, that name reinforces the point that I was about to make. So Deity Defeater says, I think you're all underestimating Kagan's rhetorical strength. I don't find his rhetorical flourishes to be poor, particularly given the widespread consensus that Kagan won the debate handily. So I want to say a couple of points about that, because I've been a little bit critical. So first of all, I'm not saying that he's doing poorly here. That I don't mean to give that impression. I think he's doing very well. What I am doing is highlighting things that I think would be more rhetorically effective given the context in the audience. And I think he is being effective here, but I think that there's, I think I've articulated what I think could be done better, and that really could be persuasive, but to people who are fans of Craig, and that's particularly what I'm focusing on. So Deity Defeater, I suspect that you're probably not predisposed to agree with Craig in a lot of things, and probably most people here are also not predisposed to agree with Craig, and are probably a lot more philosophically engaged than the median person in this audience. And I'm thinking about things in my mental model as in terms of like the median Christian or Christian leaning, or someone like that in this audience, and how they're going to respond to it. And I feel like that laughter there just substantiated the point that I was making, right? Because Craig made this, like, it's sort of a valid point, but the way he makes it is in their, laziest rhetorically flourishing way. Like, well, what if they don't want to sign the contract? Like as if that's a substantive objection. Like, there's a substantive objection that could be made there, but that's not the way to do it, right? That's a rhetorical, I think, intellectually dishonest way of putting the objection, right? Yeah.
And that atoms exist, James. What if I don't want to believe in atoms?
Yeah. What if it demoralizes me to believe in atoms? Yeah. So the point, and what response did he get? Right. Well, laughter. Obviously, not everyone laughed, right? But it was well received by the audience. I think that tells you a lot about at least what a lot of people in the audience are viewing the discourse there. Because I don't find that funny, and part of it is because I sort of. Well, obviously I have a reaction to Craig, but also it's the shape of the discourse that's been set up, so that I just cringe when it's like that. Oh, come on, Craig, we're going with that tactic is kind of how I respond to that. But I don't think that most of the audience is at that level. They're at the level where that is effective, because it seems like, well, you've just given this elaborate account of contractarianism. Well, what if I don't want to sign? And that brings into the idea that there's no like objective standard and you're just kind of making this up. And that's what a lot of these people kind of think anyway. And Craig's, I think, crystallizing that for them and then has presented it in a pithy, rhetorically effective manner. And so that's my concern, that Kagan is not being nearly as effective as he could be if this was his goal. I don't necessarily say that it is, but if that were the goal of appealing to these sorts of people, I think that a lot of what he said has not been as effective at appealing to them in the way that they could have been. That's what I'm sort of saying there. Anyway, but let's continue.
You're seeing? Am I muted? No, I'm not. When Craig says duties, what?
Yeah, the comments are sort of, yeah, pretty mild, I suppose. I don't know if they've been curated or anything of that sort. I mean, Randall Rouser might say that he lost, but again, I'm not talking about whether Randall Rouser or people like that think who won. I'm talking about the median person in the audience, particularly those who are more sympathetic to Craig. That's actually who I'm more interested in thinking about. And again, I still think that Kagan came across well. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh, but I think that the substantive points that I've made are would still hold about the issues with the rhetorical side of things, and Kagan not pushing as hard as he could at certain points if he wanted to really emphasize the mistakes that Craig made.
Can modern philosophers come up with word morality if Jew did not exist, since God revealed his law to Jew? Yes.
I don't I don't know that person speaks English very well. I don't even understand what they're saying.
The question is not what does any given person in fact agree to. That's why I talked about what we would agree to insofar as we imagine ourselves as being perfectly rational. As a perfectly rational being, that is to say, if you imagined a kind of souped up, cleaned up version of the dictator, it would be just as reasonable for him to sign the contract as for the rest of us. It's neither here nor there that he doesn't accept morality. He's still bound by it. We're all bound by it precisely because it would be reasonable for all of us to agree to its terms.
Dr. Kagan, you say that human reason leads to morality.
Dr. Craig.
Dr. Craig, sorry. Wrong pile. Okay, I got confused. Okay.
All right, so I think this is questions. I'm not sure if that's him or from the audience. I think we can stop it here. I think I've probably said there's only about 20 minutes left anyway. Yeah, I think I've had about enough Craig as I can handle. One thing I want to say is it was also disappointing that, at least to me, and I acknowledge Kagan probably had different objectives. So I don't want to be coming across as saying it too harsh, but I think the standing points I made have validity. But the Kagan wasn't hard on how Craig answers these questions, because again, if you're doing a comparative analysis of worldviews, it's, I think, essential to make a comparison of the views in question. And it's not enough to, unfortunately, in that 20-ish minutes, we only focused on atheistic morality. Now, I don't know exactly what the topic of the debate was, so maybe you could say, well, if that was the topic, but that's actually one of the reasons why debate topics matter a lot, because Craig certainly appeals to that, and he'll say, well, that wasn't the topic tonight if it will get him out of an awkward question. And that's one of the reasons why I think it's important to actually be a bit picky about that with respect to these sorts of debates, for at least formal debates, because unfortunately, I think the topics can be basically loaded questions, like, how can you have morality without God? Or something along those lines.
Well, the topic was, is God necessary for morality? But I think...
Okay, so I think that's actually okay, because it's maybe not the best, but it's still all right, because Craig does have to say what is it about God that goes that avoids moral skepticism, basically. So I think you can make but I agree, it's not like a better one, a more usual one would just be what is morality, or what grounds morality, or something like that, right? That's just
I think
a flat neutral question.
The reason I think it's a bad sort of title is because, okay, is God necessary for morality? I mean, you only have to establish, I think, that there's just like a bunch of other theories about morality that don't have anything to do with God that exist, and that like epistemic peers like agree to show that God isn't necessary for morality. And then I guess the question from there is like, well, which of these is the best explanation of morality, though? Which is like a different question. But to say God's necessary for morality, I mean, I guess Craig could believe that that's true and someone could believe it's false, but it just seems, but it seems like he'd then have to say that every single other, well, I mean, I guess he is doing that, like every single other position is like irrational for someone to hold to, because you just like can't do it because of morality, then God, right? It's like,
Yeah, well, the thing is, if I suppose I prove that morality was impossible under naturalism, it doesn't follow that it's possible with God, right? So you have to take the extra step to say, what is it that God adds to the picture? And it surprises me that theists that I talk to often, it seems, haven't thought of this question. I think maybe this came up with Inspiring Philosophy. Don't quote me on that. I'm not entirely sure if it was him, but when I ask questions like, what does adding God in help to the picture? Or how does adding God change the explanation, or something along those lines? Like, what does it do to what does that add to your resources to account for this? And that I just find that they don't even want to think about it that way. It's just sort of obvious to them that God accounts for it. Just like I was saying before, when Craig gives very little about how God explains any of the things that he talks about, like resurrection, morality, or creation, it just kind of assumes that it does, or says a few throwaway sentences, and then spends a long time talking about how it doesn't work under naturalism. I really want to know what God is actually doing and how that fits in the explanation. And if it doesn't really add very much, it seems that the accounts given don't work, or don't make sense, or implausible, and so forth, then maybe we're just left with no good explanations or no good answers to whatever question is in place, and we should just be agnostic about it. It just because naturalistic explanations fail doesn't mean theistic ones succeed. I guess that's the point that I'm making here. They have to be evaluated in comparison to each other and any other contesting views. And Craig, in that debate, and others don't want to do that.
Is that the debate topic being, is God necessary for morality, right? So it means that if you've got morality, then you've got God. Like, that you've got to establish that claim. And I think that that's a really, really hard task, given that there's so many ways of accounting for morality that just don't necessitate God, right? There's just like no need to mention God. You can like almost tell the entire explanatory story about morality, even like in non-natural terms, you know, like Platonic forms or whatever, and just not talk about God. Now, Craig's obviously going to reject all these various different views, but he really does have his work cut out to necessitate that, you know, if there's morality, then there's God. Because I think that's really difficult to establish.
I agree. I think that most of the same questions, like open question type arguments, or why I think that gives rise to objective morality, they can all be applied to the theist view. And I actually think that at least theological voluntarist accounts of morality, and the theist doesn't have to appeal to those, but Craig does, and others in his camp too. Those accounts of morality are, I think, far worse, and lend you and you end up with a much impoverished conception of morality under those accounts. And I've discussed that a bit in my book, and I think I can't even remember where else I've discussed this. Maybe on my blog at some point. But anyway, yeah. So I think that will do us for this evening. I
have one closing question though, James.
Oh, please do.
Which
yes.
is, so you've got two choices for an ethical theory, right? It's going to be Craig's theistic voluntarism, or it's going to be the best of all possible worlds. For,
I knew you were going to say
possible world. Which one do you go with?
Well, no, I've got to go with T-jump, just because it's like I think with very small modifications, you just get to a fairly standard theory. Like, you just have to throw out the best of all possible worlds for every possible. What was it? Self or will? That's one for every possible. Just throw that away and throw out the idea that like everything that's not the most possible, the best possible is immoral. Throw out these silly ideas, and you're just left with, I think, a preference, an ethical naturalist preference utilitarian view, essentially, with some maybe modifications here and there. And I think that's not too dissimilar from what I believe. I think that my defense of a view like that is more connected to actual, you know, philosophers in the literature discussing this, and I think addresses some more of these issues, such as, you know, what if people have conflicting preferences and idealizing preferences and not using terms like immoral in weird ways. So I guess it depends what you see as fundamental to T-Jump's story. If you think that the best of all possible worlds for every possible will is the core of it, then I just think that it's pretty hard to choose between that and Craig's. But I don't see I don't see what work it's doing in his theory. I feel like you can just get rid of it, and most of what he wants to say will follow. Well, can still not will follow. Can still be said.
Well, I guess I'm not as convinced that you can get rid of it, because it seems like for some reason, I don't know what the reason is, that's like the core commitment that he has, and then he just builds everything up from there. But I agree that you can then like commit you. I think we basically all agree to the main like points of like this situation is better than that situation. I mean, aside from like if we talk about abortion, something like that, you know, like the cases that we're going to talk about, we pretty much all agree to. And I agree that there's going to be like a resemblance between what T-Jump's doing there with his theory and like a plausible natural story, right? Even like a really good story. The problem is, I think that he has married it to this like this implausible, possibly even like metaphysically impossible, maybe logically impossible possible world.
He likes to talk about that a lot. Like when he was questioned by Malpass, he kept bringing it up.
And I think that is at least from the discussions I've seen, that seems to me to be the thing that he's married to, like way more than being married to like what are some particular cases of like good and bad, and how can I tell like a natural story? Well, it seems like it has something to do with like counterfactuals or something, you know, like rather than it being like that, it seems to be like, no, that like that's it. And then
I feel like that this, I don't want to psychologize too much, but I do feel like that maybe this is just an instance of not having done the work to think about how the theory fits together. Because you really have to think hard, I think, if you're doing philosophy well, about how does your theory work? How does it fit together? Where does the explanatory force come from? What's necessary? What follows from what? You know, work it out, structure it carefully. And getting criticism can be very useful for that, because it's you know, you can miss things. That's one of the reasons I like to talk about these things publicly, because it helps you with that. But I don't know that T-Jump's been very good at doing that, because I feel like if he did, he would just be a lot clearer about why we need this possible worlds. I mean, I suppose he may have, maybe since he made that video and since he talked to Malpass, he has, but I'm not super optimistic about that. Why he needs this possible worlds, best of all possible worlds thing in there, and why he needs to use moral language in the way of like, you know, rocks falling is immoral. Why does he have to say that? Why does he have to say that saving someone's life is immoral, even though it's better than other immoral things? Why does he need to do all that? A good philosophical theory, I think, will commit itself to the fewest unusual or implausible or new things that it needs to in order to account for whatever it's trying to account for. It feels like he just doesn't, at least I've not been able to understand, based on what I've seen here, why he needs to do these things. It just seems that he really likes to talk about it that way. And that's the ultimate reason why he uses that language. Not that he actually needs to give an account of what he wants to give an account of. Where I feel like all he needs to appeal to is preferences, essentially, as a theory of welfare, and then an ethical naturalist connection to, well, you know, moral facts and natural facts, which he did say. Those seem to be the minimal ingredients of the theory. And then I just don't know if he's thought about why he needs all this other sort of the superstructure there.
Yeah. It seems to me more like he was actually willing to like do away with the common sense to preserve his theory, you know, like the common sense like moral points when they're raised in order to preserve it. Whereas I think, I mean, I wouldn't say it's always the case. Like I don't take the same view of like science and stuff like that. But I think when we're doing speculative metaphysics, that like I think I put common sense like cases above speculative metaphysics. In terms of like how much weight I would like assign to each of those things.
Yeah, well, that's something we could have a discussion about, because I feel like I sort of agree and sort of don't agree. Because Craig uses that, for example, to defend presentism, but
well, above speculative metaphysics. But I think there's problems for presentism.
You're not going to draw any.
In terms of like reconciling. In terms of like, well, what do we do with like special and general theories of relativity? Why do we need this extra thing? Is it a good, when we do like theory comparison, is it any good? Like how fast does time pass at? Things like that. I think,
the extent of the present. There's a whole bunch of problems that face. I think I would say something similar but slightly different. So I think there's a couple of issues. One is the meaning of words. And here I'm talking about words that fit into everyday discourse. So not purely technical philosophical jargon. That's basically determined by philosophical usage. But things like cause, good, I don't know, time, person, reason, things like that that we do use in things like that we do use in standard parlance, but are also subjects of philosophical discussion, right? Freedom would be another one. And so those, I think the meaning of those words is set by common usage. And maybe there's domain-specific applications of them, but in terms of the everyday applications, that is set by common usage. And you can't just decide to ignore that. I mean, you can, but I think you're not doing good philosophy then. So basically, I think that's actually an empirical question to work out what common usage is. And sometimes our intuitions can actually differ from common usage, although often they should be aligned if we understand the meaning of the term. So if we're ending up saying things like T-Jump is saying, where actually rocks falling on people is immoral and pushing people to not be hit by a train is also immoral, that is really, really far from common usage.
And existing. In the physical world.
And so I just think that he's wrong about that, right? Now, the other
And
side to
differing
this,
from
though,
philosophical usage as well. That's
that's
point,
also
is
true.
that it's
Yes.
its own- yeah.
But the other side to this is just because something has a standard meaning in like everyday usage, and by the way, there can be multiple meanings, like it's not that there has to be one, but just because it has that meaning, I don't think that you can read an ontology off of like probably shouldn't. I don't think you can read philosophical theories or ontologies off standard usage, at least in most cases. Maybe you can come up with an example, but that requires further argument. So what I see is you have to establish the standard usage to start off, because otherwise you could go on a completely wrong trajectory. But then you have to develop a theory which accounts for how that usage works, and also, you know, fits with scientific knowledge and fits with other philosophical commitments, and, you know, explains whatever phenomena we want to explain, like morality or free will or whatever. So it's got to build on common usage, but also go beyond it, because I don't think that common usage is ontologically committing about any of these things. I think that it doesn't. That's why they're philosophical questions, right? Because common usage doesn't sort of determine an answer to these things. It determines the meaning of the words, but not an answer to beyond that about like what is the ontological status of morality, for example. I just think that those things are not determined by common usage. And so when Craig wants to read ontology off of language, like that he actually agrees that you shouldn't do that, but then does it anyway, as I show in my book, for presentism, or other people want to do that for like libertarian free will or other things like that. They just say like, that's just what we mean. Like everyone knows this. I'm like, well, no, I don't think that that's actually in the meaning of the terms. And I think that that's moving beyond that. So
well, I
guess
don't think it's even clear when you look at everyday usage of, like, take a term, maybe more for time, I'd agree, but definitely not for, I'm not sure I'd always agree, but definitely not for freedom. It doesn't seem to me that what people mean when they talk about people being free or whatever is that you're like the first cause. Of
no, that's what I'm saying. I think that common usage is not determinative. It doesn't single out any of the philosophical theories, not really in any of those big areas that I've sort of mentioned. Because if it was, I'd say, well, you just take common usage and that's the answer. But I don't think common usage has an answer for that. In general, because people don't generally think about it, because there's a bunch of confused intuitions that mix together. Probably those are the two main reasons. And or it's just not usually necessary to address that question in common usage. So I think we need to work out common usage, then we need to build on that and construct a theory, but not just assume that we're going to get everything from common usage or our own intuitions. I don't think those are actually, once you've established common usage, to make sure you're using your terms like other people do, you need to move beyond that and your own intuitions and rely on, I think, just techniques of philosophical theorizing, and make sure that you're consistent with scientific results and other commitments we have and so forth. That's how I see philosophy. I know that others will disagree with that, but I think that that's important, because people often get caught up about language games here, and philosophers can as well. But using terms in a standard way is very important, because if you just say, look, morality is my left foot, well, like it isn't, right? Because that's not what morality means. Like morality just isn't that, right? And I don't think it's what T-Jump says it is either. Now, that doesn't determine you. I want to say that doesn't mean that well, what is morality? Well, I can give you a minimal description of like some sort of standard of behavior that says what you should do or something like that. That's a very minimal description. And it doesn't actually commit you to any particular view. It can commit you to, you can still be an error theorist, right? Like you can say, look, that's what moral terms mean. They just don't refer to anything. They're all wrong. So that's what Mackey says, for example. So what I'm saying is saying that, yeah, that's what the terms mean, and accepting that doesn't commit you to any particular view in these sorts of cases, I think. You just have to make sure that your view is consistent with that usage and not tries to fight it all the way. I don't think that is going to be an effective strategy if you're trying to do that.
So if we wrap it up around there, then anything else you want to say about this one? I guess it just maybe I'll say a
lot of bad morality takes.
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, maybe implicit in doing a video like this, it's like, is there ever going to be a time when there aren't like a lot of bad takes on YouTube about like any given philosophical topic, right? But I guess I guess the objective in general is to point out where we think that is taking place, and to try and sort of encourage things. I mean, like, I don't think that this is going to have some massive effect or anything, but I think if we all sort of do our bit chipping away at it, then we can hopefully, make sure that audiences are better informed about the kind of topics that there are, and the way that the discourse that's been hashed out by people over time and stuff like that. And I guess hopefully improve the discourse. And hopefully that will mean then that in general we can either make more progress, or we can all bring our beliefs more in line with like what's true, rather than all sort of wasting our time watching hours of like pointless discussions about things that are just like wrong on the face of it, right? And being convinced by like bad arguments and things. And morality is one of those areas where both for atheism, right, people make really, really bad arguments very often, and for theism, people make really, really bad arguments like very often. And it's worth people just being like aware of what those like extreme ends of the spectrum are, not to go there, and to be like hopefully guided towards like the discourse that's been fleshed out, where there's some really good stuff and, you know, there's some room for disagreement and things, but not to just like I don't know, say like, well, screw it to all of that, I'm doing my own thing, and then just be like wildly in error as soon as someone thinks about.
Absolutely agree. And I think hopefully we've given some tools and ideas and suggestions for sort of how to approach thinking about this better by looking at some bad examples. And I guess as a good example, I mean, I think Kagan's presentation was really good, and the way he conducted himself, although I did have some points to make mostly about the rhetorical significance of that. I think that it was still a very good showing, and actually more consistent with how to do the discourse well. Also, even some points of like T-Jump's first 3 minutes or something were really good. He just laid out a bunch of standard terms and explained it. And unfortunately, it's when he moved away from that and started doing things in a very idiosyncratic way that it started to go downhill. I also want to say, I don't mean to say, again, that you have to be very highly educated or read a lot of stuff about this. It's more just the willingness to be open to that, and to be learning and trying to learn more about that, rather than just deciding that you're going to sort of invent it all whole cloth, or just believe like one guy, what was it? Blithering
Genius.
Blithering Genius does some videos. So like, you know, one person in the open discussion the other day was a fan of that and seemed to have that as their sole source about these sorts of things. Like that's, you know, not a good way to try to pursue truth about these things either. So that's been the goal, and hopefully you've gotten something out of this. And any ideas for what the next one might be in a few weeks? Oh, I did suggest doing the McGrews.
Oh yeah, I think
on Jesus.
I think that would be good to do the McGrews and the abuse of Bayes' theorem and so forth. I don't know if we want to do like make it about the McGrews in general and their like special takes on a lot of subjects, you know, like undesigned coincidences and stuff like that.
Well, I definitely wanted to do the article where it's like 10 to the minus 44.
Yeah, the Bayes stuff.
Bayes factor, whatever it was.
It's just whether we want to make it about that argument in particular, or in general, like their repeated mistakes across different things.
Yeah, I don't know as much about that. Maybe we could we could collect a few examples, and we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, the undesigned coincidences are like really bad. And then I mean, at some point, the one I'm really looking forward to, but I think will take a lot of work, is the Apologetics industrial complex. Just taking a look at like revenues involved in like book sales, and
that's going to take a bit of research. Yeah, I would like to do that though.
Yeah, same. Me too. And I think you know there is some really like weird stuff going on there to sort of uncover and sort of call out about particularly in America, the sort of economic structure of like Protestant apologetics, or even like, and then there's like Catholic apologetics as well now, which I think is mostly a thing where they've looked at like how well some of the Protestants are doing, and kind of like, you know, been like, oh, we can sell our own books, and you know, every week like doubts about this new current event, how to like solve your doubts, and you know, making like a YouTube lifestyle out of like selling certainty, and like maybe getting people like addicted to the idea of having to have certainty but not having to, stuff like that. I think there could be some cool stuff.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. Talk to you next time, I guess.
Yeah, see you around. Bye. Oh yeah, leave a like on the video if you have enjoyed it, and share it with people just to
smash that like button.
And at some point, I mean, I put this on James, but maybe I'll do it as well. At some point, there will be shorter clips from this series, right? For people.
Yeah, I've been promising that for a while. It will happen eventually. It's just a matter of, you know, time and doing other things.
Right. We'll see you, everyone. Bye.